All right, all right, all right. Okay, everybody, we are live with another Friday night panel with the boys. This, again, is our regular thing now. So what we'd like to do at the beginning of this, and we'll keep doing this for a while everybody starts to learn all the guests. We do not have Aaron Love tonight. That's unfortunate. He's on vacation, right? Hawaii?
Yeah, he's on vacation.
He's staying married.
He's staying married. Staying married, which I have to do this weekend. My anniversary is tomorrow. So, yeah, we got to keep up on that.
Nice.
But let's do a quick round introductions for everybody. So I am Nate from Valhalla BFT. If you guys don't already know me, retired Green Beret. And then Ben and Jake, if you want to shoot your intros and anything you guys got going on.
Jake, you want to go? Go for it.
Hey, I'm Jake Zweig, mentor. We build champions for life. You find me on Discord. I'm easy to find. Don't come over here if you don't want to win. That's my shout out of the day.
Hey, everybody, I'm Ben Pappas here, retired Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel. Spent time in the infantry, force recon, commanded a Marine Raider Battalion, 2nd Marine Raider Battalion. And I've got my own YouTube channel, Ben Pappas. Just find me there, support the underdog. I'm trying to be like my big bros here who've got the mega channels. And right now I'm currently an executive coach and leadership and life coach. And I help people to build their businesses, build their teams out, and make breakthroughs in business and life.
Hell yeah. All right. And for the audience, while everybody still starts funneling in here for the show, where is everybody tuning in from? I like to do this one. It's fun. You get to see, sometimes you get some wild stuff, guys. I get a lot of Tel Aviv, it turns out, on the channel.
Oh, Tel Aviv.
I don't know how serious those are, but we got Canada. We've got Egypt, right? We already got tons of them rolling in. But anyway, all right, you guys can go.
Wait, how are you seeing them, Nate?
They're in the comments. Just look at the comments.
So, yeah, on the right panel, click comments, and then it'll come in.
Okay, I was on private chat. Okay,
regular.
Got it.
Don't you guys love how we do like education during the show?
We learn. Well, we're all knuckle draggers.
For sure.
So we're learning as we go.
Hey, all right, great. I'm starting to make a push into India, Nate.
Really
nice.
I don't know how, but I'm starting to push into India.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a great show planned tonight. We got some serious topics. We also have some fun topics. Okay, so the order of the show tonight is going to be a breakdown of what's going on with the Iran war because we can't escape that one. We are then going to talk about the fall, or is the American empire falling? I think this is a really interesting topic, and a lot of people are talking about this right now. And then we got a fun topic. We're going to talk about Jonah Hill. Basically coming out and saying he could kick everyone's ass. And then if we have time, what was the final one, Ben, that we were going to do?
Is social media destroying our youth, destroying kids?
I got that one. Yeah. Listen, Nate did this on purpose so that I said I was leaving after an hour. Clearly, I got to stay on that.
You're staying now.
We'll do that one third. We'll do that one third. We'll do Jonah Hill last.
Tell your kids to tune in, Jake, when you do it.
Nah, they know.
Yeah, they already know. I know that for you, they'll be on the ground, man. Be smoked.
All right, so let's jump into it. I think we're going to have Ben give us a little bit of a, overhead approach of what's going on with the Iran war. I mean, we talked last week. Where were we at? We had been on like 12 consecutive days of bombing, and things had started to escalate. Saudi Arabia had started bombing Iran. Ukraine had just bombed Iran. Where are we at currently? It's hard to tell if we're at peace or if we're at war, given whatever day it is. But Ben, where are we at currently right now with America?
Yeah.
Where are we in this conflict?
Well, I think anybody who's spent some of my Warrior Wednesdays with me, been over there, we talk about on Wednesday a lot of the geopolitical things going on, especially the Iran war, Ukraine, Russia, China, Venezuela, you name it. The biggest thing is that there's real concern that we keep threatening. But as people talk about taco and all those things, okay, but being very specific about it, we don't carry through with the threats. And as all of us know, when we don't carry through with the threats, people start to question your power. They start to wonder, can you do what you say you can do? Or can you do what we thought you could do? Are you the same guys we thought you were before? So I think the biggest problem right now is we don't go after and follow through on the threats that we're making to go in. And we have a couple of different courses of action out there. One, if you hear one of the big voices out there, General Jack Keane will talk about, we need to finish this. We need to bomb them into Stone Age. We need to bomb
finish
them.
the job.
Finish the job. That's one course of
time.
action. Finish the job, right? General Jim Mattis would talk about that. You need to march on Tehran, basically drive up to Baghdad. That way, from his experience. And then you'll see others who are incrementalists, like, Marco Rubio, who's saying we need to go a little at a time, all the way to President Trump, who's an optionality guy. He wants options. He wants to, say one thing, and if he doesn't feel like it, he doesn't do it. But again, there's a cost structure here, and the cost structure is why we're going to talk about is the American empire in decline. And really what we're talking about here is the hegemonic power, and the hegemon being the world superpower, the one who can dictate the rules to the rest of the world. The cost of not carrying through with the threats or making stupid bets, okay, a little rhyme there, means that people, they stop believing you're the hegemon. They stop believing you're the one they should rely on. You're the one that can enforce the world order. You're the one that can guarantee the economic order, or that, maybe you're not as strong as they thought you were. And so here's the problem. The problem is that in order to prove you are the hegemon, the superpower, it's going to cost you even more now. Okay. So the cost structure goes up, because now we have to go around and say, no. That was we were just doing that because we didn't feel like it for our own interests. It was in our interest not to go to major war in Iran. And they're like, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to move this chess piece closer to Taiwan. I don't think so. What are you going to do? Now we have to get off the bench and fight people. You guys ever seen that? Break it down to an individual level. Some dude who was really badass, and all of a sudden you saw him, maybe he got in a fight when he was sick or something happened, and other people start getting froggy. They're like, oh, you're not so tough anymore. You're not so tough. We're going to come after you. So I think that's the overarching thing, without getting into number of strikes and what we destroyed and all that. It's just the larger strategic moves, the strategy in play, I think, is threatening our ability to be the world superpower, And so more broadly, sitting on the bench saying, the other day, President Trump, I played a video on Wednesday, he said, oh, if they don't come to the table, they don't make this deal, I'm going to hit them very, very hard, and they're going to really be upset. And then we didn't do it.
He said, I think he said it was, Ben, he said we were going to hit them the hardest strikes anyone's ever seen since World War II. And then I believe it was that same day he was like, they want a deal. They want a deal. So I called it off. And you're like, we all know you didn't talk to anybody in Iran, homie.
Yeah,
there is nobody in Iran right now. They got 37 different states. Like, there ain't nobody running it. They're on a Mosaic program. Like, that's why when he says, I talked to somebody, I'm like, oh, you sent 37 dudes to each Mosaic, and that you talked to somebody, and
that's it. But you know what, the most dangerous thing about this, I think, for everyone to consider, and we'll go into the is America in decline, the superpower, and it's not a foregone conclusion. What we say may surprise you, so stick around, call your friends, share it, get them in here, because some of the things that we're going to bring up might surprise you. You might be automatically like, well, yeah, it must be. But the thing about this, again, the cost structures, when we don't do what we say we're going to do, it ends up costing us so much. And we may even say, well, President Trump's just trying to play the markets. Oil prices down, markets are up, there's calm in the system. Yes. However, there's a big but here. The but is the challenges that arise. And you're going to start seeing, do our allies start saying we need nukes? Partners and allies, we need our own nukes. We need our own systems. Look at Britain and France are already coming up with naval maritime operations to, go into the straits, and they're not planning with us. So all these things start to cost us also access throughout the world to behave like the hegemon. And some people may say, well, hey, we shouldn't be the hegemon anyway. I'm going to tell you what, power does not like a vacuum. And if we're not running the show, or at least lead dog, we can be America first, but still lead dog of the international order, right? And if you're not, someone else is going to be. You know who that person's going to be? We already know.
China, obviously. We all know
That's
that.
it. Yeah.
Now, I also think it's interesting, Ben. You're so right about this. For one, couple things I want to post to you guys here. One, also, when you chicken out, I guess you could say, or you put 187 different veiled threats that you never go through with. If you're Iran, it also just strengthens their resolve, right?
100%.
Because now
100%.
Iran's sitting here going, every time he sends the threat, Iran's like, yeah, okay, guy. You know what I mean? So now your enemy no longer is taking you seriously, and it's not in a way of like that they're not respecting our power.
No, 100%.
They're like, okay, yeah, we've played this game, 487 times since this conflict started. All you're gonna do, even if you strike, you're just gonna go back to your air campaign. We'll go in our bunkers. You bomb everything with four corners. And then they come out and, and again, the leadership's so sporadic and all over the place. It's like, how are we going to get to a point of a strategic victory now when the enemy is like, oh, no, we're not going anywhere, because all we got to do is outlast you, America, and you guys aren't doing shit.
That's it. So what they're waiting for right now, and everyone agrees on this, every strategist out there, everyone who's really, does this for full time for a living, would say that they are waiting out new favorable politicians for the United States and for Israel.
I think that's a great
that's all they're doing. They're just waiting it out. They're like, okay, we hang in there till the midterms, and then if we have to, we'll hang in there for 2 years. They're not going to come in here for a ground war. I think, I looked at the other day, poly market's up. Although poly market is rising for sentiment about a major U.S. invasion by 2027 is up to 31% right now, with about $56 million behind it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So
let me see if I can pull that up.
Yeah.
I think I can pull it up right. Oh my God, you're right. It's $370 million.
Oh crap. It's jumped just in a couple of days.
Is in the
it's coming. Listen, hey, there's been a lot of talk about how the poly markets are moving ahead of.
Yeah, Jake, you're right.
Yeah, like
$370 million. Oh my God.
And Jake, you're right, because Jake's basically a great point there. Never underestimate the power of perception and what people think. This used to be, a quick connection to the .com area, the electronic herd, we called this. The .com era bubble burst when we had a massive burst, lost trillions of dollars because of the electronic herd in their investing. People, because they thought something would work, would put money behind it, put effort behind it. It would cause leaders and companies to make decisions. There's something really there. So if poly market is, saying this might happen, we don't know the psychological, strategic psychology impact that has on decision making. I'm just call it what it is. It's a weird phenomena. You would think, no, but it's something there. And they were right. Poly market was right about the February 28th timeframe. They said, bets went way up saying the U.S. will strike Iran within the next 2 weeks. Yeah. They were right.
They were right about Venezuela too.
Yeah, right about Venezuela.
There's a lot of people who are and also maybe some Green Berets.
I was just gonna say
that was a different story.
Oh my God. But there's a lot there. There's a lot to consider, for sure. And I think we need to really be watching. There are a couple things that will indicate that. Just in a quick dovetail: deployment orders, authorization for the use of military force. Is Congress making about $90 billion supplemental? Right? Who remembers? Always we'd have overseas contingency operations, OCO plus base. You'd have base spending plus OCO. Everyone has spending OCO funds, overseas contingency operations. And I know all of you out there who were involved with that back in the GWAT, exactly what I'm talking about. We were spending OCO like crazy plus base money. If you see these supplementals getting passed or being pushed, look for deployment orders. Then look for the amphibious task force, amphibious shipping, pushing the reserves and pushing the Steel Mountain into the region. And then if you see 1st Marine Expeditionary Force getting deployment orders, 40,000 Marines, then, that's a good indication that things are going down.
Do you know, do we still have, either of you guys, do we still have the Muse there that got deployed there earlier in the year? Are they still
2 Muse? I think the 82nd still there too. We got about 6,000, I think 6,000 total troops in the region. And about, I think of that's only realistically like 2,000 actually combat troops though.
Okay.
And we got some guys going and coming too, Nate. So some of them dudes been over there for 9 months right now.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I got a dude coming home right now. So
Jake, can I ask you this? Because I actually did a show with Keith Edwards yesterday. I talked a little bit about this. Our first topic was talking about the conditions on the USS Abraham Lincoln, and the sounds of it, the conditions are very, very bad. Now, I'm not a Navy guy. I'm not you guys are far more understanding of what life on a ship is like. But I mean, you've seen the food. Apparently, they're having terrible time with resupply. I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Like we can't use the Gulf to resupply because all the ports are shut off to us. What's your guys' feelings on morale for those sailors, especially those young sailors, as they, to your point, Ben, they're actually, a lot of them are having their deployment orders extended 6-9 months, subpar conditions, terrible food. What's that doing to the psyche of those sailors? I've never lived on a ship, so.
Yeah, Jake knows. Jake's the expert on this one.
So here's the deal. So an aircraft carrier never pulls into port, Nate. I saw your video and I was like, The aircraft carrier never pulls into port ever because it can't.
So are they doing ship resupplies?
They do ship to ship. So I was on an oiler. My whole job was to keep the aircraft carrier full of JP.
Hold on, but Jake,
go ahead.
The ship you get the supplies from still has to go to port.
Absolutely. But it'll there's a chain of them, right? Like we would go to port every 3 months. We had 7 million gallons of gas and JP5, jet fuel and diesel fuel marine, DFM. And then we go to port. And the other thing we would load up on is fuel. We didn't do ammunition. We had an ammunition ship with us, an AE. All of that stuff is run by our maritime, like our merchant marine community now. But the problem is, like, they've been out there for 9 months. Yeah. So believe it or not, a whole bunch of shit breaks on the ship. So like reefers break, water, the desalination plant broke on our ship, like
laundry units,
everything. Like there's 5,000 people on the ship. So there's a lot of shit that's going to break, machinery parts, and they got a repair facility and they got a tender, which is just call it like a 1,200 man ship that runs around fixing stuff. But it cascades, right? Like they've been over there for 9 months. The food, right? Like everybody in the Middle East is getting hammered right now. So where are they getting the food? You're not getting fresh fruits and vegetables, right? Like they can't drive fresh fruits and vegetables from, 3 weeks away. Right. And so all of that stuff is just compounded. I would say this, the morale, something that was interesting when I was on deployment with the George Washington. They had 4 self-harm incidences.
Good catch on that one since we're live.
Yeah, they had 4 self-harm incidences where dudes just left the ship, right? Now, some people say they got thrown overboard, which happens also, okay?
Like they're just gone?
Yeah, like they just jump off the ship in the middle of the night. Like they have...
It's crazy stuff.
They have some, but the environment on the ship is hard, man. And here's the other thing. They ain't working like 8-hour days. Like underway wartime deployment, they working like 18-hour days. Like they getting 6 hours of sleep and they're working.
Wow.
Like there's no, because you got to think about this, man. The aircraft carrier right now is a continuous air ops, and they're shutting down for maybe an hour a day to do a FOD walk, to clean up the runways, to do some maintenance on the resting gear, the catapults, like. They're not down very much.
Jake, real quick, and I think for the audience, and as far as I'm understanding, or I would assume, especially because we've lost access to so many of our bases, especially with Bagram being gone and things like that. Excuse me, I would assume the majority of the air operations are being run from the carriers rather than, unless they're coming maybe from Iraq, right?
Yeah.
So understand this, Nate. With mid-air refueling, our B-52s will work from South Dakota to bomb Iran.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I mean, we're doing 14 days straight. You're not just using B-2s. You're using everything.
Oh yeah, a lot of carrier based for sure.
It's a lot of carrier based stuff, but we got a lot of. We got airports over there.
But my point is, they're running a ton of the bombing campaign jets from the aircraft carriers, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So Nate, I've got some good, just some good stats for everybody as we kind of intro in and glide into the topic of looking at exactly what happened. Let me fix this headset real quick. What's happening right now and going into the decline? Is this a decline of American supremacy as a world superpower, as the hegemon? American empire in decline, right? We're going to talk about that, but I got some good hard numbers here I'll throw out as well. So CENTCOM has reported more than 11,000 targets struck inside of Iran and more than 90 Iranian vessels destroyed or damaged. CNN reported, our favorite, right? CNN reported U.S. casualties passing 600 for the first time.
U.S. casualties have passed
600.
Wow, we sure keep that quiet, don't we?
Yeah, we do. And that was a big issue that came up in late July. They were like, they don't give good numbers on the Department of War website. 18 killed at this point, 624 wounded. With figures still moving. I think they're counting TBIs as well, as they should. All of us probably have a bit of TBI. Defense Secretary put the war's cost at $37.5 billion in July and requested a $90 billion supplemental. Okay. Could probably use some of that money for other things. The Pentagon's requested $200 billion back in March of this year. Brent crude is a big sign. Everybody's tracking this, I think. And I know you do a great job on this, Nate, as well on your Tuesdays too. But Brent crude is coming from $67 a barrel the day before the war started to above $100 on 3 separate occasions. Okay.
Wow.
In July, year over year, it closed roughly 30% up since the year before. And Hormuz traffic is down 90% from a pre-war baseline of near 90 transits per day. They only had 5 transits on the 30th of July. And Iranian casualties were putting at Iranian military deaths about 6,000. Some people are saying with upwards of thousands. They can't even count for civilians,
yeah.
right? And then here's a big thing too. The IRGC is running the Persian Gulf Strait Authority and charging $2 million per vessel to get through whenever they do.
Still happening.
Still happening in yuan or Bitcoin,
wow.
Chinese yuan or Bitcoin. So, there's a lot happening there.
Well, that's going to tie us into the fall of the American empire and BRICS and loss of the global reserve currency. That's going to tie us in there big time because that's a huge deal that people are kind of just overlooking that, a third of the world's oil supply is potentially going to start being traded in Chinese yuan. Like, I don't think we talk about the petrodollar.
Yeah.
Right? We'll get into all that, guys, in the next section. I don't want to get too far ahead of us, but excuse me. Sorry, we got terrible forest fires here in Oregon right now.
Oh, man.
Sorry if I have some coughs, but I wanted to tie us back because you said something I think super, super important that you didn't gloss over, but it was important. But I don't know if everybody caught it. And you talked about Iran's strategy of, and this war of attrition really is what it is for them. And the American political system is so important to factor in because, to your point, 2028 comes around. Let's say you've got a progressive Democrat who comes in who runs on, we will leave the war. Excuse me. We'll leave the war. That's it. We're done.
Yeah.
We're leaving.
Yeah.
And that's their platform.
Yeah.
And they're the second they become president, they go, we're out. Pull the aircraft carriers out, pull the troops out, pull the bases out, everybody come home. And Iran goes, okay. And I don't know if you guys saw, there was a picture that Iran posted on one of their ballistic missiles, and it was in Farsi.
I saw this,
but it said it was to the UAE, and it says, Habibi, once the United States leaves, it'll just be you and us. And that's all it says. And they directed it straight at the UAE to your point, where they're going there, and they're telling their Gulf allies, okay, you just wait. We know America will leave because this is what we do, right? I mean, we have the track record, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, right? Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria. We've already shown that right, wrong, or indifferent, that we will not carry through with whatever we start. So if you're Iran, why would you suspect there's anything different here? All you got to wait out is, the transfer of power to the different president. That's a huge problem for America as a military strategically right now, because it's like, dude, they also, to your point, you have fake threats coupled with, we'll just wait potentially. And even to your point, Ben, I mean, if there's a big enough blowout in the midterms, Congress is just going to pass, shut down the War Powers Act.
Trump might get impeached.
Then they're done.
Might get impeached.
And
he might get things to worry about. But some people say, and I have to get zeroed in on this. Some people say that the gloves might come off after the midterms, and that's why the poly market is flying up for ground invasion.
So. I think it's highly likely.
Yeah, and I'll say though, some major strategists are going against the ground invasion. Like major people watching this saying they don't think so. Two quick things, Jake, and I'll turn it over to you. But 2 quick things. One, the protection bargain. Nate, you brought up some really powerful things we can unpack just for a second. Yeah, they're like, hey, this whole time everyone thought you're going to unleash holy hell if you mess with the United States. Don't mess with them. See, our big brother over here, the United States, is in the UAE and Saudi, Kuwait, where all these places, in Qatar. Okay, we're untouchable. They're here. If you mess with us, they'll mess with you. So hell has been unleashed, and they're still getting hit. So the protection bargain, as you said, Nate, falls apart. They're like, wait a second, we let you do all this stuff. So you'd protect the oil, protect the economies, protect us physically, and we're still getting hit. So it's a huge problem. It's very obvious for everyone to see. I don't need to go any deeper into that, but just saying that. And then the next thing is this: foreign policy blunders, foreign policy problems, as far back as ancient Rome, all the way to the present here today, are what shape massive shifts in domestic politics, culture, and society at home. Yeah. So how are we going to get the rise of new political parties, possibly people we didn't expect getting to power, some societal shifts, cultural shifts, when, people, our word isn't being kept. We're the say-do gap for leadership. And it's a very important thing, whether you're leading a team, a country, a company, whatever, the say-do gap. If you say no big wars, no this, no that, you got to stick to it, right?
Yep.
Or you better come in front of the people and say, here's what I'm going to do. Here's why. I got to sell it to you now because I got my job from all of you. So, Jake, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, the midterms, in my opinion, are going to swing. And we're already seeing, I mean, look at AOC, right? Look at Maldani. Like, you look at who we're electing right now, and you're like, oh, God, right? And I'm not saying because of Democrats. I don't care about that. I'm just saying, like, we talked about this 2 weeks ago. We talked about the pendulum is swinging wildly now, right?
It's a cannonball right now.
Yeah, like
it's not a nice little kid swing. It's a wrecking ball going back and forth.
And so it's going to come back to those midterms, right? I don't know at this point how a Democrat doesn't win the elections.
I think that I don't know. Well, the midterms, I think is this. The
midterms
that the Democrats don't take. Maybe not the Senate. We'll see with that. Just because the Senate, with only 1/3 of the Senate being up for election, the seats are always weird. So the Senate's one thing, but with the House, 100% of them have to rerun their races. And to me, I think there's a 0% chance that Democrats don't massively sweep the midterms.
But to Ben's point, right? What does that cascade effect change, right? Like in when you're looking at it from a big picture, I wish we had Aaron, because Aaron will hit us with the politics, but I just look at it real dumb, like second grade. The Democrats are going to win in the midterms. The Republicans are going to realize they better change the policy real quick because they only have about 18 months before the election, right? Mm-hmm. And if they don't get it changed, it's going to be a landslide. And I mean, like Ben's saying, like right now, we don't do anything we say we're going to do.
Yeah, and it's going to be a referendum on exactly what you guys are talking about. Donald Trump made 100 promises, and to Ben's point, from a leadership standpoint, he turned around, he did the opposite of 98 of them, and he didn't sell it to anybody. They didn't even try. At least George Bush, and Colin Powell and Donald Rumsfeld, they sold that shit well, right?
Yeah.
Like they came in front of Congress with the vials, right? And like those wars had what 90? I think Afghanistan when it launched was like 96% of public approval rating.
Yeah,
and Iraq was like 92%. This one started, guys, at about 35.
Yeah, 30.
And riding the 9/11 attacks too. So I
was going to say 9/11 was like Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, put the fear through the system.
Yeah, and we would have went to war with the whole world. Right? Yeah, but I want to say this one point for everybody to listen to. I want to remind everybody that in World War II, we had zero production of military shit. Okay. About a year into World War II, we had converted half of our manufacturing.
Yeah.
Okay. And by year 3, every manufacturing facility in America was turning out war materials, i.e. the Ford plant in Willow Run was turning out a B-17 every 17 minutes.
Yeah. And to Jake's point too, when we come back to this American primacy, world superpower, hegemon, is the American empire about to fall? Or is this the signal of the decline? We'll come back to that. Keep this in your mind, what Jake said, because I'll say a quick spoiler alert. Nothing that's happened so far has changed that. Okay. If it's changed over the past 3 or 4 decades, which is debatable. And I know there are a lot of people saying American manufacturing is gone. So we're going to talk about that too. Don't worry.
Yeah, that was on my topic list to talk about.
Sorry, it's clairvoyance.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, it's a huge deal, right? It's a huge deal militarily and also going forward, just for the country in general. I mean, part of the reason why China is becoming the world's next big superpower is because of their dominance in manufacturing. If you look, you guys said it in World War II, America became the superpower because it became the dominant manufacturing country in the world. That's really what launched us. America was doing well up until World War II, but it was the massive manufacturing push in America that skyrocketed our economy
for sure
to the moon.
And also the backing up by massive taxable base, massive population. So I mean, why was Rome so great? Why was Rome so great? How could Rome come back from Hannibal invading and sacking Rome?
Why don't we just transition right now into the fall of the empire?
Perfect.
I think we're there.
But the taxable base. Let me just finish this thought real quick.
Go ahead, Nate.
The taxable base that the Romans had and their production system for creating Roman legions, right? So if you look at this book, how the West was won, right?
This is really important, actually.
Yeah, the taxable base. The Romans had a cookie cutter system, an industrial approach to warfare back then that Carthage didn't have, Hannibal didn't have. He had massive armies, elephants. They're like, okay, yeah, that's cool. You sacked Rome. City number 2, start pumping them out. And they're like, start building legions, funding them, training them, taxing the people. All the Romans were all the way in. And they went down there, whooped their ass, went all the way back down to Carthage, burned everything down to the ground, and sowed salt so they could never come back again. Like they destroyed down to every stone, and they paved it over and sowed salt. Yeah, total warfare. Yeah.
Jake,
okay, so I want to say something about China because this has kind of changed my opinion on how powerful China is. All right. There's a bunch of economists right now arguing that there's no chance that China has over 450 million people in the country.
Oh, I think that's 100%.
I do too.
The numbers don't make sense with the one-child policy. If you take it back to the 80s, it's almost mathematically impossible for them to have.
It is mathematically impossible. Every woman would have had to have 7 kids from 1940 to now to have 1.2 billion Chinese.
Super interesting. Right? That would make sense for the ghost cities, right, Jake? The ghost cities.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So if I said to myself, China has the same population, well, a little bit more, like 100 million people more than we do. And we know their military stuff is not working very well. We're seeing it in Iran, right? Like their military, let's call it war machine, their planes, their missiles, all of that stuff, it ain't working very well. Okay. It's
also very untested. Very untested.
Yeah, very true.
A lot of people don't talk about that either.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
that matters. That matters. If you guys don't know how to fight.
The one thing that's causing some problems right now is the optically guided missile that they got over there. That is causing some problems, okay? But all of the other war machine stuff they have is Timu, right? Like we got Timu, CIA dude. Yeah. Like their stuff is all copied from
cheap
ours.
Stuff.
It ain't working very well. And so when people talk about China, I'm just like, yeah, I just don't know if they're gonna have they're not gonna have the war machine. Right. And this is something that I tell everybody. And we talked about it last time. America loves to fight, man. This is one of the most. I've been all over the world. You go to another country, you don't ever see no fights unless you're in like Germany or, we love to fight. We ain't got no, we love to fight. And then I wanted to put on top of this, my man, Jordan Salinas, right? Like he's the poster child while no country wants to come fuck with America. Right? Our civilians we talked about this. Our standing army is 100 million strong. That's what our standing army is. Come to America.
You mean all the armed people?
Is what hold on. Let me. No, I'm not going to push back on you here, Jake. But
go ahead, Nate.
Let me give you an idea on something as we move into the new way forward. Which I'm not sure China needs to be the military massive superpower to take dominance of the world right now. I think economically, because at the same time, we could say China's military is probably not as strong as it's portrayed to be. I 100% believe that. However, they are still a massive country with a ton of people and a huge military. So the idea that any country is about to invade China and take China, the actual continental China,
don't get into a land war in Asia.
Even the United States is not about to, even in our current big dog military, we're not about to go invade China and take. It's not possible. It's not going to happen. So I would say that China, in their vision and the way they're handling this, by hyper focusing on their own economy and dumping so much money into their own economy and their own people and their own manufacturing, is setting themselves up for the future to be the superpower, much better than a country like the United States at the moment that is spending all of its money on bombing people in the Middle East. Like what is that? My point, Jake, what does that 30 years from now do for the United States compared to China?
A quick thing too. So there's cost asymmetry, right? Cost asymmetry. This is how empires decline, right? It's what the topic we're on right now. Blood and treasure, constant warfare. What happened to ancient Rome? The same thing.
Yes.
You're bleeding out your blood and treasure the whole time. So two things, Jake, you're right about American strategic culture. People don't ever believe it, and it's to their detriment. I see countries make the huge strategic mistake of testing American strategic culture. They think they become weak and fat and loud. They like to party. And then they test us, and the FAFO is real for America. Okay. That, I'm saying the strategic culture is, we won't do that much for that long. Okay. It'll take the executive branch leading the way to do, these incursions, these fights, the Iran war. But there's a great book. Yeah.
Excursions.
Right? I'm sorry. Right. Excursion. Incursion, we'd be in there. But so capital W war. We do capital W war. But it's only after, to, again, Jake's point, your point, Nate, 9/11 happens. We're ready for capital W war. You did what? You came into our house and you messed with our family. Everybody locks arms. We're ready to go. Okay, we're going to destroy you. We're going to do whatever it takes. 800-pound gorilla comes out, and the politicians are like, okay, good. We release him now. All right, but there's another side to this. There's a huge other side to it. It's the Vietnam side. It's the Iran side. It's the many other side. If you look, only 38 days, I believe, maybe 39 days of this past 159 have been combat. The rest have been talking. And this may be a permanent fixture, a permanent feature of how democracies wage war. So unless we get the capital W war scenario coming out, we're going to unleash the 800-pound gorilla, this incrementalism, excursions, like you say, this kind of air power wars, which, what it does, it locks us into something called the escalation ladder, which could be very problematic, which could lead to destabilization of the system and us being questioned as the world hegemon, the world superpower, okay? But make no mistake, I'm going to say this. I'm going to put this out there right there. Even Vietnam did not dent our power that much. We lost Vietnam, okay? Let's just say that, okay? We kicked ass in the battles. The guys, the troops kicked ass. They won every battle. We lost the war overall. In Iran right now, and this is not my personal thoughts. Take these from Professor John Mearsheimer. He says we lost the war already. We lost. He's a realist. He's like, we lost, but this won't hurt us one bit on the world stage. The only way it's going to hurt us if we stay there and we keep going and we do something even stupider. And it's going to cost us so much.
I would say if we were to end this now,
right?
I think if this is 20 years or 5, 10, 20 years of this, no, this is absolutely a massive. This
correct.
Will gut the United States.
I believe with you.
That's what I would say if we got to get that that clarification that
I agree with you. And
this turns into another Afghanistan and we spend another $10 trillion on it.
100%. And Nate's spot on. But the one thing I'll say is this: where I differ from him is that, the pain, the damage that's done to us is in our reputation, and it's in the global psychology of what America can do and what they will do. Because 15 years after Vietnam, we didn't do anything. We were so timid. And so power not used is no longer power. And people if it's power exists in the mind of people. It's like money. You hold paper money. It has value only because we decide it has value. It doesn't really have any intrinsic value, but we've all agreed that it has value. So it's like power. When you recognize someone as power, they have the ability to influence you. And as soon as we lose that, again, we have to go unleash the 800-pound gorilla. It's going to cost blood and treasure to regain that prominence, regain that position of the global hegemon.
I want to talk about I forget the guys. I didn't have time to really prepare the episode today. I've been super busy today, but I forget it's not a study, but it's a theory. The fall of empires. It's a seven stage. Do you remember what that's called? I forget what it is, but it's the 7 stages of the fall of empires. And I don't know them all off the top of my head. I would have had the chart here with us if we had time, but I know as we get into, I believe America has just, or is on the cusp of stage 6. And I know what stage 6 is. Stage 5 is where the overwhelming majority of empires have already fallen. So the United States has already surpassed into that. And stage 6 is the loss of being the the world's reserve currency.
I think Ray Dalio talks about this in his books.
Right. Yeah. And so that's sort of the that's stage 6. And again, most empires have already collapsed before that. I think this all comes in. Money becomes very important in the fall of empire.
Right.
Rome, as you mentioned, Rome was such a massive superpower in their ability to tax the people that they conquered. So a lot of people don't realize that Rome didn't tax their own citizens, their own local citizens, for a long, long time in the empire. Part of why that collapsed is they overextended and they ran out of money and they had to start taxing their own citizens, their own local people, the Romans, like at huge rates, which we're kind of seeing here in America. And that sort of exemplified and collapsed the economy of Rome, which led to that. So, and this ties us back into what we were talking about with Iran. Well, now all of a sudden the Strait of Hormuz, which about 20 to 25% of the world's oil is flowing there. Okay, now let's say we leave. Well, Iran will maintain the strait, and they will now say we will in perpetuity. They're going to do this. And why wouldn't they?
And how does that make us look? How does it make the U.S. look?
But they're going to in perpetuity charge the 2 million fee, as well as say you have to buy it in Chinese yuan. And now all of a sudden BRICS becomes massively more power, and BRICS sort of the Chinese yuan starts to push against the petrodollar as potentially becoming the world's. Now I think it's going to take a while for this to happen, but this is the start. If you can get 25% of the oil, maybe you get 30% of the oil, 40% of the oil in Chinese yuan. That's, I mean, a lot of people will talk about, big military experts on America will talk about how it's not actually the American military where we get our power. It is the petrodollar that has given America its massive power and influence.
100%. And we're investing it all into AI. We're all investing it all into AI,
which is a huge gamble.
Let me see if I can play this video real quick, if that's all right. I think this will be, this is new territory for me on this system. Let me see.
Yeah, as long as you share it, we can pull it up. And
okay,
then,
share
I think you'll have to play it once I pull it up. But
all right,
you have it on a browser is usually the easiest way to do it.
Okay, I think I've got it.
We're learning. We're learning as we go.
This is another learning event, guys. I need the most learning out of anybody, so bear with me. Everyone knows that. It was a long time ago. I could barely even turn the live stream on. So my early audience. Okay, this is Professor Robert Pape, guys, from the University of Chicago.
Oh, he's really smart. This guy's on it.
He's amazing. He taught for the Air War College, taught at the U.S. Air Force Academy. He's written books on bombing, strategic bombing.
He's super smart.
Yeah, so let's listen to this. He talks about the destabilization of the system from this war and what could happen from it.
What's happening is we have a power vacuum.
Can you turn that up a little bit?
The power vacuum. This is
you're good.
The phase of the escalation trap. More and more actors are now involved. It's the United States, it's Iran, it's Israel, it's Hezbollah, it's the Houthis, it's Saudi Arabia, it's the proxy. Run proxies in Iraq, and so what you are seeing is this phase, and it's coming because this war has some really unique characteristics, and those characteristics are devastatingly bad for the United States. And you're right. I'm a big believer in American primacy. I want America to be the richest, the strongest country in the world. And what's happening is this is going to unfortunately decline over time. So when we won that 1991 Gulf War, this wasn't just about military victory, and because some people think, oh, that's what those military folks think about. Right. No, this set up the era of globalization. Right. Which made trade a lot cheaper around the world. Trade as a fraction of world product grew.
You see, this is like really going to our discussion, Nate, what we're talking about. I'll play a few more seconds of it here, but really everyone in the audience can see too the connection for the broader, deeper implications strategically over time for the economy, for the global economy, for trade. And trade, is good. It lifts all boats. And they say this too, when the global economy is being lifted, we have less war. So what is this going to mean? It means lots of things. Okay. So let's just keep listening for a couple seconds here.
From 38% in 1990 to 62% in 2020. And that's a function of that preeminent American power able to bring stability to the trading routes around the world. And more than the physical stability, the confidence that things would remain stable. That's why insurance rates are so low. That's why you could have just-in-time commercial action where, we right now, of course, outside my home in Chicago, all I have to do is push some buttons on Amazon, and within sometimes 4 hours, think about that, you get product right to the door.
Okay, so I think, we get the picture from that, and it speaks to what you were saying, Nate, with all this, and so I just thought it was a really good clip that explains better than I could why it matters that you have a stable, benevolent hegemon. I keep using that word hegemon, or benevolent superpower that can uphold an order that tends And granted, okay, I know they're predatory practices. I'm not naive, right? I know that we have predatory practices. We make bad deals. There's a great book out in the past called I Was an Economic Hitman. Okay. And if you ever read that, you'll see what I'm talking about, the predatory practices. But overall, it's a lot better than the pre-industrial era and the early industrial era and the era of fascism, where if I want to grow, what do? I attack you, take your stuff. I attack you, kill you, take your stuff. Oh, I want more resources. Well, I'm just going to invade your country, kill everybody, and take it over. Okay.
Well, that's where we went from, hunter gatherers to a king.
Yes,
because the king provides protection and stability to
100%.
the realm. And if the king can't provide protection and stability to the realm, and so people can have good trade and get their food, they get rid of the king and everything collapses. And then you get the Dark Ages, right? Then the Germanic hordes show up at the door and overthrow Rome, and now it's a shit show for 600 years, right? Because to your point, you no longer have that benevolent. That's a great way to say it. Not that America is the most benevolent country in the world, obviously, right? But,
right. But better than what it could be, better than Nazi Germany or the Soviet Union.
There's much worse comparisons to that, but that's super interesting.
So
stability, go ahead, Jim.
Right. I want to say this because I think it's very poignant to what we're talking about in the stability and where America's going. So there's basically I don't know what the principle is called, but whatever. I looked it up. So right now, the top 1% controls between 31 to 40% of the total net worth in America.
Do you know Elon Musk, when he hit the peak of SpaceX, controlled 3% by himself?
Okay.
Of all of America's wealth? Yes.
And so the premise is, and it's not a premise, it's go to any organization in the world that's fell, right? Any government, whatever. When the top 1% controls more than the bottom 90%, which we are already past. So 100%. We're 3% past that. The economic decline and absolute collapse is already forecasted.
Yeah. I believe that.
Yeah. So the one that I'm going to highlight, for the last 16 years, BlackRock and Vanguard have bought like 60% of the houses. Okay.
And the stock market.
Yeah. You brought that up before. Tell us about that.
The stock market. So they've been buying up whole neighborhoods. They basically are the reason that our house prices have increased over the last 20 years the way they have. They bought it. So I bought a couple houses in Lennar, big community. And so I got in with the person working there.
Give Nate and me one. You got a couple. It's like a membership. Just give us.
yeah, I'm with you. And so it was interesting because I talked to her and I was just like, she's like, she said, BlackRock bought our whole 5,000 house development.
Like a whole development.
Dude, that's nuts.
Every house.
God, dude.
And so people can't buy houses, right? They just,
That's why
or they jack the price up, right?
Yeah, supply and demand.
They buy an entire area and then they just.
I'm going to tell you what they did. They bought the houses for $200,000. They sold 3 houses for $750,000, and then they revalued the whole 5,000 houses.
Wow, that's freaking nuts, dude.
Nuts. But who is that hurting? Right? It's making the 1% richer, and it's crushing
the American
everybody else.
And meanwhile, what are we looking at? We're over here in Iran, and
for the first time in American history, the cost to rent is cheaper than the cost to buy. Okay, think about that. You used to be able to buy a house. Like if I bought a house for $900, I can rent it for $15. Used to be about a 600-point spread on the normal houses, right? Not the big houses, just a normal 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. Now, I'm renting a house for $1,400 that I paid $1,550 for. Right? Like the numbers don't add up, and when that disparity keeps coming, pretty soon, like I don't know how familiar you guys are with what's going on right now with probably the 23 to 30-year-olds getting jobs.
I'm real in tune because I just graduated with my MBA a year ago. So all of these young classmates, did I tell you guys a story, Jake? You want to hear the story real quick of this?
Yeah, let's hear it.
So right when I graduated, I was talking to a lot of the other students, and there's a couple older ones like us, but most of them are mid-20s, right? And talking to one of the guys that I was in class with, this was right like during graduation week because everybody is getting ready to find their jobs and everything like that. And I was talking to him like, have you found a job yet? Do you know what you're going to do after? And he's like, I've applied to like 50 jobs. I haven't heard anything back. So that can happen, right? But then I'm getting my hair cut last month. So it's been a year, right, at the local barber because I still go into town right next to the university to get my hair cut there. And he's sitting down in the chair right when I get there, and his name's Marco, super nice guy. And I'm like, hey, what's up, man? I'm like, what are you doing now, right? Because it's been a year. So I'm like, you got an MBA, super smart dude, super nice, like all the boxes checked for a guy that's going to get a job easily. And he's like, still looking for work, man. Haven't found anything yet,
brother.
That's a dude with an MBA.
Yeah. I had a guy graduate from Purdue, an engineer, infotech system engineer. I don't even know. He's like, freaking genius kid. He wrote a viral video game. He created a viral video game. Okay. Like it's one of those user ones they can use for free, but this is like the level of skill. Couldn't get a job for the longest time. I was like, what? Like, like literally, like I'm talking, it was like hard to even get like regular labor jobs. So to your point, Nate, exactly. I hadn't even thought of that until you brought the story back up. I was like, damn, this guy was like,
Jake, go back to where you were going with your point.
No, I got one more indicator. Okay. So I've been making Army officers, Navy officers, and Air Force officers for the last 25 years. The average GPA on the last Army officer board was 3.85. Okay.
Dang.
Just 2 years ago, I had 3 kids picked up with a 2.3.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Now they were down in Alabama.
Massive jump.
Okay. But I'm telling you, like I look at the stupid indicators. What's the price of beer? Right? Like,
right.
What's it take to become an officer in the United States Army, who traditionally has been probably the lowest selecting for academics, right? They value running and all the physical stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm just telling you, like I look at that, I'm like 3.8 to be an Army officer. Like I love the Army. I love it. But like a 3.8, like have we?
That's crazy.
And all of us are knuckle draggers, right?
But Jake, can you explain like why that's super important of why the military now can be so selective compared to in the past?
So I just had 3 kids hit me up in the last 3 days. All of them have master's degrees. Okay. And the deal is the services look at your undergrad GPA and they discount your master's degree GPA. They give you a couple points, but you're not getting a ton of points. So all 3 of them, one dude has played basketball, Division I, had a 2.3 undergrad GPA. There's no chance he can become an officer unless he goes to the Marine Corps. Okay. Wow. No chance. And he's a minority.
Whoa.
Right? So he ain't going to the Marine Corps. Okay. You know how I feel about that. I got a Vietnamese kid who can barely speak English. Okay. Who is American, been American, but his Vietnamese is more dominant than his English. And he was going in the Marine Corps. He was convinced. I said, bro, you can't go in the Marine Corps. You ain't going to make it out of OCS, bro. You can't speak English. Okay. So my point is, you have really smart people trying to just feed their families right now. I can't hear you, Nate. Did you hit a button? No, we can't hear you.
I think Nate, you're muted.
I don't know. We can't hear you.
Keep rolling, Jake. Keep rolling.
All right. So, but the problem we have here is the education. Like, think about this: 3.8.
That's better.
There you go.
You got me now?
Yeah,
we got you.
That was weird. No, anyway, I was just saying, Jake, your point about people just trying to feed their family.
Yeah,
that's where I was leading you.
Yeah.
Let me give some context to the viewers. When a guy with an MBA can't find a fucking job anywhere in corporate America, he turns to, well, what options do I have left? I could go be a military officer. Well, when now all of these people now, the competition for that becomes skyrocketed because, again, the economy is not great and these young men and women can't find work with their degrees. And now the competition for the Army officer slots out of
100%. But I'll be honest with you, too. It's like, to your point, Jake, even when I was in early on, but especially as a battalion commander, which is a much more recent, I had guys that were like Yale grads. I had guys coming off from JP Morgan or whatever on Wall Street, like these like hitters, man, heavy hitters, all coming to, to do this. And they had already had, success in the civilian world. And so, to your point, just seeing that, and this is even probably before some of the economic forces you're talking about came into play, but it was an interesting phenomenon because during the war, we saw recruiting went up. We didn't see as much like people running away from it. We saw, especially the Marine Corps, we saw recruiting was like they could pick who they wanted all the time.
I would say this. I put more savages into the military, like specifically like Navy SEALs, Special Forces dudes between, let's say 05 and like 12.
Yeah.
Okay. Because cats would call me and I would say, listen, you're going to go get it in. Go, like you got a degree from, I got a kid with a PhD from Stanford, right? Wow. PhD in electrical engineering. And he's an infantry officer. Okay. But he wants to go do it. And I said, hey, bro, you'll be fine. Right. But during that time period, I probably had 150 college graduates, athletes say, I want to be a Navy SEAL. Okay, cool.
Going to this one, tie in all this together into what we're talking about with, American supremacy. But if you look at why do countries go to war? This is from Thucydides. Okay. This isn't Ben Pappas's original thoughts. Fear, honor, and interest. And so tying that down to why nation states go to war, fear, honor, and interest. And then to what Jake's saying with this PhD going in the infantry, prestige, significance, the, honor, right? Or fear, you can't feed your family plus honor, right? You can be afraid or you can feed your family and have so much prestige going in the military now. Fear, honor, and interest. It's in your best interest. Therefore, you got someone who's going to convert every time. Or why is a nation state going to go to war? Why do world leaders like right now, Trump administration, Trump going to war? If his honor is at stake, he's going to make different calculations. This is why hubris plays to big problems. It's ego. After Venezuela, ego and hubris, right? This hubris is excessive pride, excessive pride. And so to Jake's point, it just triggered something that going all the way down to the individual level. And this is kind of like what I do all the time in my business as a coach too, but going down to individual level, it goes up to organizations, fear, honor, and interest. All these things impact individuals, they impact organizations, impact nation states all the way up. So there you have it.
Jake, you got anything on that? I got lead us into the next part. Oh, go ahead if you got something.
No, I was just saying, like, I look at all of this stuff, and so here's one of my things. I think people focus too much on GPA when we're trying to cull officers, right? Like, I know this. I'd love to go fight a room full of 3.8 GPAs. I love it, right? Because we know as athletes, all three of us play Division I sports. The athletes are down there at the 2.5 range. Okay,
right.
The guys that I got to worry about are down.
Plus
there
the ones that go to Stanford, of course, but the rest of them.
Yeah. I mean, there's some one-offs. There's both ends of the scale, right? You got smart 1.2 guys, and you got savage 3.9 guys. Yep. But the median is not 3.0 when it comes to savagery. It's like 2.5. Okay, and so the thing that I've been thinking about is, man, we're gonna have a couple of years now. We've been on this high academic requirements for probably the last 4 years in the SEAL team. So if you don't have a 3.0 at the Naval Academy, you can't go SEALs. Okay.
What?
Before it was higher. It was the most competitive thing. It was like they only had 10 slots, and like you'd have these guys for a while though. I remember them getting upset because they were missing the football players and wrestlers.
Yeah. So they're back on it right now, Ben. You have to have a 3.0 even to go. Wow. Like they're not dipping below 3.0. And so
do they know what these guys actually do when they get out over there? Like
listen, so I just had a young lady, she got a 2.7. And I was like, well, shit, you got to be in the top 400 of your class. She's like, no, I'm 700. I was like, what? So the academic standards have crept up to a point where we have a bunch of nerds in the military. And I mean, the Naval Academy has always been nerded up.
The Navy, you need it though, because that's like the Death Star. Man. So much technology, it's nuts. Marine Corps, not so much. You need. What do we say? Like you need hard feet, strong back. You're either going to be smart or you're hard, one or the other. And boy, you ain't too smart. You hear that all the time in the Marine Corps.
That's the truth. Yeah.
But my point is, we've pushed the barometer up. and it's degraded our ability to fight.
Nice,
and like Hegseth is doing a good job. You know, like our ability to fight is getting degraded when
steroids for everybody. We're gonna fix it.
I like that one actually. But
I don't know. I don't know, Nate. Testosterone fucked me up, man, for 3 years.
Yeah, but the thing is,
wasn't that good.
You guys have a different demographic. You got to keep in mind the average age of a Green Beret, active duty Green Beret, is 33 years old. When I was on my last team, 6 of the 12 guys were over 40. The other, then 5 more of them were over 35. We had 1 guy under 35.
I see what you're saying.
That's a whole different ball game when you're talking about 35 to 40-year-old men.
That's older critters for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So there. I think there's very important. I don't want 23-year-old dudes hopped up on fucking test. It doesn't make
you're going to get in. I mean, I'll be honest with you. One of the things that I always talk about too, I'm like, people would talk about that enhancements. Can they be enhanced and all that? I'm like, look, here's the thing. Your bullets and your weapon systems and your radio are going to be more powerful than anything in the battlefield. You got to be strong enough. You have to have a high level of endurance. You got to have a lot of mental toughness. You got to know how to handle yourself, and you got to have a cool head. There are going to be times your body and your mind, your heart, your gut is screaming that you're going to die. But if you give the goat away and you compromise, you're for sure going to die. But if you stay quiet and you hold what you got for a little bit, you might be okay. And in that difference, and if you don't die, your buddy's going to die because of your stupid hot-headed move you just pulled. That's what I always said. Like, if you're all juiced up out there for like that mission, you know, I mean, if you're an assaulter, a door kicker, maybe a little bit different, but still, you might whack someone on the target site that you shouldn't even be lining up on because you're hot-headed. You know, that's always been my thoughts on it.
And see, having come out the Cleveland Clinic on the Green Beret Foundation ride that I went, I would say HGH is probably more powerful than TRT.
Oh,
right?
Like,
yeah.
Like, so I'd rather
I would know.
Oh, I do. Look, I'm hitting that shit every day for my brain health, right? But I would say, like, if they gave everybody 4 units of HGH, 2 in the morning, 2 at night, you probably have better effects than
it would help so much with recovery, sleep, brain health, cognitive health. You're 100% right with that, Jake. We should 100% be.
But see,
that would be something that I
and Nate, my comments were agreeing with you in that, like I was saying, the young guys, you got to be careful putting them on that.
Oh yeah, no, you don't need 25.
No. That's what I mean. You'll have
Ranger Battalion. Those dudes don't need to be hopped up on.
No,
they don't need any higher levels of testosterone.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
So how about this one? I'm gonna give you some. I just read this 2 days ago. In Mongolia, the average man
I deployed to
has 700 level testosterone at 60 years old.
You want me to tell you a story about Mongolia? How I know that's definitely true?
Everywhere
in Mongolia. So probably one of the coolest places I've ever deployed to and worked with. Everywhere we went, right? We walking down the street, group of Mongolian guys would walk by, and they would want to fight. Every group of men that saw us would fucking bow up and be like, let's do this, right? And then we actually might have gotten a little bit of a scrap confrontation one time. And then, like, midway through the fight, a couple of my teammates ended up on the ground, black guys and shit, you know, little scuff. They were just like, all right, cool, and like high-fived, and they're like, see you guys. Like,
that was a fun fight. Yeah, leave it alone.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, oh, well, because they saw, they see a bunch of big American white dudes, and they're like, fuck yeah, let's do this, right? And then getting a little scrap for like 20 seconds, and then they're like, all right, yeah, cool, see you guys. I was just like, what the fuck is going on? But they are there. They're all, and they're also big. People don't realize how big Mongolians are. They're not small Asians, dude. They have that Russian mix in them. But yeah, to your point, Jake, I would 100% expect that because that's how all the guys in their society, they act like fucking masculine. Masculinity, you can just like sense it on everybody there.
It's
but
funny,
again, look at their backs, look at their genetic back lineage.
Oh yeah.
You talking about like fighting though too. I think about, again, like going down the individual level fighting, then all the way up to teams, organizations, the countries. You fight for one or two reasons: to punish or to deny. You're either trying to take away a capability, trying to take away a capability to do something in the future, which is really hard. That means you're ending a capability. Let's say like in Iran, we got to take away their capability, or you're doing it to punish them. How you define why you're getting into the fight matters so much. Do you say we're taking it away? Well, you got to go all the way and you got to beat this person and never come back, you know? And if you say I'm doing this as a punishment, it's punitive, just to teach them a lesson, that's a whole different ballgame. And, the thing is too, you see this in companies and organizations and business, and I've seen this so much in what I do in my practice as well, is that people will go into lawsuits, corporate battles. They get into all kinds of fighting in the market with opposition, not realizing that this is costing them so much more. Wow. Sounds very familiar, doesn't it? Than what we're getting out of it. You can't even count it as a win. At the end of the day, everyone in the marketplace, all the other business leaders, all the other businesses, all the customers. Yeah. And they're all thinking this, they're looking at wins and losses. Did you win? But instead, you don't see even a win. But what you don't, there's no win to show everybody, no W. But what you can't even show is the amount of pain and suffering and what it cost you to wage the war, to go into the legal fight, to sue somebody. The psychological damage, the team members that jump ship, the shift that happens in the culture, all these things like that. So I just think, as a final nail in the coffin here with that one, I just think, we got to really look at why are we doing what we're doing? Is it to punish them, or is it to deny a capability? And it sounds like we went in saying denial, but really all we're able to prove to do is punish. It's punish. Yeah. So
now to wrap this one up, is there any righting the ship? And historically there's not. If you didn't know, pretty much every empire ever has fallen. But is there any way the United States, are we on this track? Because obviously we can look at the debt. The debt is skyrocketing out of control faster than ever. We're so overextended. Like, we are doing all of the same things that Rome did right before they fell. Yeah. Is there any righting the ship and getting us, at least delaying the inevitable, right? And getting us to a point of, I don't know. Or is there a soft landing? Okay. I talk about this on my channel all the time. Like, just because you no longer are the hegemonic superpower of the world, Great Britain, right? Great example. They didn't burn in and become a third world country, but they lost all their power and influence. And America, another, you could say a benevolent leader, took its place. But how do we right the ship, right? Like, we're seeing China, BRICS, all these things are gaining power and influence. We're not headed in the right direction. Is it a politics thing? Do we need different leadership? Do we need a different vision? Do we need Aaron's idea of the Monroe Doctrine? We completely change the system to where, hey, we say, hey, we're done in the Middle East. We pull all our bases out of Europe and Asia, and we bring everybody home, and we focus on our regional side of the world. What's your guys' thoughts on that? I don't know if you've even thought about it.
Yeah,
it's a high level thing to think about.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, if you want to hit it first, I can hit it either way.
Mine is real simple, Nate. Yeah. Okay. The collapse is going to be nasty. All right. You don't think there's a soft landing? Well, let me say this, because it's gonna come to my thesis, right?
Okay.
So you look at Russia. Russia collapsed, spun off a bunch of countries, right? Spun off, I think, 27 different countries off of Russia's collapse, right?
Soviet Union.
That was a recent one, right? So we kind of have a blue book. We know what it looks like. Okay. The difference is, in America, we have states that have world level GDP. Okay.
Yeah.
California, Florida, Texas. Texas is the 11th economy.
Guess what Iran's economy is the size of? Guess.
A state?
Rhode Island?
Ohio.
I was going to say like Washington State or something like that.
So it's supporting your point, Jake.
Wow.
So my point is, and I thought about this, right? I would be incredibly uncomfortable if I lived in Maryland right now. Okay. If I lived in Washington State, even though I grew up there, the politics in Washington State are insane right now.
Oregon's the same way.
Oregon's the same way. California, they on some wild stuff. Okay. But here is the beauty of why I don't trip. I live in Texas. Okay. Texas is the 11th economy in the world. And we already have in the world 11th. Yes.
Wow. Like, so if Texas was a country, it would be the 11th biggest economy in the world.
Correct.
Wow. Correct. I didn't know that.
Because 90% of our oil goes through Texas. Okay.
Wow, that makes sense.
I'm not at 90. I threw that number out there. It's really high. But my point is that we already have a republic stood up. And so the second that this shit goes south, I'm going to tell you right now, you know how little is going to change in Texas? I will say this, there's probably going to be some people that get, like, there's going to be a little uprising because they're going to run some people out of the state. And I think the Californians are probably going to be high on that list. But Texas is going to go back. Texas is going to go right back to the way it was 100 years ago. You know, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, just and I don't want to jump. I don't want. Are you done? Would you want to?
I'm good. I'm just saying, okay. Like, in my opinion, I live in the safest state for a revolution in America. Okay. Like, I live in the safest state. Like, I just do.
So I think, you know, Nate, to your question about how do we right the ship? How do we avoid a decline? Number one. Number two, and I'll hit that the first one. How do we avoid decline? How do we stay as a world superpower? Do we need to be the sole superpower? We probably don't need to, but we'd like to be the one who writes the rules, right? So that's the biggest thing. We want to be the most trusted, the most influential, and soft power is influence. The say-do gap we talked about, supporting our allies. People, I hear it too much where people are like, we got to just screw the allies. We don't need anybody. Screw the partners.
I hate that when I hear it.
Even screw NATO. I mean, what are we talking about? So Europe is a massive economy. We don't want to just ditch that. Let me say this. Number one thing for everybody is the economy. Economic power, economic might. We got to work on our economy. Part of that right now is AI and tech growth. We have to grow our way out of this. We do have to have some fiscal responsibility. We got to have financial responsibility at home. We're going to have to really fix that. I think, you know, we have an opportunity to continue to be the technology leader in the world if we play our cards right, if we invest properly. And this is where the petrodollar comes in. The threat to our retaining our primacy as the global technology leader comes from the petrodollar. If there's a threat to the petrodollar, that fuels our tech investments, right? Our server farms, our energy farms, you know, all the things that can help support the AI growth and the tech growth are under attack when the petrodollar's under attack. So this is a big problem. And I don't think we could just withdraw from the world. We can't just go say, well, we're going to pull everything back and we're not going to do anything. Because guess what? Like I said, someone else is going to step in. They're going to be like, really? Okay, cool. Watch this shit. We're going to pull in here. We're going to fix it. We're going to run it the way we want to run it. We're going to dismantle everything you built after World War II, after a major catastrophic war. That's why we built it. The Bretton Woods Accords. We built the IMF. We built the World Bank. We built all these mechanisms, you know, the UN, all this stuff like that, in order not to have a big World War III, right? So I think we can also, though, maintain what we're doing without getting into some long, drawn-out, endless war. We can maintain it through, you know, making sure we maintain our soft power and carrying a big stick, like walk softly, carry a big stick, that old policy. And I think we've got to reinvest at home. We got to have a strong home base. We got to reinvest, refocus on domestic strength as much as we can, a belief in our system as much as we can. You know, we have a political system that can work if we work it and if we, you know, hold people accountable. But that's a big problem, is when people don't trust the mechanism. It's like if you're in a car, you get in the car and you're like, I don't know if it's going to work. I saw Jake's car just fell apart on him. It's been happening all the time. Nobody wants to drive the car fast anymore. You know, if the light systems don't work anymore, this is all like social science, right? None of the lights work. Car accidents are happening all the time. So when people lose trust, then there's a problem as well too. So I think economic growth, we can't fully withdraw from the world. And I think, you know, leverage technological growth. We need to be the technological leaders of the world.
I disagree with that completely. I think the massive investment into AI is what's going to actually destroy the American empire. I think it's a massive gamble that's not going to pay off, and it's going to fuck over the American lower and middle class consumer. All it's going to do is funnel more wealth to the absolute elites. There's going to be, you hear Elon talk about it all the time. Don't worry, in 10 years you won't need to work because we'll provide everything for you. Don't worry. We all know that's horseshit, because Elon, if you thought that was true, you would give away all your money right now, right? So I think AI is potentially, and I'm going to give you an example of why I believe this. Japan, where's Japan in the AI race, guys? Why doesn't Japan have any AI companies? Why isn't Japan interested in AI? They are the tech leader in the world, because Japan looks at it as, we want to put our populace first, not the tech companies first. So what Japan has said is, we're not going to reinvent things that don't need to be reinvented, because you're not actually increasing GDP and economy. You're just shifting it from the American working class, blue collar, all these things, and you just shift it to the owners of the machines and the tech companies. So I think it's a horrible idea that we're putting all the money that we are into AI. I want us to back out of it completely. I don't want the data centers. I don't want any of this shit. I don't want the surveillance state. I don't want the Palantir small tech bros. I don't want any of that because we don't need it.
Nate,
Now, it's nice. It makes things a little bit more efficient.
The only thing I would say for that is that, you know, I understand what you're saying. I think technological primacy we have to retain, whether it's AI or something else. But the only thing I'll say is
but what is AI giving primacy of?
But I want to say this. We need to use the spaceships, Jake. But I'm saying that, and I believe you. We got to see it though. But the thing is this, that just like politics, like, you know, whether you care about politics or you don't, politics cares about you. So this is a massive wave that's coming. And we can say,
I agree.
We can say we don't like it. You can say all these things. And then when we see drone swarms over us that are AI run, and we're like, we don't have an answer and we don't have any way to counter it because we decided to say,
I don't like that. That's the Patriot Act. That's the, things are going to get so dangerous. So we need the surveillance state. It's
not a surveillance state. It's not a surveillance. I'm saying
that's what it turns into, Ben. We see the flock cameras, we see the data centers. It's already moving. Well,
that's why we need leadership. That's why we need. I think why we need.
We don't have that, Ben. It's unfettered right now. We have leadership that Donald Trump is saying deregulate all AI.
But if you don't have it, but if you don't have it, you know, this is the question. Then, if you don't have it, what do you suggest?
I'm not saying we shouldn't have it. I'm saying we shouldn't invest everything we have into it. Right now, the entire stock market, American economy is propped up by 7 AI companies that just trade money back forth like this. It's all fake. It's all a massive gamble because if it doesn't pay off,
but the only thing is that, you know, it's just like anything else, electricity, the car. If we don't get control of this, we don't get leadership in it, someone else is going to, and we're going to lose a ton of market share. We're going to have a serious existential threat possibly against us. Maybe not now, but we definitely will be the little brother, you know? And if we have the spaceships, like Jake is saying, it's time to maybe step up and release some of these things so we can see it.
So if you look at, I'm with Nate on this one, right? So this goes back to my original point. The 1% controls 40% of the wealth right now. Okay. My electric bill in Maryland has went up 400% in the last 18 months. Okay. I am paying $900 a month for my electricity, and my dude 20 miles away on the different electrical cycle is paying $240 a month. Okay. Now, to Nate's point, until we cut everybody off that's building data centers from our power grid, because they're building the data centers right here in Texas because the power is cheap. They're going with the power is cheap. Until we cut them off, like, we're not going to be able to hedge the problem. Okay. But I wanted to throw this out there because I know we threw some numbers out. It's even crazier than you think. I want to talk about the GDP of the United States. So the United States is the number one GDP at $30 trillion. China is next at 20 trillion. Okay. Germany is next at 5 trillion. Japan is next at 4 trillion. California is next with 4.5
Jesus, dude.
Okay. Then India, 4 trillion. Then United Kingdom, 4 trillion. Then France, 3 trillion. Then Texas at number 9 with $3 trillion of GDP.
That's crazy. Okay? Wow. That's crazy.
Italy at 2, New York at 2.5 at 11.
That's so crazy. We have what?
Okay.
3 of the top 10 are U.S. states.
It's nuts. Yeah.
So California
needs to be run a little better. That's for sure.
Okay. Wow. And then you have Canada at 2, and then you have Florida at 1.8. So in the top 15, the top 13 GDPs in the world, 4 of them are United States states. Okay.
It's crazy.
Illinois is 15th with 1.2 trillion.
That's great. Illinois.
And Iran is the size of Ohio.
Pennsylvania. Wow. Ohio's way down this list. I'm going to stop at the top 16 because Pennsylvania is 16th. That's right. Nuts, so in the top 16, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states out of the top 16 GDPs in the world are our states. That's why I say it's going to be hard, because even if we fall apart, it's going to be hard for somebody to come in here and be like, all right, you're now speaking Chinese.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I think for some context,
go ahead
real quick, with the AI and tech and all that, I actually do agree with Ben. Like, militarily, yeah, the United States has to keep up on the battlefield with that, but I want to keep it. And how do you do this? I want to keep it out of, again, the basic American economy, right? The fact that now Walmart, there's nobody working at Walmart because you got an AI system at a cash register. Like these things are going to compound, and then you're going to turn into.
Jake, before you jump in,
you have to understand where this leads us, right? Is you start when AI starts taking over everything, and people can't get low and AI. It takes high skill labor and low skill labor. Now all of a sudden. You know what becomes really, really popular to people, and we're already seeing it, democratic socialism. Why? Well, I can't afford anything, and I don't have a job because, especially low-skill labor, right? And so now what? Yeah. Now you actually are forcing a shift politically into areas that I would say, Ben, you probably don't want the country to go in some of those things.
Yeah, so I just think, like I said before,
can we break those things apart?
I think one of the biggest changers, though, to domestic politics, to culture, to social upheaval comes from foreign policy blunder. And I think as we're talking about preventing the American decline, I think economic might is the most important thing. We have to maintain technological advantage. However that is, if the advantage is AI, then we need to do that. But we cannot let an adversary, and I think we all agree on this, become, have the leg up on us with autonomous weapon systems. We at least have to know how to counter them, shut them off, whatever it may be, have the universal key. I don't know. That's not my game, but I just think we do need significant investment in keeping our military advantage. And if that is in AI, as they're developing a lot of these AI decision-making systems, scary, no doubt about it, scary. I think we would see the most dangerous, fastest decline in the American power is if we have no longer a near-peer competitor, no longer a competitor, but a new superpower emerges. And it could I mean, China is the most likely, but it could be someone else. We don't know. And it could be one or two big events. Some black swan events that happen. And plus a bunch of foreign policy blunders. Next thing you know, we're like, damn, man, we are in the hurt locker right now. So
I'd rather us get back to in America,
Jonah Hill and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Final thing, though.
Right.
I think I'd like us to get back to focusing on investment in American manufacturing more than AI. I think that's going to do far more for us in the long term. And you also talk about, like, you want to fight a war? The United States can fight in a war against China. We don't have the manufacturing for it. We'll be out of munitions in, what is it, like something like 13 days? I think that's what the isn't that what it was, that the big war scenario they ran? It was like 13 days and we'd be out of munitions and we wouldn't be able to backfill them if we fought China like full scale.
We've lost every war game against China for the last 30 years. Is that correct, Ben? Is that a fair statement?
I don't know about that. I don't know if
I don't know about 30 years.
Every mock-up that I've heard come out the military has been.
That is true. Recently, I don't know how far back that
goes. Here's what I want to say, Nate, to kind of your point. I'm not going to say I disagree so much. I'm just going to say this. In the early 1900s, dude named Henry Ford and a couple other cats rolled out these things called cars.
Yeah, dude.
And an assembly line, right?
Yeah.
And there was whole horse and buggy industries, because that was the number one form of transportation. That disappeared in 3 years, Nate.
Yeah, but the car didn't delete 85% of all industries like AI very likely could. AI plus robotics.
But
you put those two things together.
Hang on, Nate. We are now 120 years removed from that time span. And the speed of technology doubles at every 18 months. So I understand what you're saying, but
Jake, that's Moore's law, right? Moore's law for everybody.
Moore's law. Every 18 months, technology doubles. And so right now, and we just came off 100-year suppression. Okay, a suppression of technology for 100 years. So now the explosion. So I don't know if you guys are aware that AI is making new physical compounds out of stuff that we didn't know goes together.
Yeah, right. Okay? Right.
They're also developing like these mini things that can go in your bloodstream and kill viruses and kill cancer and all kinds of crazy shit. So there is good stuff with it. But
some of the crazy stuff is like new aluminums, new metals, new
graphene,
graphene stuff that you just wouldn't. You'd be like, shit, okay, it's 100 times stronger than Kevlar.
And to your point, Jake, it would take us like 12 years of research. They do it in a month. AI's doing it.
They're doing it in weeks.
Yeah,
like some of the stuff has been crazy. They're mixing crystals with metal
Yeah.
And making a totally new compound. So my point is, Nate, like, we can't put the genie back in the bottle.
So that's great, because that's going to bring us into our next topic, which ties so perfectly into this, because we're talking about the future for our children, and we're talking about AI and tech development. We're going to talk about what technology and social media is doing to our kids, because isn't that interesting? Then this is what I'm talking about. I want the future to be human for my my kids and my grandkids, not robotics and AI.
I hear you.
And that's going to tie us into what is technology and social media doing to our children? Right?
And I just want to say, for all of you who didn't think you're coming to a WWE event, we're going to there going to be some more royal battles in the future too, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're not all going to sit here and agree on everything, guys. Yeah. The good thing is about we're all friends and we can do things respectfully.
For sure.
Right?
And we learn.
It's also important.
We learned something.
We all want the same thing, though. Yeah. We all want America
100%
to do well, right? And it's just different ideas and ideologies of what that looks like. So let's get into that. What's your guys' feelings? Some people think it's great for kids, the technology, the iPads, the social media. What's your guys' general feeling about where we're at? Yeah, go ahead.
Nate, you have a sophomore, correct? Or is he a junior this year?
Junior, and then a 7th grader.
Okay, you have a 7th grader too. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys just a sneak peek. I have a 14-year-old who I felt like we were going down the wrong road. Okay, playing a lot of Minecraft, doing a lot of video games. And then I read a huge article about adult adolescence. And when they said
that's a problem right now,
it's a huge problem. When they said, so I saw it 2 years ago when we moved into this house, and I bought 2 used Honda 50s, right? And the Honda 50 was
dirt bike, like dirt bikes?
Yeah, little dirt bikes.
Nice.
It wasn't
dual shocks, mono shock, or dual shocks?
They got dual shocks.
In the back? Duo in the back?
No, they only have one shock absorber in the back. They're the little 50s, like little 50s by Honda. But my point is, they weren't beating tablets, right? Like they couldn't beat the technology. And I was like, God, this is fucking crazy. Like, this is a motorcycle. Okay. Now my middle kid is a lot like me. He'll go outside, he'll shoot guns, bows and arrows, and he'll ride his motorcycle all over the neighborhood. Like we got a gated community and we own the street. So they ride motorcycles around the whole neighborhood. And so about 6 months ago, I saw my 14-year-old and I just wasn't happy with the development. I didn't like where he was at. And then 3 months ago, I was away doing a speaking engagement. We had a cataclysmic event happen at the house. I came home and I blew everything up. Okay.
Not literally, guys.
No, literally.
Well, hold on.
Literally. Well, we're not going to talk about that.
No, right. Not literally. Just
no more video games. Okay. No more video games.
What's what I mean? We're talking about metaphors.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, like, no more video games.
We're still on YouTube, Jake.
Yes, for the transcript.
No more video games. No more electronics. Okay. Everything went from, they were probably, we're in the summertime, right? They're probably playing an hour a day, but the 14-year-old got cut off. And here's what I noticed immediately. The 10-year-old and the 12-year-old didn't have any effect. They instantly transitioned to Legos, playing outside. No effect on them at all. Okay. The littlest one refused to ride the motorcycle because his bike was fast. He's now riding the motorcycle. Okay. But the older one had like this let's say a month of depression. Okay.
Wow. Almost like withdrawals.
Absolutely.
Because his social network is all on there. Social connection.
100%.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give you one kind of tidbit that changed this year. So in Texas, they outlawed phones in schools. Okay.
Good idea.
We did that here in our school district too. Yeah, well, they
California,
can have it before school and after school, but they put them away during school.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to have a phone in school at all in Texas. Okay. And the thing that happened was all of the outside pressure to not, because my son doesn't have a phone. He has a phone he uses, which is my dead mom's phone, right? Called Grandma Annette's phone, but he doesn't have a phone, right? And there was all this peer pressure because he was the only kid in his class in 7th grade that didn't have a phone. I told him, look, you're a Zweig. I don't give a shit, right? Like I didn't ever come off the phone thing. My seventh grader this year hasn't asked for a phone yet because they're not allowed to have them in school now. And so my point where I'm going with this is the adult adolescence and the video game endorphins are so strong.
Yeah.
They are beating sex. I want to say that again.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, for young men.
So the reason,
and stuff, yeah.
So by 15, so 25% of a young man's development happens between 15 and 25. Their brain grows another 20% in that time frame. And what's happening is the endorphins are shutting off all of the development from 15 to 25 because their body doesn't want to take any risks. They never fail. They can always just respawn.
Instant dopamine hits, instant endorphin hits all the time.
Hits,
yeah,
that are the same as heroin.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Like
and it affects. Does it impact your ability to, use delayed gratification too, right? Which is essential to building.
It destroys
things.
it.
Yeah.
It destroys and it destroys your. So the big three, your social skills are gone. You can't develop them after 25. Okay. Your physical want to take risk is gone. Okay. And then your pursuit of anything with delayed gratification is gone.
Interesting.
Okay.
Super interesting.
So for you to want to work on a project that's going to be 6 months, you ain't doing it. And that's why we're seeing this huge cataclysmic shift right now. I saw about 2 years ago, I started seeing articles written by high school teachers saying that a high school graduate is now a 15-year-old, right? Wow. They're on the level of a 7th grader. Our high school graduates now are on the level of a 7th grader.
Interesting.
In ability to function in everyday life. And I see it every day, right? I see it every day because I got kids in that time frame. But I made some cataclysmic shifts. But here's what I was going to tell you. So 3 months ago, I was away and my son got a little reckless. And I came back in this house like a tail of the hunt. Okay. And we've been lifting and we've been running every day. We're wrestling. Okay. I bought a full-size wrestling mat for my living room. It's fucking awesome because the two little kids are beating each other up half of the day on the mat. It's awesome. But what happened was I'm starting to see the change in him now at the end of the summer. But there's been some knockdown, drag out fights, man, with the switch. I got a switch. I call it the motivation switch. In the weight, it hangs in one of the holes on the squat rack. And when he comes out there with low motivation, I get that switch. Okay. And my whole point is like he don't play video games no more. He's done. Like he get a little bit of YouTube. Let me ask
you guys this. You're both dads too. And Jake's a great story. This is like, like we can just pivot off it and everything like that. But have you ever, like, when you took the phone away, like literally watched like your kid, like
meltdown,
dude. Yeah. Meltdown. I couldn't even believe it. I remember I was like, what's going on right now? I couldn't believe the power. I'm like, it's not, and then I had it. I was like, I didn't have to be mean. I'm like, I was shut that phone off.
That's what we figured out.
Shut that shit off.
When did you give your kids phones?
Oh, dude, it was probably pretty early on. I mean, my kids are
middle school.
Yeah.
See, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I got two people that I'm really close to. One of them being my roommate in college. He didn't give his kids phones until they started driving.
So this might be interesting because everything's different. Neither of my kids have ever had an issue with being screen zombies on their own. Our son is a 3-sport athlete. He's a big FPS gamer, likes Fortnite, but it has never been an issue for him to not go train, to not do all of his sports, to not be focused on that first. He cares way more of that, hanging out with his friends, all of that. It's always come first. And then he's just always been able to play his games in his spare time as a hobby. My daughter is the same way. My daughter's very artsy, very crafty. She'll sit in her room. Now, she's a girl, so she'll be like on her FaceTime group calls, but she'll be sitting there and she likes to make nails and art and tattoo, kids tattoo gun. We've never had a problem with that. I don't know if anybody else in the chat with their kids has had that effect. And so for me, it has been though, something been like, if I were to like take it away, that could be like a big punishment, but neither of them really have ever really cared that much about or been addicted, which you can tell with a kid that's addicted to the gaming or addicted to the screen.
Hang on, Ben. I want to ask one question.
Well, hold on, Jake. Hold on. I would say the same thing, that like I didn't really ever see any behavior that was like, oh my God, they don't do anything else. You know what I mean? Like, you know, with the phone. So I didn't see that. But that doesn't discount the fact that
I think my wife's in the chat right now. So she can vouch.
So
well,
Nate,
it doesn't discount the fact of what Jake's saying about the dopamine, the things we don't see, you know, the things like that they're now getting so addicted to these social spaces within the phones that, you know, and I just recently saw something with Tim Ferriss doing an interview like with Jay Shetty, I think, and he was talking about how one of the quickest ways to cure anxiety is just get off your phones. No apps. You can go on your computer.
100%.
Don't go on the apps.
That's why I don't have X. I don't have X because that way I don't have to worry about. I have no idea what's going on. So like I get attacked nonstop all over the internet now, right? Dude. And but I have no idea. So I just live my life. Great. I have no idea.
Good for you.
People are attacking me ever.
Good for you.
I don't know if they realize that or not. I don't see it. It doesn't affect me at all. I don't know what's happening
because nuts. But
I just you have a big channel now, so it's for everything. But it's funny, like you're saying, Ben. Cognitively, your brain doesn't know if your brain doesn't see it. It doesn't know what's happening. It doesn't affect my reality.
Right. You don't know that it's what you know. Yeah.
Doesn't affect my reality. So it doesn't exist to me.
Yeah.
And so to your point with the,
and then I would ask,
go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. And then Jake, I'll give it back to you. And I'm sorry, man. I know you're boiling for.
No, I wrote. So listen, I started writing my questions down because I'll forget them. Right. You know,
I'm with you. One thing.
I got my question.
Okay, good.
I got my question.
The one thing I'd say is like the question I ask as Jake was saying all that, because he brings up a lot of good points, and it's easy for me just to be like, yeah, autopilot. And Jake, what he's saying is right. You know, and then Nate's got great points with it. My kids are a little older now, 25 and 20. You know, they definitely use social media for tools, for organizing. They use it for, you know, music, for creativity, for their own, you know, social media content creation, all that stuff like that. But then I wondered, I was like, what if the nature of interaction for this year group, for this generation, is just different than what we did? Because of technology, this is where they organize. This is where they, you know, where they do meet up. Because I'll tell you one thing, I was listening to my sons playing these video games, and like, you know, there was concern about playing these video games, Call of Duty, all like that. And I'm like, all right, let me go check out what's going on. This dude's like leading a squad of like 5 or 6 guys. They were organizing, planning. I was like, I like all this right now. There's some executive function going on. Like they're making, you're going to go and do this, you know, and of course I could never even step in these games. They'll kill me, but they're really like, you know, using teamwork and communication, and they're also having meaningful conflict, like, you know, conflict resolution. Someone wants to do one way, the other person wants to do another way. And so to me, I thought, damn, there's some benefit there too. And just because it wasn't my generation, the way we did things, again, it's like, you know, there's a fast moving train coming through town. And if, you know, you don't have to get on it, but you got to acknowledge that it's there, and you got to acknowledge that a lot of people are getting on it. And it could, you know, it's just like the AI discussion before, you know, I don't have all the answers for all that. I just, you know, it's, again, we have to consider that their environment has changed. They have ChatGPT, they have all these things. Anyway, best back to you, Jake.
So I'm gonna ask Nate a question, but before I do, I want to caveat on that. The number one problem on a college football team, and you know, I got out of coaching in 2020.
You got that,
is bedtime.
Okay? Oh, for sure.
And so we put an app on their phone not to track.
That one's an issue for our kids, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what we saw was incredible. We had kids going to bed at 2, 3, 4.
Phone.
We had 7 kids coming to practice that had not slept the night before.
That's crazy.
And so, you know, as the man development director at Illinois, I had to take a turn on it. But you know, like two things that go with the phone, PORN, okay, and then social media, right? Death scrolling. And so those 2 things, like I got my son yesterday, supposed to go to bed at 8:00, right? He's 14. Hey, bud, it's 9:00. What'd you do for the last hour? Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay. And I told y'all I'm gonna tell the hunt now. Like I ain't saying nothing. Okay. It's 8:39. He's got to go to band tomorrow. When I get done with this podcast, I'm gonna go up there and ask him if he ran today. If he didn't run, I don't care if we get off this thing at 11:30. He's going to run. Okay, like he's going to run. Yesterday I let him go to bed because he was tired and he didn't run yesterday. But today the buck stops, right?
And then it's mask, fin, snorkel in the morning, straight to the pool. Mask, fin, snorkel.
Nope.
The weights.
We're doing underwater knot tying right now.
Nice.
Okay, as a family, and then we're doing scuba ascent blowing bubbles with scuba. Okay, so we don't get an AG.
Send him over to Uncle Ben's for search tortures. Send him here to Uncle Ben's for surf torture. We'll go right down to Coronado, baby, right down the road.
I started teaching my daughter drown proofing at like 6 years old. She can swim.
I did all this stuff too,
behind
guys.
her back, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, yeah. I know.
I'm with this. I'm laughing.
Like you fucking crazy.
Everybody in the chat's like, "Whoa, what the hell's going on right
so
now?"
Nate, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, just kind of as a floor. Has your 11-year-old or your 11th grader been on a date yet?
He actually just went on. Wait, I don't know if my wife's in the chat if he went on it or not, but he's either just went on it or he just invited a girl on it. So yeah, his like first big one's either coming up. I'd have to ask if he went on it yet or not, but I think it's coming up. Yeah.
Someone said they want you to adopt them, Jake. I saw a flash by in the chat. He'll get you right. Let me just tell you something.
Hey man, listen. I tell everybody my number one job is raising 3 men.
Amen.
And I kind of
100%, man. Yeah.
You know, so like, and if I fuck it up, I'm fucking it up on the hard side, not on the easy side. Right. Like I had to ask myself, am I doing enough? Right. Like I spent 6 hours at Six Flags on Wednesday with 5 fifth graders.
Dude, you must have been smoked.
No, it was good. I sat in a chair. They disappeared for 4 hours. And we had a mission briefing before we got out of the van, and they all, you know, they don't necessarily like me. And so they were like, yes. And they all stuck together. Only, you know, you could never have a group less than 2. And they disappeared into the kiddie land thing in the water park. And they were there for 4 hours by themselves. And I purposely didn't go see them because I was like, let them be fifth graders that are on their own, have some autonomousness. But like, you know, maybe a year ago, I'd have been pissed. I had to sit in the fucking Six Flags for 6 hours.
But now you know it's like training. It's like a training event.
While you scrolled on social media.
Hey, listen.
He got his dopamine.
Hey, listen. I listened to 2. I've been.
Meanwhile, Jake's talking. I'm like this.
Yep. I listened to 2 Acquiring Minds. So that's my new podcast I'm listening to because I'm trying to buy this electrical company.
Yeah.
And you know, like I try to learn something. I mean, we're all guilty of death scrolling, but I just wanted to ask that question, Nate, because I think it's interesting. I know for me, I developed really late, right? And so I kind of talked to a girl in the 8th grade, but it was just, you know, I rode up to her house, had a conversation. 9th grade was terrible because I was a little kid, like 4'11". Then 10th grade was better, but I still wasn't doing anything. So,
you know, what I'll say, like with the whole thing is overall for me is I think, you know, one of the things I'll say a lot with it is that use it for content creation, use it for research, use it for a tool. But don't be on there. Don't be a consumer. Don't just be a consumer. You're doom scrolling, watching things. It's okay to watch a funny video or 2, but you need to use this. This is a supercomputer tool. This is something you can do business deals. You can build plans. You know, you can have briefings built for you. You can research things. Claude Code. I had one of my clients the other day on, if you're in the audience, you know, I was blown away. He was on Claude Code and created this whole damn thing. I was like, you know, and I use a lot of AI myself in research and development things, but this dude's on another level and built like out all this stuff. He's a startup guy, startup company owner. And I was blown away. To me, this is the right use when you're on there using the tools to create. Yeah, to create. Like, you know, you see I can't believe some of the guys on YouTube today. I saw this guy I just started following. He's like, I don't know, his name is John Harris or something. He's got like 8 million subscribers, but he like creates these amazing videos that explain things. I pulled one up about the Suez Canal on Wednesday in my live stream, but it's like, you know, to me, this is like the right use of the apps and all those things. But to Jake's point, I think if you're just sitting there and you're letting some external thing give you all your fulfillment, I feel angry, I feel happy, I feel angry, I feel happy. You're just dopamine, endorphin, you know, and at the end of the day, you're completely energetically depleted. And this is what Tim Ferriss was saying, you know, I can't do justice to what he said with Jay Shetty, but it was like, the bottom line was this, I took away from that podcast, watching him. He said he's a high anxiety guy and he put the phone away for 2 weeks. He could use a laptop, but he could not use the phone and the apps.
I'm very high anxiety.
Okay.
Guy. That's why I don't have, you know,
you present Instagram very well though. You don't have like that. You know, I mean, you do a good job, man. It's impressive. So hats off to you.
Not while I do this. Not while I'm interacting. This is very not on things I'm comfortable in, but like dealing with social media and all that. Like I don't want anything to do with that. Let me show you guys this. I actually sent you guys this guy. in the group chat the other day, and it's a great point because it ties it into. Now, sorry, chat, if you don't like the R word, okay, but he is becoming super big on Instagram, and he's got a great point. He's talking about the kids. The kids now, we are seeing like a resurgence back into our era. Like the kids are getting outside. He calls it retard maxing. Sorry if you don't like that, but he says this is a good thing. It's a compliment, right?
Yeah.
So he's basically taking and if you haven't watched him, he's got I don't know, he's up to like 500,000 subscribers in like 2 months, but he talks about it right here. Kids, this is new kids. Let me I gotta reset this. My Instagram. Okay.
Yeah, this is a good one too.
My Instagram resets for whatever. But yeah, listen to what he says. I mean, this is a great point. He's talking about the kids.
iPad sales are down 80%. You want to know why? Because the kids are fucking back. They're retarded again. They're outside. They're riding dirt bikes. They're scraping their knees. They're skateboarding. They're climbing trees. The iPads don't stand a chance, okay? I have great optimism for the next generation because the kids are fucking back. They're doing shit again. They're side questing. The parents have taken away the iPads and replaced them with dirt bikes. And guess what?
Jake?
The iPad is significantly more dangerous than the dirt bike. They used to tell you, be careful, put on a helmet. They didn't warn you from when the kid hops on the iPad like a fat ass, that his brain would be rotted by all the propaganda they feed you. The dirt bike is 10 times more safer. And guess what? The iPad and the dirt bike are relatively the same price. If you're going to buy your kid anything, buy him the dirt bike, get him outside.
All right, I feel he's vindicated me as a dad. I feel really good.
Great optimism for the next generation because the kids are back outside retard maxing.
I mean,
I gotta say, man, he just vindicated me.
I think he's right. I think he nails it there.
I think you're right. I took my kids motocross like all the time when they were young, all the way until like, teens. And but it's awesome. There's a lot of retard maxing going on out there and on the motocross tracks, supercross tracks, and all these things. And so, but I remember one time, man, my oldest son, he biffed it hard at Tomahawk Motocross in West Virginia, and like this dude came and got me, and he tried to send it, and he was like literally like the helmet front end was like crushed in, the handlebars are broken, he's flipped over, and so yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's awesome for sure, and I think he's right about it. But anyway,
yeah, it's not even about like the dirt bike. That's not his point. The point is really like getting them outside, being kids, like learning about the world, taking chances, taking risks, scraping their knees, like all that stuff we grew up with, right? Like we didn't have. We're all pretty old here. We didn't have cell phones when we were 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. We were out on our bikes, right? That's how it was for me. Parents said, come back home when the lights, the street lights turned on, and you were rolling around the neighborhood with all the other little neighborhood kids causing a ruckus, But I think that's important. But also, I want to say this. We were sort of fortunate in that we, as millennials, we grew up without a lot of technology in our adolescence, and then we kind of started getting it in our teenage years, and we started to learn how to use it without being like overly oppressed and inoculated with it constantly in our faces. So that's what I was worried about with the kids in this generation is they don't get, for a while there, I think, especially during COVID, right, when everything was shut down and like they couldn't go to school, they weren't getting anything. They weren't getting that adolescence. So I think, but my final point is, even with like social media and technology, to Ben's point, you also can't cut them off from it completely, because they need to be able to function in reality. Like reality is, technology is the reality we have. And so you can't like, hey, I'm not going to let them have access to any of this ever. And then like when they turn 18 and they don't know how to use a cell phone, like that's probably going to set them up for failure too. So like those guardrails, time limits, all these things you guys talked about. And also like incentives, like Jake says, like, or Jake was saying, sorry, Jake, I'll turn it over to you in a second.
Go ahead.
Like, hey, did you do your running today? Did you do this? Did you do that? Okay, well now potentially you can have your time on the device, But
so, and the other thing is like, you can't send a kid to high school without a phone.
Yeah.
Because the whole communication of all extracurricular activities is based on the phone. Group Me, whatever the app they're using, like they got some band app that
they're also getting it from their coaches. Like their coaches are putting out.
That's what I'm saying. Like like at athletics, wrestling has its own group chat and everything's in it, right? Like you can't, like you won't know anything. Like you just won't. So I'm with you. It's just interesting because Ben's kids are 10 years older than my kids. You got kids the same age I do, a little bit older, Nate. But it's just I think it's paramount that they be able to talk to people, right? Like
actually, face to face. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but that's, they're digital natives. I thought about this the other day. I saw a little kid in a stroller, people pushing them. And it's the same thing. Like before we even talked about this topic, I thought this kid is born in the AI age, born in a digital native age, will never know what we knew, that when there was nothing, like when I was like on a rotary dial phone, or someone can't get a hold of me. I can't get a hold of somebody. It's okay. I don't know what my ride is. Right. I don't know where I'm going. I'm getting home. Home's far. I'll figure it out. You have total faith.
You're right, dude. You're right. Those were different times. That's not a thing.
I will tell you guys this. I have thrown my kids out of the car in random places when they do some dumb stuff. Okay.
Oh God.
I'm just like, figure it out.
This is just for training purposes only.
No,
Jake is an 80s dad, dude. Jake is an 80s dad, bro.
My dad threw me out of the truck at like 9 years old in the middle of the woods on Fort Lewis, and it took me like 7 hours to get home. Okay. I do it more so as like they know if I say, hey man, so I'll give you an example. Just had this happen on the trip to Six Flags. A kid in the back said, school is prison. And I said, hey man, I said, you better be very careful in this car. Okay, it wasn't my kid. You better be very careful in this car. And, you see the fifth grader's eyes get big. I said, I will make you run home from where we are right now. I said, you see, that's your elementary school right there, right? He goes, yeah. I said, I know you know how to get home because you walk to school every day. His eyes got huge. And he goes, you won't put me out here. And my son looked at him and said, oh, yes, he will. He'll throw you right out here on this street right here. He'll pull over and throw you out. Don't say he won't do that. And he got big. I said, listen, man, we don't talk bad about school ever. Okay. I'm not going to let you say that school is prison. And so my point is, like, I think to Nate's point, you got to put your kids in the wilderness if you want them to be able to survive in the wilderness. You can't hope that when they're 18, they know how to figure shit out, right? I know this. It changed my oldest son when I made him run home from one of our rental homes because he was in there acting stupid. I said, man, you're running home. We drove home. He ran home at Mach 50 because he was scared. And it was like 2.5 miles.
Yeah, when you get that scared running going like this, I'm going to tell you, okay, this is a funny story. Some scared running of my own. But I remember like in the basic school, Marine Corps, officer qualification, the land nav, like, if you didn't get 100% in land nav, like there's no chance of being an infantry officer. So I remember my running through that recon, same thing.
Been there.
Yeah. And then recently, dude, I had one recently. I was up here in the mountains, the coastal mountains, California, right? I'm going for a hike. It's starting to get dark out. I see everybody's coming back. And I'm like going out there. I was like, awesome. I turn around and start coming up the hill. What do I see? Mountain lion warning sign. Let me tell you something. Then I looked up, like, mountain lion can jump 18 feet. It's like 400 pounds. Let me tell you some scared running. I haven't had, Jake, when you said that, fear running, I was freaking flying, dude. Like fastest I've ever run, like in past 10 years. I'm like, no mountain lion's getting me. I'm getting home. Forget it.
It's also, culturally in America, and America, unfortunately, is not as safe as some places. I'll tell you guys, when we lived in Okinawa, for one, you see 3-year-old kids walking
with the little flag
to school with the little flags by themselves. So we would let our daughter, typically, with a friend if she had over. I mean, she was in elementary school at the time. Walk down to the Lawsons, that was half a mile away, and back. But it's also like the safest place in the world for Okinawa, Japan. Yeah. There's zero crime, zero anything. But again, the entire point with that is like, when it's safe, let them get out there and figure it out themselves, right? They got to go about the world and navigate things and come back. Now you have to be responsible as a parent too, right? Like you don't need to be dropping your kid off in downtown Memphis, right? Hoping for the best. But although they would probably be fine in America and places like that, to be honest, right? But yeah, I think it's super important. Do we want to get the last topic? Do we have time? We've got time for the last topic.
Yeah,
this will be quick.
All right.
This is a funny one. It'll be quick, guys. Thank you for sticking with us tonight, guys. We're going to talk about Jonah Hill, who apparently he's taken a few Brazilian jiu-jitsu classes. And we're going to, where did I put this?
Do you have a video for it?
Yeah, I've got the video for it.
Oh, man.
Oh, okay.
I got a great
story. Here it is. So we're gonna look at this video first, and
awesome.
Take a look at what we think about Jonah and his. We'll watch it first.
Jiu-jitsu.
There we go.
I love Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I love, except my body is begging me to not love it. 42 isn't. My wife is often like, "You're not going to become like a professional fighter." You know that, right? Like you're a comedian. Like,
but let me ask you something.
Yeah.
If we got into it,
I would fuck you up.
You'd fuck me up, right?
I would fuck all three of you up. Yeah.
Right? Because
And that's the best part. My favorite thing is people are like, "Oh, Jonah Hill, fucking fat guy from Superpower." And I'm like, I would fucking annihilate you, dude. I'm not kidding.
Every
dude.
fight
Try it. If you see me, try it, dude.
every fight ends up on the ground.
Bring it. Who's got it?
I will, unless you are way bigger than me.
I have like a
fucking.
Okay, so first of all, I love to hear that people are training, right? Like I love to train all the time. But it's also, I mean, I don't know. Are you guys big into combatives or anything like that? But have been. But first of all, Jonah Hill couldn't F up anybody on this panel if his life depended on it, or a lot of the people in this chat. I believe he's a white belt. Maybe got his first stripe recently, and the memes are just out of control on this as well. Here's another one of these memes from him. As you can see, somebody posted Khabib, Kamza, and Jonah Hill, and it says no ego, just white belts that want to learn. But what's your guys' thoughts on that? I saw that. And I know the entire Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu community is up in arms about it.
Are they really?
Oh, yeah, because
That's
it looks like that's not supposed to be what martial arts is about.
Right.
And especially not as a white belt.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
I'm going to tell my abbreviated jiu-jitsu story, okay?
I think you've told me this before. Yeah.
You guys have probably heard it, but this is a good one because it's exactly to his point, right? So in the SEAL teams, I'm sure you have it too, Nate. You got Fight Club, okay? Mm-hmm. Fight Club happens at lunch.
Yep.
You see guys.
I've heard this story. This is a great story.
Yeah, it comes back with black eyes. Everybody. So
yeah.
When you get to SEAL Team 8, man, I'm gonna tell you, there's a prison indoctrination system in the SEAL teams, and it just is, right? And so immediately, I'm a Division I wrestler. They're like, "Hey, man, we need you to come over to Fight Club at lunch." I'm like,
and just put it in perspective, like people don't even understand what that means. A Division I wrestler, like
it's insane.
Okay, yeah,
there's Division I wrestlers that are a problem. White belt Division I wrestlers that are a problem when they get to the UFC.
Right?
Yes,
manhandle people.
That's it.
Yes,
that's
and
it.
So for 6 months, I was dodging lunch. I would leave at 11:30. I was terrified. Like I'm talking about real fear. Like I cannot go to Fight Club. And then one day, my mutant from Idaho named Dale Wooden was like, "Hey, man, are they asking you to go to Fight Club?" I'm like, "Every fucking day, man. Like, I'm fucking running. I'm hiding at lunch." He's like, "I'm tired of hiding at lunch too, man." He's like, "Will you go with me?" I'm like, "I don't want to go, man." He's like, "Well, I don't want him to keep fucking asking me." And I'm like, "Oh, shit." I'm like, "Fuck it. I'll go with you." Right? So we literally... we got no idea what we're going to. We don't know what the fuck. So we go over to the base gym. At NAB, they have a huge 3-ring boxing setup in the attic of the base gym. Okay. Old school 1940s. Okay. So we're in the car, man, right before, "Hey, man, listen, man, if I get fucked up, will you take me to the hospital? Like we don't know what's happening." So we finally get it up. We get upstairs. We're the first ones in there. And we're like, "Holy shit, man. All right. And the anxiety is through the roof, right? Like we're talking about pre-fight scary shit. And then next thing I know, the dudes show up and they're all fucking excited, like 7 of them. Like, "Oh shit, they're here." I was like, "Holy shit, man." And here's where it got real. They threw one of them big ass gihi bags. They're like 6 foot long, 2 foot across. And they opened that motherfucker out and they started pulling out gihis that were brown with blood. Okay. I'm talking about stiff, like huge blood stains all over the gihis. And I'm like, "Oh shit." Okay, so we get our gihis on, and we standing outside the ring, and they're like, all right, we got to go over the rules. Now, mind you, I'm from Silicon, Washington, grew up fighting. I didn't know there was any rules. Okay, so I'm prepared to go in here and fight to the death. Okay, that's where my mindset was. And they're like, okay, it's BJJ. I said, what is BJJ? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Okay. They said, no face strikes. I said, no face strikes? I thought this was Fight Club. They're like,
so you had a different idea about what this Fight Club was going to be. Yeah, okay.
I thought it was
Brad Pitt style, dude. Yeah, Brad Pitt style.
Like, no, people coming back with black eyes from Fight Club. Like, people coming back with stitches. Like, I thought the shit was like, I didn't know. And so we had like 3 purple belts, like jiu-jitsu purple belts that trained in the dojo down the street. And so one of the purple belts is a big fucking dude. And he was like, I want Jake first. And I said, okay. But once they told me they couldn't face strike, I was like, well, fuck, we'd be all right.
Yeah, you're gonna get your head kicked
we're just
off.
Wrestling.
Yeah, that's like like Anderson Silva walks in the ring with you. You're like, okay, no knees and kicks.
We're just gonna wrestle.
Right.
Jake?
So I went in there, and it was over in like 8 seconds. I choked that motherfucker out straight off of jiu-jitsu.
Did you start from a stand-up or from the ground?
From the stand-up, bro.
Oh, like, did you shoot on him? Did you shoot on him?
No, I didn't have to do nothing because as soon as I put my hands on him, I knew I had him. Right? Like, I'm a wrestler. Like, I knew I'm gonna dominate this dude.
Wrist control, and you had him.
I just went in on the collar choke that I learned in judo.
Yeah.
And choked him out. Like,
dude, I choked someone unconscious with a collar choke before.
Yeah,
I just saw his eyes.
Yeah, and so I choked him out, and I came out. Now here's the deal: there was no cockiness behind this shit. I feel like I just avoided a death squad, right?
Right.
So I came out. Dale went in. Dale got choked out. Right. It took a little bit, but he got choked out.
He's happy. He's probably like, thank God, just get it over.
He hadn't had judo. So I told him, I said, listen, man, there's handles all over him. All them fucking gihis are handles. I said, grab them fucking handles and whoop ass. And so then we went 3 rounds. I beat all my dudes. I almost lost. I didn't know what a Kimura was. And my arm started turning the wrong way. And I panicked and I fucking did a flip and got out of it, but then I kind of was on top of him. I grabbed the bottom of his gi and I choked him out with my foot on his throat. And so, this is, I got to speed it up. Okay. So anyway, Dale and I, for 6 matches, we went 5 we won 5 of 6 matches. Okay. We get in the car and we're like, oh my God.
Adrenaline dump.
Yeah. We fucking survived, man. He's like, man, Jake, fuck, we made it. I was like, are you going back? He's like, fuck no, I'm never going back either. I'm not. Dog, we sat there for 45 minutes. Now, here's the crazy shit. Okay. I didn't know who these fucking dudes were. I didn't, they just had crusty ass brown covered fucking gis on from blood. They didn't have no belts on with color or no shit like that. I get back to the command and holy shit.
Yeah, I bet.
Every SEAL team is talking about it. Right? Like everybody's like, yo, you went to Fight Club and put in work. I'm like, look, man, I got lucky, bro. They're like, that's not what we fucking heard. Like, I got lucky.
I mean, they don't know about like, not long ago you were with Doug Zimbeck in the freaking wrestling room going through your paces, man. Another world.
But like to you guys' point, right? And my guy on here running his fucking mouth, I tell everybody, I can guarantee you he's never been in a fist fight in his life.
Oh,
a real one where your ass is going to get killed if you fuck around, right? Streets of Tacoma getting hit with a claw hammer in the back of the head. Like,
I mean, you try to do some hard sparring with someone who knows how to fight, and you will learn real quick that you are in the deep end of the pool and you don't know how to swim, dude.
Yeah.
Real quick. You're like,
I mean,
this is
Nate, listen to this.
Yeah, we had it.
Hang on.
We had,
Ben,
hold on one second.
Ben, it's for you, Ben. It's a tee-up.
Tell me.
Tell us about your first boxing match at the Naval Academy. Plebe summer validation as a football player fighting another football player.
Yeah.
How was that? How was your experience in that event?
It's great, man. It was great.
You didn't pass out?
Me pass out? No, my guy was like knocked out. I mean, basically,
you knocked your guy out.
Dude, I grew up with all this stuff, so I mean.
Okay, so I know I laid.
You must have the wrong person. I don't know who you're talking about.
No. I just saying, like, I had to fight Gil Green.
No, I was always good with.
I was exhausted.
since I was young. But
so you've been in boxing before?
Yeah, I've been like stand up fighting, all the stuff like that.
Yeah,
so I mean, not like I wasn't like a competitive boxer, but I had enough stand up skills, enough stand up, sparring time, and all that stuff that I knew. Unless this guy's like Golden Gloves, I'm gonna do. I wouldn't say knockout because actually people don't realize it. Like I won decisively and really dominated. But I've always been good with all that stuff because in my neighborhood it wasn't much like the wrestling. It was more like you had to know how to handle yourself a little bit. So I had to learn. I was young and had to learn how to handle it. But I knew just jab, cross, hooks. If I handle that way and I avoid a big haymaker, I'm probably gonna come out okay. I think you can handle yourself just with jabs. Nate, I know you're a boxer and you're a stand-up fighter guy. So but I mean, the Marine Corps, we had the same thing. We like, battalion level fight club type thing. And these are, young, crazy people. And we would go like almost every day, check in to have formation. We'd go for like 3-4 hours. You'd have sometimes they'd have, 50 to 100 whole companies watching. And, your heart would get pounding pretty good, man. I remember one time, dude, I was going, doing really well and stuff like that, but one time I came back from being sick for like 2 weeks. I lost like 12 pounds. This big dude, Sergeant Barnes. It didn't matter because you can't avoid it. Oh, you remembered everything. He remembered every little trick I did. None of my fanciness was going to save me. He's like, I came back because I couldn't avoid it. I had to show up. Even though it was my first day back, I was sick. I lost like 12, 15 pounds, like really sick. He's like, I want you. I was like, all right. Like, I do you that honor. Dude, I got choked so badly, I couldn't swallow for like 8 days. I was eating. He got me. I was just too weak. But make no mistake, and he knows this is true. Make no mistake. About 6 months later, about 6 months later, and
you got him back.
I got in the mount, and we did allow cross faces. We did allow all that, and there was a lot of that. And afterwards, we totally respectful, love each other. Yeah, man, full everything. Yeah. And so that is the Marine Corps, dude. And I remember one time a guy came in here. He was like, older staff NCO wasn't used to this. He wasn't used to it. And he was just like, this is not safe. Who's in charge here? I was like, just got done fighting. I said, well, I'm in charge here. And he's like, this is not safe. I'm going to the commanding officer. I'm like, he loves it. He knows we're here. I said, so I guess we're in trouble. But it was literally all the Marines, and there was some crazy people in there. Really, it was one dude.
When was that?
So good.
As an infantry Marine, or was that at MARSOC?
No, infantry.
Guys,
infantry.
I'll be back in like 60 seconds.
Yeah, that was in the infantry. Infantry does a lot of that stuff. I mean, like in MARSOC, there are a lot of skilled guys, and I'd say in recon, force recon, I had one guy, staff sergeant, not to say his name, but I see you, brother, who was no kidding, like competing, like really UFC style, full spectrum, when we were in California at the time. But the infantry does a lot of this stuff. The Raiders do too, but it's not. But it is. You're an asset, and if it's like being an NFL player or a college football player, you hurt your knee. I'm not training to be a UFC fighter. You're a gunfighter. You're a special operator. So, but in the infantry, this is like they're trying to get your animal spirits going. And
so what's interesting, Ben? Our baddest dude at our team was 47 years old, Father Mulcahy.
Oh, I believe it, man.
He was a jiu-jitsu
if he knows this, you're dead. You're dead meat.
Wizard, dude. He beat the living crap out of a senior chief at the swimming pool, and he was like a spider. And I was like, he rabbit kicked him. Rabbit kicked his kidneys for 5 minutes.
What?
And the dude was peeing blood for like 3 weeks.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
And his whole face was bloodied up. Yeah. His whole face was cut. Yeah. The whole end of the swimming pool was blood.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that's like I want to say, like, for Jake being a Division I wrestler, like, I'd gone against in those days. Like, I don't do this stuff that much anymore. I mean, you start getting older, you got to be careful a lot of it. I still practice some things, but back then, dude, it was every day when I was at 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. 29 pounds were in the desert. There's nothing to do. But let me tell you, Division I wrestler, even if they don't own any jiu-jitsu, and I was pretty good with shoot fighting and jiu-jitsu.
You better be like brown belt or above if you want to.
It's another world, man. It's another world.
And you better be their size too. Division I wrestler needs zero jiu-jitsu to handle very high level practitioners.
And if they had some hand skills, it's over. Dead meat.
But yeah,
So-
final thing with that is just like,
Let's talk about Jonah Hill.
yeah, that's what I say with Jonah Hill. Like, dude, I love that he's out there and he's training, but also, like, come on, homie, dude. Like, you're tiny. For one, you're tiny. You're out of shape. You're not athletic. You're not strong, and you're maybe a one stripe white belt. Like, I'll be honest, if Jonah Hill were to try himself with a 20-year-old football player, 6 foot, 200-pound, never wrestled or fought in his life.
Yeah,
it would just manhandle. That.
Right.
Like there is,
and that's one thing I want to say too,
like
Nate.
Every 30 pounds is like a belt, right?
Like all of my stories, like I'm saying about going to Fight Club, the Marines were really good, but I was a Division I linebacker, right? I mean, I'm just inherently I'm faster than you, I'm stronger than you, and I know some finishing moves. It's not going to go. Now, this guy Sergeant Pelgar, when our Sergeant Barnes went on to play nose tackle for San Diego State. Okay, so let me tell you something.
Big boy too.
And guys, so I'm not telling you a cool story of Ben winning. Ben got choked so badly I couldn't eat for a week. But you know what? I love this guy, and I know I saw if anyone's gonna, because I put some stuff on him before too. But I was proud of him. He got me really so bad. It was Nate, so bad. It was so bad.
Reach out to him. You got 500,000 followers. Reach out to him and say, hey man, we want to challenge you.
I don't want to challenge him.
No, get Jake to challenge him.
What are you talking about?
Not Sergeant. Don't get Sergeant Barnes. Sergeant Barnes might kill you.
I'm not Sergeant Barnes. I'm talking about the comedian.
Sergeant Barnes, our fight is over.
Jonah.
Yeah,
dude.
just say, hey, Jonah, man, the war room's got a challenge for you, bro. Like
Jake wants to challenge him. Listen, I want to tell you guys another thing. When I saw Barnes benching 315 for 3 sets of 5, I was like, the end of Ben's era is coming. It's almost over.
Jesus.
Yeah, he was a monster, dude.
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, that's just the thing. Like, you have to. It's not about you want to be able to use it when you have it, and that's the point of training for a lot more reasons than that. For you to go out and as you one stripe white belt to be out on a podcast in front of the world talking about how you'll fuck everybody else. Come try me. It's like, dude.
I think he's trolling, dude. I think he's trolling.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe it's like him talking to his friends that don't train, and it's like, sure, Jonah. Like, if you were to get in a Brazilian jiu-jitsu match with someone your age, your size, your athleticism who doesn't train, for sure. But most grown men, I don't know, buddy. You're a tiny, out of shape 42-year-old man. So there's some limits to that.
Who's never been in shape. He's been never been a dude ever physically, right?
Yeah. But anyway, just funny to see that. It's just like. I can see the fighting community is they were not happy about that.
Right.
It's just like, you're not supposed to fucking act. You don't see Khabib out there saying shit like that to people. You don't see any of these people that are the best in the world out there saying that. Yeah. You don't see even John Jones isn't out there talking like that. You know what I mean? Why he doesn't need to, because everybody knows
John Jones is a pretty scary cat. Yeah, he's a scary cat.
Yeah. All right. Let's. I think we did it, guys. We made it. 2 hours.
Awesome.
Thank you all so much. We got to
thank you.
Jump into our super chats now. So let's jump into them. Start hammering through them. I'm just gonna read them as we go, so we can do it pretty quick. Oh, speaking of which, my moderator buff like Jesus, guys. I'm gonna take just me on main screen right now because his wife painted me a painting.
Shit,
that's incredible.
Hang on. I need to send you something, Nate. I'm gonna send it to you. You'll see it come in. Hang
on text.
Yeah. So we got to raise some money for a Washington family. My guy Enzo's mother's whole farm burned down.
Oh shit!
But he sent me the link. I did it on my channel. I got GoFundMe. Yeah.
We can put that. We'll put that up. We'll put that up for sure. Go ahead and send it to me. So yeah, I'm gonna take you guys down for a second just so I can show everybody this. Is Buff in here right now? Hopefully Buff's in here. If he's not, well, we'll show it next time too. But all right, let me show you guys this real quick. Oh wait, no, this is not what I want. I want this one. There we go. All right, so check this out. So you guys know I love my cats. Look at that. The light's in the way.
Very cool.
Incredible.
Oh, his wife did it?
Yeah, she painted that for me.
Oh, that's fire.
Very cool.
Someone
painted that?
Yeah, my moderator.
That's nuts.
Yeah, that's fire.
My moderator's wife.
Wow.
Painted that. So thank you so much, Buff. I don't know if you're in here. I'll have to. If he's not in here, we'll show it later. But anyway. Thank you. That's who the super chat was from.
Wow.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, Jake, did you send me that?
Yeah, I did. I sent it to
real
you.
quick, guys. We do always love to support, our friends in local communities when they're unfortunately having your farm burned down. That's one of the things we'll definitely want to support. Let me
lost all her livestock, all her goats, lost like pretty much everything except
terrible.
her house. So that's why it's only like $10,000. She didn't lose her main house.
Okay, let me.
But it burned the whole farm to the ground.
All right, let's put that into the chat, guys. And if we're willing to spare a couple bucks to, is it not gonna let me post this? Oh, it's the link is way too long, man. I can put it in the description.
Go to Bitly and shrink it.
Hang on, let me see if I
can do that, Jake.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, do that while we keep.
What's the website, Ben?
Bitly, just BITLY.
Okay.
Honey Badger says I super chatted Owen. Are we talking about which Owen are we talking about? There's a few creators. And told him about you wanting to do a show together. Owen Schroyer, then I would imagine. He said he wanted to reach out to you, or he will, and to you, and he will make it happen. Yeah, okay, cool. If he said that, awesome. He's got great content. I used some of his clips earlier in the episode today. So yeah, I'll reach out to him then. Thank you, brother. Dan says, waiting for Valhalla, tuning in from Perth, Australia. I have the flu, haven't slept most of the night, feel like half a dead horse with one leg, but here to listen to Nate. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, brother, and we love Australia. Have you guys been to Australia?
Oh, yeah. I got family in Australia.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You kind of look Australian, actually.
I feel Australian today.
That's a compliment.
Good day, mate.
Yeah. Only Munchkin and Mochi can save us. That's my two little kitties. We got to start getting them out here for the live streams.
Munchkin's pretty cool. I will say I haven't seen Mochi yet, but Munchkin has that look like,
dude, she's the grumpiest cat in the world.
Grumpy cat. That's awesome.
You got grumpy cat pictures? You know, like the grumpy cat's one of the most.
Literally, his cat is that grumpy.
My cat. You can see her right there.
Yeah. No. I know Munchkin's grumpy.
That's hilarious, man.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about your other cat was grumpy.
No,
too.
Our other cat is the complete opposite so far. Mochi, she's like a fucking psycho. Is this going to do the same thing to me?
Is it not letting you do it because it's GoFundMe?
No, it's still just.
Let me see if I can send it on mine.
It's still just the giant.
Oh, did you put it?
The giant
send it to
link.
me, Jake. I'll try. You text it to me.
Wait. Hang on. Wait. I might have messed that up, Nate. Hang on.
Okay.
All right, we'll keep moving.
Yeah, keep
Nate's
moving.
super chat Owen Schroyer today. He's a go. He'd FL'd you on X. I don't have X, so probably. So there, guys. There's some like it's called Valhalla channel on X, and people constantly are like sending me stuff and showing I'm tagged in it, and I'm like, that's not me. That's some random person's account that like, and I don't know if they made it like as a fake account of me, but if it's just some random guy's account and he just gets spammed nonstop with random shit that people think's me, it's kind of fun.
That's pretty funny, actually.
If you made a channel and you're just nonstop being tagged and like what the fuck are these
He's viral all of a sudden now. He's like, I got 200,000. Everyone, we're doing this now. This is the direction we're going.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't say
guys, the Valhalla channel, everybody tags me in. I don't know who that is.
Right.
It's just some random guy.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. That's so funny.
Yeah. Thank you, Corey. Super generous of you, brother. Bobby says, y'all need to support Jake. Heard him the other night. Zero sugarcoating and realize good stuff, Jake. Yeah, we'll support all my homies, Ben included as well, man. These are great conversations. And if you like our content, then follow them too. We got Ben's account or the YouTube channel up in the pinned comment right now as well. And I always put you guys' stuff in the description. Both of you
appreciate
guys.
that.
Buff, thank you, brother. Another 5. Comron says Canada great collab with Keith yesterday. Thank you. Yeah, that was a great one. Keith Edwards, progressive Democrat, populist. We had a very good conversation of like, where can we meet in the middle on issues? You know what I mean? Which I think we need to have more conversations like that in America right now, finding common ground. Thank you again, Corey, brother. Appreciate you. He's Boston, Massachusetts. Not too crazy. Not too far out. Jesus. All right. That's his. Thank you. Thank you for the memberships here, Buff. I don't know if he's still here. Hopefully he's still here and saw us share his wife's artwork. I'll message him afterwards and see, make sure. The European powers lost their empires in the decades after World War II. We called it decolonization and swooped in to play cleanup. France and Vietnam. That's interesting. The colonies are kind of still there, though, in Africa and South America. I think a lot of people don't really understand how much France, especially France, maintained control of like gold mines, emerald mines, diamond mines. You guys know about that type of stuff that they still have access to?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I do know
they're running.
point.
They're getting kicked out of Africa right now.
10 I think 10 countries left the UK sphere from like being colonies in 2 years after World War II, like about 10 years later. So in 2 years, so that was like UK shrinking after the Suez moment and all that stuff.
Yeah. All right, real quick, Jake, that's we got the link now.
Awesome.
Okay.
It is it's shrunk down. All right, guys, let's this is Jake's friend who has a GoFundMe because her entire farm burned down and she lost all her animals. So if you guys,
it's terrible.
If you guys can, support a couple bucks to support Jake and what she's going through, that would be very, very cool of you. So it's in the pinned comment. Okay, 2 options: boots on the ground or leave with the loss. Thoughts? I mean,
I'm Sherman, bro. I'm Sherman.
I mean, that's Jake's take. I think, there's some people saying, like we said earlier, that we've already. So, some people say we already lost, but it won't hurt us if we leave. Other people say that Iran's on the verge of collapsing. Believe it or not, there are some experts out there. Victor Davis Hanson. Victor Davis Hanson. Check him out if you want to see the other balanced side. He says Iran's about to collapse. We need to apply more coercive power, and once they fall apart, it'll turn
but here's the thing. Yeah. Afghanistan was fucking warlords and completely tribal, and we sent the full might of the United States military with a ground invasion and air power for 20 years, and we didn't win. So just because Iran collapses,
100%.
I'm not bought into
then
like
what?
We did it. Let's go. Like
complex problems, man. Then what?
Let me ask you this, Nate. Like you were in Afghanistan, right? And Iraq, I feel like Iraq is kind of like Afghanistan with the average person, right? The difference is that Persia/Iran in 1974 was a democratic state. There is a lot of people still left in that country that know what used to be in Persia, right?
There's also a majority of them that aren't in that because they fled when the Shah left, and they live in LA.
100%. Yes, true, actually.
100%.
And in DC area too.
Yeah.
I just think
how many of them are still there, right? I think that's because the revolution was fairly peaceful. I mean, a lot of people were able to get out of Iran when it happened that wanted to get out. So, but I'm sure there still is. I'm just saying, like, I sometimes I see it's like people are like, 50% of the country's ready to overthrow the government, and I'm like, I think you might be a little off on your statistics there.
And I think the 40,000 they killed in the purge right after the New Year.
If you believe that, which I don't, but yes, that's been reported.
Yeah, 20 to 40,000 is what they say
by Mossad. Yeah, Mossad reported that, so I'm a little hesitant in believing those figures. I'm not saying that the government didn't do some of that. I'd need to see real actual evidence they killed 50,000 people.
That's good to be skeptical.
Yeah, so we didn't actually see any proof of that either. But anyway,
it's a good point. It's a good point.
Healy, thank you for the $25, man. I'm gonna send a shout out.
Stacy gifted 20 Valhalla VFT memberships. Thank you so much, Stacy. That's crazy generous of you, as you always are on the channel. We love you here. Thank you. Hop Whisperer says, I really like the content with Keith and love the surprise look on his face when you mentioned your friend at the app. Didn't have that on his bingo card. So yeah, I've got a buddy that's very high up at Grindr, and it's a
Grindr.
And I get some funny stories from what's going on. Straight guy, he's just our wives are best friends, but funny. You guys know what Grindr is, Ben? Ben probably doesn't even know what Grindr is. It's the gay dating app. Yeah,
gay dating app.
It's like the gay Tinder.
Hey, let's say something about this, Nate. You want to know who has the best stories about gay shit? ER nurses and doctors.
Oh yeah. I've heard. One of my buddies was a paramedic, and I remember it was when I joined the military, had gone through the Special Forces qualification course, came home on leave, and he had been a paramedic for about 2 years, and we hadn't talked since. And I saw him, and I was like, "Oh, hey man, how is it?" And he was like, he literally looked at me deadpan in the face. He was like, 90% of my job is getting morbidly obese people off toilets and helping people who have shoved things up their ass they can't get out. And I was like, okay, well, hope you're enjoying it, bud.
Yep.
Dude.
Yeah, apparently there's a lot of that. Jesus, Stacy, thank you again. Another 20. Everybody who got memberships, make sure you thank Stacy and take advantage of those emotes. We got some great emotes on the channel, guys. If you don't have emotes yet, you got to get into the emote game for your members. All right, I can show you how to do it if you haven't started doing it yet.
I have no idea what that is.
Emotes.
No.
So if they can leave, I'll show you. Put some munchkins in the chat, everybody. Let's see. Where's my emotes?
Oh, you're talking about the little pictures?
Yeah. See the chat? See all the chat with the different stuff? We've got some great ones. We got Munchkin. We've got Ben Shapiro. We got
Can you see him, Jake? I don't know if I see him.
You have to look at your studio. You can't see him in StreamYard.
Oh, you have to see him on the actual deal.
The actual app, you would see him, yeah.
Okay.
See how it says like Munchkin? That's actually those are
Got
actually little
you.
emotes. You can do them with anything, right? So you can make all your own emotes and your custom. They're custom, and you make your own custom ones, and then your users can use them in chat and stuff like that. So
this is teaching time, everyone.
Yeah, I'll show you guys how to do it afterwards. But it's just a cool thing for your members to be able to do, and it doesn't cost you anything to do it as a creator. So
nice.
Some new members, thank you. Ryan says we might not make it to the midterms. The amount of quantitative easing money printing that has occurred is only going to make everything exceptionally worse forever. But that's got to somehow stop too. I don't know how that's part of the inflation problem too, is just, and this isn't new, as you guys know, but and we've bailed out our system by printing a lot of money, and we haven't seemed to stop. I don't know. I would love to say any of you guys well versed enough in financial markets to understand how you get rid of quantitative easing without collapsing the economy.
If you continue to print money and shore up the economy, when we came off the dollar, the gold backed dollar, it's the same thing we have with the $36 trillion deficit. Eventually the bills have to be paid. And so it's a balancing act with the money.
Well, I think a big thing with the QE is we've had so many rounds of QE, quantitative easing. And, if you listen to kind of the crypto people, right, you're devaluing the dollar so much. This is leading to an eventual dollar collapse.
Yeah.
So this is, you just keep diluting. Think about this. You make Kool-Aid, right? You put a substance in there. And you're like, well, we don't have enough in there because we drank some. Add a little more water, and it gets diluted. Add a little more water, fill it back up. Well, we drank some more. So eventually, barely have any Kool-Aid in there. So the value.
Or if you've ever been poor, your shampoo bottles that you refill when they're empty,
and your toothpaste. You cut the toothpaste open, you dig in there
2, 3, 4 times. Yeah. If you've ever been a broke college kid, that's part of it. All right, Bobby says can't bring supply chips to a carrier in a hot zone for underway replenishment. Got to leave the area for that.
Boom.
Yeah,
Bobby supporting fires on Jake.
Yep.
Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate you, brother. Constitution will save America. I like that username. The key collaboration shows that Americans are standing together stronger than ever. Trump is removing military leaders to install loyalists to start World War III. They just removed the U.S. European military leader hours ago. I'm not a big fan of this. Look, it's also not new, right? Obama purged a lot of generals. Trump's purging generals. There's also some ones that even General Keane on Fox News was like, great dude, don't know why they're doing this. I am a little bit worried that there is, from the rumors, I don't know if you guys have heard, that some of these generals do not respect Pete Hegseth, and they've been very combative with him. And so he's just like, y'all are gone. I'll put in people that are loyal to me, which I guess that's part of the game, right? We see that in that in the local level at our own units, right? You'll see guys bring in guys that they want because they're old buddies or used to be teammates. So I don't know what your guys' thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's you hit the nail on the head. I always go back to I'm a football guy. Jake's a football guy, and I think Nate, you're probably a football guy before too. But it's like people, the new coaching staff comes in. You could have been the best. They get rid of you. They want to get people they can work with. And Hegseth's like, okay, I got a job to do, and I'm not I'm not a Hegseth fan, but also at the same time recognizing the gravity. You're this young guy put in charge of the friggin' Department of Defense.
And Ben, I think it's hard for him too, because it's like He also doesn't have the resume.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
He's directing, 3 and 4 star admirals and generals, and they're looking at him going, dude, you're an Army reservist major with with infantry major with no Ranger tab.
Right.
Like that's you wouldn't even be respected in your own unit.
No.
So not that there's anything wrong with this reservist, but if you're in the Army, guys, for those of you who know, if you're an infantry officer, you have a Ranger tab. And if you don't,
okay,
you're gone.
And he's talking to former Delta Force commander, JSOC command. Like
he just fired him.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
I know.
That's what I'm saying. And this guy here's like, "What the frig am I? What are you talking about?" Like, you know.
Yeah.
So I get it. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. I'm with you.
So I mean, I'm not there, but some, especially Donahue, everybody was like, "What are you doing?" But
yeah,
it is what it is.
Admiral McCraven went nuts on that. He was not happy.
He did.
Stacy, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, you've been crazy generous tonight. We appreciate you. Again, guys, make sure you thank Stacy if you got some of those memberships. Thank you, Stacy. Call sign Man Bear Pig, my biggest, most jacked viewer by far. Every time I see him and I think I'm big, I'm like, oh, not really. We're in a proxy war with Iran, with China and Iran. They're using Iran to use our resources militarily. China is Israel's second largest trading partner. We piss off Uncle Bibi enough, our empire ends. Now, I mean, if you're China, why would you not proxy war right now against the United States? We do it too. I mean, so
yeah, I would love to. I love your call sign, first of all, but I'd love to see some like empirical data on that, because I think it's important to stay empirical. Like you see like data, money flows, resource flows, and as you're saying, man, if you can point to all that where the money's flowing and the resources are flowing, the agreements, then you might be onto something. Follow the money trail.
They, our greatest ally, definitely doesn't just limit themselves to us, though. They have a pretty good relationship with Russia. They have a pretty good relationship with China. They have a pretty good relationship with a lot of people that we don't necessarily have great relationships with. So that is
got it.
I heard we also bailed out the Japanese yen recently, but haven't dug enough into that. Somebody left me a comment about this
I think we stopped
yesterday
it too, right?
Oh,
I think it stopped.
Jake, you're muted, Jake.
I just talked to a partner at one of the largest conglomerations of money in America. And we just had this conversation yesterday about how we had to prop up the yen because the yen was getting ready to collapse. And we can't have the yen collapse because we have way too much financial tie together with them. So
if real quick, Ben, before I let you go here, just some context to that. If you guys don't know, when you look at typically what you look is national debt to GDP. That's a very important metric. Like if you were, let's say America was $40 trillion in debt, but our GDP was $500 trillion a year, that debt would mean nothing, right? We could just pay it off immediately. Japan. So I think America is at 110% of debt to GDP, which is not great, but I believe Japan is almost double that ratio. So while their national debt isn't the number as big as ours and a ratio to their GDP, it's, I believe, one of the highest in the world. So it wouldn't surprise me to see that they were seeing some type of potential collapse on the horizon. So
yeah,
just an interesting one for Japan there.
Yeah, and I'd heard something too that they wanted it to do a reset. They wanted to reset, and we stopped the reset. I'd heard it said that way, so I don't know.
Yeah, like it says here. Yeah, close to 200% of debt to GDP, which is that would be for America. That would be like if our debt was $80 trillion, but at the same GDP we're at now.
Yep. Yeah, that's the right math.
Josh says you can send a drone to F up a ship, but a drone can't bring food. We can drop a bomb on a dime, but not a package to be picked up or picked out.
Okay,
the ocean.
I got this one.
City.
I got this one. Josh, I want you to understand this. You have to feed 5,000 people 4 meals a day. We're talking about every day emptying a grocery store.
Wow, you're right.
Okay, I want you to think about that. We got to feed 5,000 people 4 meals a day because they eat breakfast, lunch, dinner, and mid-rats at midnight. So I know it sounds like you should be able to feed 5,000 people 4 meals a day pretty easy, but I'm talking about semi-loads of food every day. So
every day.
think about it that way. Like change the perspective of how much we're feeding, you know?
And so you're talking like we need like how many drones to do this? 1,000 drones a day?
I mean, you think about it.
Well, he's not saying to use, look at this again. He's not saying
no, he's just saying, he's just saying we could do all this shit, but we can't get no food.
Floating city. I see what you're saying.
And, and I think some people, they can't quantitate, like they can't think about the size of the problem.
But you know, I want to say something though too. And so to Josh's point, and I'll say this, there is a concept, a sea basing concept. There is a sea basing concept. All the Marines, Navy guys, listen, Nate, you've heard of it. Jake, I know you know this, but the sea basing concept is what you're talking about, Josh. So if you're not a military guy or a strategist, this is actually, you're on the right track, man. You might want to look at a new line of work, because they have a concept where, they have a floating city, floating everything, and everything's resupplied in the floating, not really city, but kind of what you're like Waterworld, like what you're saying.
Waterworld.
So,
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
That's some smart cats out here, man. I'll tell you what.
My favorite movie as a kid.
Yeah.
In 1963, an AC-130 landed on an aircraft carrier. Food. Yeah,
Correct.
I'm sure you could land one. Good luck taking it. Good luck taking off an AC. You can't launch an AC-130 off an aircraft carrier.
We're good. You can land and take off a AC-130 on an aircraft carrier.
You can take off.
So a cat shot and a JADO, right?
From a dead stop.
They're JADO. They're
JADO bottle.
Rocket assisted takeoff.
Yep.
Okay, they almost can take off straight up. If you guys want to go look at it, look at the Blue Angels and Fat Albert take off. They can take off in like 300 feet in a C-130.
Isn't that the picture where they go through the wave taking off from the carrier or something like that? Isn't that like an old film?
They've done like 63 landings of an AC-130 on an aircraft carrier. But here is the problem: you can't have anything on the flight deck when you land it, and the problem is it takes up too much space. So you can't have, like, half of your airplanes are on the deck at any one time. They don't all fit down below. Well, relatively.
Jake, to your point, you're still running like bombing campampens and combat operations off the ship all day long. You can't just clear the entire ship off to land one. To your point, guys, that AC-130 is going to do maybe one day's worth of food resupply.
AC-130
you said a grocery store.
Maybe one meal.
Okay,
maybe one meal.
Yeah. So it doesn't need, it's not even practical or pragmatic anyway.
So there would be, you know what a pallet load, same thing, a pallet load, right? Like 800 pounds, 1,000 pounds of food. And we would send over 100 pallet loads from my ship to their ship in a lift.
It's pretty much has to be done ship to ship, like at large scale
large scale, like 8-hour unrep. Like we're giving them food and gas for 8 hours. Like they'd be alongside. We'd give them 3 million gallons of gas and they weren't doing flight ops around that. Like they weren't doing wartime flight ops. I imagine they're getting 2 million gallons of gas every day.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I guess it has to, right?
Man. That's crazy.
You gotta fuel the jets and the ship. Was the ship itself?
Ship's nuclear. But you're still running a bunch of ancillary shit, tugs, everything else off of DFM.
Right.
I want to say to like Jake's point, everything we're talking about here is that there's an asymmetry in cost that all of you know, everyone in the chat knows, everyone on the panel knows, asymmetry of cost, right? So they're flying a $20,000 drone. That's the threat. We need to stop the drone to maintain our credibility, to maintain our position in the region, hegemony, superpower, all the stuff we talked about, to protect the global economic order, the flow oils, all this stuff. And they're costing $20,000 to threaten us. Maybe let's get crazy. Yeah. 200,000 for 10 of them. Meanwhile, we're talking about 2 million gallons of gas, flying jets, $5 million missiles to stop the drone. And I think you guys probably know the numbers better than I do. Fact check me. How much do these missiles cost to shoot down a drone? What does it cost?
400,000.
Okay,
yeah,
400,000.
That and $1 million, depending on what they are.
So 40 billion. Hexeth said it's 40 billion to run the war so far. And these guys, the asymmetry, the cost, and we're not even talking. We're talking about the fuel, the food, all this stuff. We haven't even talked about yet the economic shocks that are coming in November and December. For the fertilizer.
A lot of people haven't realized the supply chain lags behind.
Yeah.
Right. To Ben's point, most of these problems we're going to face are going to be, 3-4 months down the road.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Does having random Fs like Jared Kushner doing the negotiations help? No, I don't think so. He's got no business being involved. He's not in the government. I don't like it.
I got you, Nate. Did Rodman do anything when he went to North Korea? No.
Yeah, but Rodman wasn't working as the lead negotiator on behalf of the United States government, which Jared
I thought he was. I thought he went over there. He said
he did it on his own. That was on his own.
Because he's Dennis Rodman, dude. He's crazy.
Because he's Dennis Rodman.
He took a shot, man. He took a shot.
Yeah, no, I don't like it. I don't need some random. I don't need I don't need the president's random son-in-law who doesn't even work for the government. Who's also doing billion-dollar backdoor deals with these countries.
It looks like corruption. Corruption. That's what it looks like. Exactly.
Well, I'm not sure it looks like it, Ben, but I'm pretty sure it is. You're being very grace. A lot of grace there on that.
Well, I think we can protect the channel, protect the algorithm. So all of a sudden we know. Hey, I've had it before, and everyone in my chat knows. Okay, the mighty powerhouse over here. We've been shut down, dude. I was looking at an Epstein Island thing, and we were literally looking. I found this video.
They nuked you midstream,
dude. I was tracking their phones to Manhattan and to the island. Okay, and everybody in the chat right now can give thumbs up. They saw this. Literally, I'm like, and look at this. Look what we found. The whole thing was shut down. I couldn't start it again. Yeah. I was blocked globally. All this whole crap. It was nuts, man.
Yeah. So, you're right. You got to be. There's certain ones you're not supposed to.
So maybe corrupt. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Ryan says China is just a vassal state for the city of London, not England proper, but the banking center, which has been in power for centuries. A lot of people talk about how a lot of the world's problems actually come from London, MI6, a lot more than we think and realize. I'm not very well versed on that myself.
I'm gonna give you the name.
A lot of people talk about that.
The Rothschilds.
Well,
control the world banking.
Isn't that Austin Powers? The Rothschilds.
No. The Rothschilds.
But Jake, where is Rothschild Boulevard?
I don't know, but I tell everybody. When they start talking about the world financial
but to your
industry,
point, they're all connected, right?
Yeah.
Just Google a bank in the world and look and see who's on the board, and there will be a Rothschild or a Goldstein on every board.
Yes. It's the Rothschild.
And to Jake's point too, and Nate, I know you cover this stuff all the time, but rich, powerful people associate with rich, powerful people
100%.
Since forever. So.
100%. Bjorn, as for one of you guys says, for all, which soft officer path? Well, this is going to be for you two because I wasn't.
This was on mine. I saw it earlier.
Okay, go ahead, Jake.
Oh no! I didn't want to answer it. I just you asked what chat.
Let's read it real quick. Would you recommend most in terms of tactical capability? MARSOC officers seem to be talked of highly. Secondly, which soft branch has adopted best for drone warfare? I can hit on the second one, not the first one at all. So that's you guys.
Yeah,
I would say the Army by far has the best special operations because you have the actual chance to get there. I would say, you could say MARSOC or Navy SEALs, but it's fucking impossible.
Well, there's way more Green Beret officers than there are.
MARSOC's very hard.
Navy SEALs together.
I would just tell you, to Jake's point and Nate's point too. I mean, Army is fantastic. Love me some Green Berets.
Rangers as well as a big unit.
Right, Rangers. If you can get a chance to go to the National Mission Force, that's the best path. Probably do it. MARSOC's fantastic. Love it. It's my home, right? And the officers I had were amazing. But to Jake's point, they were infantry officers at my time when I was there with combat experience. They were top locked, rated usually in their units. Then they had to go to assessment selection. I know guys in force recon that will not leave force. We talked about this thing before, right, Nate or Jake?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, where they're like, why am I going to go over to force? Why am I going to leave force to go to MARSOC and do assessment and selection when I'm doing everything I want to do here?
Yeah.
So you'll get a lot of experience. The guys tend to be a bit older. They're usually, captains getting ready to take over a company command. They might get 1 team command, 2 team commands. So you'll get a lot of stuff. It's just like Jake said, it's not a guaranteed thing. There's no contract. You're competing from day one. You get in the Marine Corps. You need to be, you're really competing for it. And hopefully you get to go to assessment selection and go from there.
The reality is, I'll tell you guys, I mean, if officer is your path you want to go, that's great. But if you're just like, I want to be in SOF, like I wanted to be, like my dad told me, because I was looking at, do I want to join as a officer and try to go that route? And my dad, thankfully, is an enlisted Green Beret, was like, you want your highest chance? Be an enlisted dude. Why? Because
100%,
on an ODA, Special Forces ODA, there's 1 officer and 11 enlisted, right? So there's 11 times more enlisted Green Berets than there are officers. So just the numbers game, so much more competitive at least I'm sure it is for you guys too, so much more competitive for officers than it is for just because there's not as many. Well, I don't. Do you guys maybe in the SEAL teams? Don't you guys have multiple officers?
We have like 2 or 3.
Now we have 4, but it doesn't matter because there's only 70 a year, Nate. So,
and you guys have 1/5 or 1/6 of the actual number of like Green Berets anyway. So like
we only have
way less Navy SEALs.
2,500 Navy SEALs, 500 officers.
Yeah, we're even smaller than that. But the one thing I'd say is that, I think too, to decide what job you want to do. If you're already like decided officer, cool, do it. If you want to do command and all this like that, cool, do it. But I think depends what you want to do, because I mean, I just think take it, really visualize like what are you envisioning? Are you like wanting to be like lead assaulter, door kicker, sniper? This is an enlisted side. You'll get to do a lot of cool stuff. I found myself doing a lot of interesting stuff. Some of it I foresaw, some of it I didn't. And but it's a whole nother ball of wax, as these guys are saying, and the chances are lower. It's smaller. But if I'll just one thing, a personal story. Why did I become a Marine Corps officer? I was at the Naval Academy. I got recruited to play football at Navy. To Jake's point, I probably wouldn't have gotten in if I hadn't played football. And I was a good leader and all those things. I like to think as a young guy, as coming out of high school, had some good leadership qualities. Tried really hard. I graduated, did okay in grades and all that stuff. But I wasn't like, you're valedictorian, and I was like, and I will be General Patton. Like I played football, and they recruited me, and I was like, cool, I like teams, I like football. And they're like, well, I remember my coach talking to me. Coaches are like, Ben, what are you gonna do? I'm like, I don't know. I was thinking Marine or SEAL. And then I didn't have good enough eyesight to go SEALs, even though I tried out for it and all this stuff with Jake. But I wasn't gonna get a slot because my eyesight was bad. And and I was like, Marines are my people, dude. These are like super cool. They made me laugh so hard because they're crazy. But like, I wasn't like, I'm going to be Admiral so-and-so. I didn't know. Like my family was all enlisted in the Army, from World War II and Korea, all this stuff. So I just ended up there, and then I just did my absolute best where I was planted. It's bloom where you're planted type of thing. So, that's all I'll say. But enlisted's very cool too. Trust me, if it hadn't worked out that way for me, I would have loved it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's especially in special operations.
Oh,
man. The difference in they're different roles, but like in special operations, the enlisted dudes you're working with are a top tier,
Amazing. And they do really cool stuff like all the time.
Yeah. And you get to be on the teams way longer. Guy.
Yeah.
All right. The second part of this, which soft branch is best adapted for drone warfare? Army, Green Berets, everybody's pretty far behind. Yeah. I was just going to say, Jake, the Green Berets are probably the most capable for it. And talking to my buddies that are still active, because they're all sergeant majors now. They're like, we are so far behind the curve in drone warfare right now. It is insane at the tactical team level. It's just we're trying to catch up, but
a shotgun.
I know we talked about it. I know,
but we only work at night. How the fuck are you good? Hit anything at night with a shotgun?
Jake, this is something for you too. You got to work. You can work on this with all your recruiting efforts and all that. But I guess in my Marines in the audience, tell me if I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. We got rid of the sniper. We got rid of the sniper MOS, and now we're all scouts. So they're still shooters, but Marine Corps snipers have been legendary since forever.
Mm-hmm.
But now they're drone dudes. So I think to your point, they're becoming drone guys, drones and scouts.
We're definitely all branches are pushing it big time, because that's Russia, Ukraine changed everything at the tactical level on the battlefield, and so everybody in America's trying to scrambling to catch up on that right now. It just is what it is.
Yeah,
and a lot of it is because we haven't fought an actual war like we're seeing in Ukraine and Russia. We're getting a lot of good information out of Ukraine. Regarding it, but there's a big difference between that and being in the trenches yourself.
Hey, Nate, I'm going to tell you this from my guys on the inside. We are not taking action on that. Like,
no, we're not. And in fact, Jake, one of my buddies, my teammates, literally said, he was like, dude, trying to push forward for getting new drone technology and training. And he was told from command, like, we'll figure it out once we are at war.
Yep.
That's what they told him. They're like, once we start it, we'll figure it out. Sorry, guys. It's like, ugh.
Which is terrifying for us, because if the lights are on, we ain't really playing. Now, a little different for you guys, but like that drone threat, like, fuck, man. Like,
yeah, no thanks. No thanks to the flying IEDs. I'm good.
You.
Mark, thank you. China built too much of our stuff to not know how to do it better. China also doesn't really have their culture is not big on creativity in a lot of these things. They're very good at taking our things and replicating them.
Yeah.
But they're not as innovative as America, Japan, Korea, culturally. So
wasn't it the Blackbird? They built a Blackbird, but they didn't have the paint. So it was totally reflective. Like you could see it like a normal airplane. They couldn't figure out why it didn't work because they didn't have the fucking
They
paint.
wanted it to look like a stealth fighter.
Yeah. So they're I mean, but again, it works for them on a lot of things, you know what I mean? But when it comes to like developing their own next gen ahead of the United States fighter, like you're not gonna see them typically do that.
Yeah.
They'll replicate it pretty fast after they steal our technology.
That's right. That's exactly it. The biggest theft in history, right? Biggest transfer of wealth in history from IP theft.
They're good at that. John Fetterman talked to Jon Stewart. If you zoom in on his tie, you will notice a certain flag. Not Shocking. I did see that interview. Jon Stewart kind of put him in his place a little bit for that, which is interesting. China's age over 60 is almost 30% of its population. So we didn't actually expand on that, or you mentioned it, Jake, about how the one-child policy, or China's like they say it's 1.1 billion, but that the statistic has never made sense since the one-child policy has been in effect for since the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just population-wise, it's like it's probably closer to like 450 or 500 million. They think is more realistic.
450 is what they think.
450.
The population in China, a normal population growth looks like a regular tree that has the longest legs at the bottom. So the largest population growth
there's the opposite.
They don't have any limbs until 30.
Yeah, makes sense.
So from 30 and below, it's basically a bare trunk. And then at 30, it like is where their number one population is. And then above that, it looks like the normal tree would look.
They're now Japan's also, and China and Korea, all culturally, the birth rates are insanely low because they're also super. Japan's like in a crisis right now that they're not even going to be able to like take care of their country because nobody's having children. It's a generational thing. It's also like they're focused on work. And then you add that, now you have a elderly population that is massively bigger than the young population. And that causes a lot of, we don't even really know the ramifications of that because that's not how any human society has really happened before.
No, that's wild. That's wild.
For all, how difficult is balancing reserve SOF and full-time Fed tactical career, BORTAC, et cetera? Would you recommend it or not? I would pick one or the other, homie. I would not try to. I don't think they're even. You try to go, Federal Marshal SAW Group and be in the National Guard. They might let you do it. I doubt it, man. You ain't gonna be able
to pull it off. You ain't gonna be able to do both jobs at a high enough level to stay in either one of the units.
Yeah, I agree with that, Ben. I don't know your thoughts on that, but I think I don't know if you've never worked in a SOF unit, guys. It's the workload is.
I mean, I saw HRT there, and all I thought is like I've had friends in HRT, and I think exactly what you said, Nate. I mean, Nate, I pick one or the other.
The workload is massive. For SOF and for FBI HRT, Federal Marshal SAW Group. I mean,
Are you already qualified? That's the first question. Are you already qualified SOF? Because
they're not taking anybody that's not qualified SOF anymore. Like,
typically not usually, unless you have you might have like some guys make it in through police work, high level SWAT work, and things like that. They can make it there, but to Jake's point, most of those guys are coming off the teams and then going. Over to those units.
Nate, I put the population of China in there so you can.
Oh, I've seen this. This is the. Let me pull this one down. I've seen this demographic actually. Yeah, I've seen this exact one. That's the tree.
So like they're missing roughly 20 million people below.
Right.
Just call it 25. Right. Like
that's crazy.
Basically below 30. Each rung on this tree is missing like 25 to 50 million people.
You know what's wild? When I was
younger demographic is so much smaller than the 30 to 60.
You know what's wild? When I was out working like in the interagency as a diplomat and all that, I interacted with the Chinese officials a lot, right? And I remember meeting their youngest Chinese attaché, and he was with his wife, and I was talking about having kids and all this stuff, and he's like basically saying, we can't. There's a restriction. And I said, they still have these policies and all these things. They were like, it was just weird to be face to face with it after hearing about it and then asking them.
I think they are undoing a lot of that now. because to Jake's point, they're actually looking at this going, oh shit, maybe this one-child policy wasn't that smart. So
yeah.
Especially if, like, you know, you even talk about militarily, right? Is it a great idea to only have a one-child policy if you potentially want to have a big military?
Well, no. And, you know, the other thing is, by contrast, in India, when I was over in India, they would be pushing to have, you know, to congratulate cities and districts that were having a high birth rate. You know, this one has an average of 4, and they were congratulating them. And I thought, well, that's also a way to get into poverty too, if you have so many people.
Right.
So Nate, one of the biggest driving factors between the one child left behind or one child policy was food. And the last revolution in China was driven by food.
Yeah.
And so they don't have the resources to produce enough food.
Very good point.
To feed everybody.
Very good point. Yep. Rubes dropped a donation for.
Hey, thanks, Ruby. Thank you, Ruby. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Ruby. Appreciate you.
Thanks
you.
For the. Oh, you went quiet, Nate. Nate, you went quiet. Nate,
thank you, brother. Off. Appreciate it, SRP. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate you.
Nate got some Jake Zweig shit
working at his
house. Nate got Jake Zweig shit happening. The mic just shut off.
The mic's off. Best chat on YouTube, baby. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We got a really cool chat in there. Very supportive people. If you haven't been in there yet,
are we back?
There you go. You're back, man. I mean, Nate, you're back.
Like a software shoot.
All right, Aaron. Thanks, Aaron.
That was for you guys anyway. All right, we did it. We're back. The documentary Europa: The Last Battle is becoming alarmingly real. I can't believe I'm saying this. Help! I haven't seen that yet, actually.
I can't believe you're saying it either. I don't even know what it is. I haven't seen it either.
Yeah, haven't seen it, Ashley. But I have seen a lot of people talk about it. I'll be on the lookout for it. Hey man, my son loves the show and he's got a birthday coming up. Was hoping he could get a shout out. His name is Wyatt. He's a little shit, but he's a great kid. Thanks for all you do, brother. Well, thank you. And yes, Wyatt, you can get a shout out from all of us. And
Let's go, Wyatt.
Happy birthday, Wyatt.
Happy birthday. Don't be a little shit. Actually, yeah, you're probably giving your dad a hard time, so it's probably fine. He probably needs it anyway. Thank you so much. And then we got Mark says, our leaders like Trump and Vance and those over the last few decades have decided China already won, so they're managing our decline. In my opinion, decline is a choice, and we have made it with our vote over decades. Well, I mean, there's a lot you could make that argument for, especially with the fact that we've completely tied our economy to China. You know, we're letting them buy farmland. I wish we would stop that. Things like that. Skyscrapers, God, like in Seattle, there's like entire skyscrapers that are empty that China just owns.
Yep.
Which is
wild. They've been buying a shit ton of stuff in America. And the one that's the funniest, they've been buying a lot of land around military bases.
They do that. Yep.
And flying those little flying saucer drones that we call UAPs. You know, I was going to say too, is that, you know, a great point when Mark said decline is a choice. If we look back at, like, you know, Britain, 1956, Nasser nationalizes the Suez Canal, right? And so basically Britain and France went in there with Israel, took it back, but then the U.S. is like, no, get back in your box. You're screwing stuff up for us. We're not backing you. Eisenhower said no. So their own allies beat them back. Here's the point. They already knew they're in decline. And they're like, okay, U.S., you're going to take it. So they took, you know, we took the baton from them. They decided to decline, to your point, Mark. And they then wrote their national policy, their national security strategy afterwards. Like, we are no longer a power projection country. We're going to work on our own stuff. We're going to reduce our forces. So to your point, countries do decide to decline if they have a good successor, which we don't.
Right.
We don't want China to be the successor. So we're going to have to fight and grow. And
and good is relative to us, right? When we say that, like,
yes, 100%.
We say that the successor for us, a good successor would be, well, I don't know at this point, but
no, yeah,
a European ally, to your point, right? But yeah, like a good successor for, you know, China is China, or Russia is China, right?
Right.
So it's all dependent on which country you are, but yeah,
100%.
China is not a good successor for the United States.
That's right.
You know,
for Iran, they'd be happy. They'd be like, yeah, this is great.
Yeah, that's great for Iran and a few other countries for sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
President Trump would say, "We do love our Chinese food." Can't believe he was saying this. He was saying this in China.
I know.
We got lots of Chinese restaurants. I was like,
say
wow.
that. That's right.
Yeah,
He did
100%,
say that.
man.
You can't make it up. Nate, you can't make it up, my dude.
No.
I know.
Can't make
Listen to
it
the
up.
compliments he gave him. The contribution to America. We love Chinese food. Your orange chicken is amazing.
Oh my god.
For real.
That's just painful because it's true.
Yeah.
Like that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, but none of our Chinese food is Chinese, right?
That's all American Chinese food.
All American.
America does do that. We you know what we're good at? We're
Yeah.
good at taking other cultures' food and making it a better version.
Melting pot.
Not other than Mexican food or like actual Mexican food crushes.
I was crushed when I found out that Outback Steakhouse was founded in Florida.
No wrong, just right. There's no wrong, just right.
Pizza is one that's like, go have a pizza in Italy and you'll be like, what the
exactly
this? Dude?
Why don't I feel sick when I eat it? I don't feel sick when I eat the pizza.
We gave it to them. They took our pizza and said, fuck it, this is a pretty good idea. Let's
wait, have you guys ever heard that pizza is Native American invention? You ever heard of this?
Surprised.
I didn't know that.
I'd be surprised.
But I know
cook it and probably wood fire it and stuff. Yeah, that would make sense.
But Italy took our pizza. Like pizza is not Italian. It's fucking American that they took back to Italy.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, it's just like the fucking Chinese food. They don't have General Chow's chicken, orange chicken.
No.
They don't have none of that shit. It's all American.
No, first time I had in Asia, I don't remember if it was the Philippines, I think. Maybe Japan, I don't remember, but we went to a real Chinese restaurant. It's like a actual Chinese restaurant, and I remember being like, "What the f is this?
You guys got this all wrong." You're like,
exactly. Yeah, where's the Marfar chicken and white rice, bro?
They're like,
I will tell you this though: if you grow up in our side of the country, Nate, the Asian food is pretty on point, right?
Like, sure.
If you go like the Korean barbecue, I was like, "Fuck,
it's pretty good out here, man." Especially in Washington, right? Because there's such a huge,
my Korean barbecue that we go to when I go home with all the boys is pretty much the same Korean barbecue I had in Korea, right?
Pacific Northwest has pretty good Asian food.
Yeah, you guys were more cultured growing up. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, and we're talking like burgers, pizza, wings. It's like different world, man.
Hey. I'll tell you this, man. I didn't know what a wing was when I got to college.
See, I had an
you know
advantage
what
there.
a wing was. I knew what Chinese and Asian food, or really Korean food was, right?
It's very highly cultured from Buffalo. Buffalo Bills.
I didn't know what a wing was, bro. I had no idea. I said, "What the fuck is that?" They're like, "It's fucking good." I'm like, "I've never seen no shit like that before."
Hey, now you're addicted. You can't stop.
Oh,
Let me tell you something. I had one of the
wings.
best pizzas ever in my life. Bella Pizza, Buffalo, New York. Shout out to Bella Pizza, dude. It's unbelievable. I went home, saw my brother.
New York does have incredible.
I couldn't believe it. I'd love to see what teams everybody's representing out there. What football teams? We got football season coming up. What's everybody like?
Yeah.
I don't watch football.
Okay,
so.
My Bills are going to win.
Shador does good. I just want.
I'm not a traditional sports. I don't have anything against it. Like I played them actually growing up, but I don't really watch. I don't watch the NBA or the NFL or any of that type of stuff.
I can't help it. Until the Bills win, I can't rest, guys. It's just, you got to understand. Until we get our Super Bowl, I can't rest. Josh Allen is going to make it happen, I think.
All right. Ryan says we're pretty effing benevolent concerning the amount of our taxes that go around the world. That's actually a good point. We are pretty benevolent. I think the world forgets about how much money we give them. Just ad bellum. We forgot this and turned to profit. I'm not sure what you mean on that one, Didi. Ad bellum. What's ad bellum?
For war.
Is that like a Latin?
Yeah, right.
Oh,
so like justification for war. Why we do it?
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah. Tracking. Yep, for sure. Military industrial complex. Paul says effing insane hubris. Russia broke the you-know-what Napoleonic empires, Afghanistan, ex-USSR, Vietnam, ex-France, and the United States. Persia, Macedonia, all of those places. America, let's attack them all. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Paul, that's a great point, man. The Russians, man, you're right. I mean,
let's maybe not invade the country called the graveyard of empires.
Yeah.
Maybe that could have been a good idea.
And I said this the other day on Wednesday. I said this. I said, if Hitler would have known his culminating point, if the Germans would have known, a culminating point is, guys, when and I'm just saying it in case anybody doesn't know, when you hit your point where you're in exhaustion, your supply chain is stretched, you run out of resources, you consolidate and you dig in, you improve your fighting position.
Yep.
You kind of, grateful for what you got right now, right?
You don't try to invade Russia.
Yeah. They would still be German. All of Europe would be German.
100%.
Be it.
You're right.
Hey,
If
all
they
of
never,
all-
if he never attacked the Soviet Union wouldn't have fucked with them either.
100%.
Soviet Union would have said, "Hey, you do your thing, we'll do our thing."
100%. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm going to
that's
say
a
something even
huge
simpler.
miscalculation.
Even simpler. If they wouldn't have went with I think it was the 262, the jet fighter, and went with the automatic assault rifle, they probably would have won the war.
Interesting.
Because they chose the jet fighter over the automatic assault rifle.
Interesting. Technology matters, man.
Same reason Russians are signing up to fight Ukraine. There's also, I didn't know if you guys seen this. Russia now has Ukrainian battalions fighting against Ukraine.
No. Oh,
like Ukrainian soldiers
from Donbass in that region they seized.
Yeah,
Eastern,
that are pro-Russia, that want to be a part of Russia.
Interesting.
That are now fighting against Ukraine. The Ukrainians fighting against Ukraine. It's getting
two sides to every story, always. That's for sure.
That place is, man, it'd be nice to calm that one down, huh?
One thing where I will just say I agree with Trump is that it needs to stop. I mean, the Russians, are losing 5,000 a week.
Yeah,
5,000? It's nuts.
Hey, I want them to drop some nukes. Like I want to see some nukes. Hey, listen, man, if we're gonna do it, let them do it, man. Let them do it.
That's a lot of algorithm on that one.
Okay, never mind.
Luckily, we're 3 hours in, and on live
I want them to drop some flowers.
They can't figure that out.
Yeah, they've stopped by then.
I want them to drop some flowers.
There you go.
Hey, Jake, how'd you spell the name of the investigator that you mentioned from a previous stream? Was it Bobby Euler or Oler? Couldn't find his channel.
OLLER.
Gladio or Phoenix Program?
Okay, go ahead, but because I can't spell it. You just asked me to spell something, Jess.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you, I learned to read in college, and I still haven't learned to spell. But Ben knows him also.
Bobby Oler, and he just left a crazy comment, Bobby, on one of my posts on YouTube. Was like, is that something on your guns? I was like, what in the world? So Bobby Oler, and he's been on my show a couple times. He's been obviously, all over with everyone, but he's into all that stuff. Like Jake's saying, Bobby Oler, OLL.
Which one of these you spell it?
None of those actually. OLLER. I do believe. Let me just double check in here. You guys can keep driving. I'll find it.
All right. Are there any platoons connected via Neuralink, or is that only in China? Well, no, we don't got no Neuralinked platoons yet. I mean, I could come eventually, I guess, but no, we don't got nothing like that. I think crashing the economy for the last 5 years was the plan to build up recruitment to prepare for the excursion. There is some arguments to be made that, well, they're not an argument. It is a fact that when the economy is terrible, Army recruitment military recruitment hits its highest levels every time. But we talked about that earlier, right? When young men don't have opportunities, the military is a great opportunity for that. So was it intentional? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I would say if we hit a full-scale ground invasion and lose 100,000 troops, then I'll come back to this comment and be like, you were right.
Yeah.
That's probably what it was.
I hope not.
Yeah, but we're all hoping that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
100% sharp. Oh, Genghis Khan can't stop effing. That's a great name. It's true. A lot of the world is direct descendant.
36 million direct descendants.
That's pretty impressive. 100% sharp cases for SA go up with everyone on TRT.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
100%.
you can see that, but I don't know, man. That's you either have control over yourself or you don't. Plenty of guys have natural testosterone levels as high as people on TRT. Every young man basically has the same testosterone levels as a 35-year-old man on TRT. So I don't like that. I don't like suggesting that that's a cop-out. Okay, what you're saying is a cop-out. It takes away and says that testosterone levels is what cause men to rape women, and I'm going to disagree with you vehemently on that.
All I'm going to say, Nate, you use the word control with special forces. I would like to state that 75% of the special forces are uncontrollable. So just
not when it comes to raping women. I'm going to push.
No. I'm just saying in general. In general,
I don't believe that at all. Now,
I'm
not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not saying high testosterone doesn't lead to a higher libido, but I'm not. That's a cop out because I don't care how high my testosterone levels are. I'm not going to
absolutely
women, dude. It's not going to happen.
Absolutely.
And I know neither of you would either. So
no, absolutely.
Who can Americans trust and why? Who funded more? You know what? The Muslim Brotherhood or AIPAC? Well, AIPAC probably not. However, Israel would be a different discussion with that. Now, Who funded more? I don't know. Well, depends on where you think ISIS and Al Qaeda and Hamas all got their funding from. Did they get it from the Muslim Brotherhood, or did they get it potentially from someone else?
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I believe
there's a lot of different options here.
Yeah, I would say, I don't know about the funding, but I would say definitely like strategic. Well, let's say strategic. I think guidance and maybe spiritual. What would I say? Spiritual currents, spiritual, like their fundamental
ideology, I guess you could say.
Muslim Brotherhood, I guess.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But as the actual funding,
I don't know.
the CIA and Mossad are pretty
No.
good at that.
I mean, we in Afghanistan, right? I just said, did anybody remember? On the Wednesday, I think I said it last Friday. Osama bin Laden, it's well known. It's well known. He was there with CIA, like, you know, to fight the Russians, and then we left. And one of the reasons bin Laden was so angry is a great book. Okay. Something Youssef wrote this book. And he basically was like, they abandoned us in our fight. They left us. We were there. And then, you know, the Russians were whooping us with the high-end helicopters. And so, you know, so there's some real evidence for that and some real credence to all of that. Deep set, long-standing grievances where we were like, we're done with you. We're done. But they weren't done with us. You know what I mean? So there's all that stuff too, just to be mindful.
It's very complex,
yeah,
for sure.
100%.
It's not as easy. Those ones are one that's like, it's very easy to be like, they did it. And it's like, there's probably a lot of interconnected stuff going on here.
Yeah. And, you know, I always like to say too, is like, guys, like for me personally, like I know some stuff. I know, you know, a good amount of stuff about some things, but it also doesn't mean I know nearly everything. And you guys, I give you my best effort, say what I think I can offer, but then you make your own decision. Hear many voices always, you know, and critically think. It's so important.
Yep. Defense wins championships. Man.
Nice. There's no doubt about that.
James says, super unpopular opinion. We'll see. But T is one reason why women shouldn't be in combat arms. It's sharp waiting to happen. Besides T. What do you mean T? Besides, we shouldn't be sending our daughters to the front lines. Just my 2 cents. I'm 100% with you on that. I've done a bunch of content. You know, I'm pretty progressive on a lot of things. That is not one of them. Women on the front lines of combat and infantry, you know, Marine Corps fighting on the front lines in the trenches, not for me. Now, there is a lot of
I hear they make pretty good pilots,
for women.
Though. Yeah,
that's what I was just going to say. Fantastic.
Pilots,
No, I'm not even saying I don't want women in definitely like potentially combat situations. There's Delta Force uses women all the time. So does the CIA paramilitary. Pilots. A lot of, I've heard, Jake, and maybe you could, you're more tuned into this, but I've heard a lot of time female fighter pilots are the best ones.
Yeah.
Yep. The female, there's no difference between a female and a male in a fighter plane.
Can they handle more G's? I heard they can.
Yeah, they can handle more G's, and they're a lot more patient than we are reckless. Right.
That weapon system.
It puts them in a position to like be more effective as pilots.
Yeah.
Wow. So there you go. See, I'm all about that. Like if you have a role that they're better at or as good at, I'm all about it. But physically, there's some serious physical things we're talking about, as we all know, on the front lines of the infantry, right? Just the weight you're carrying, how heavy. Guys, like all three of us here are just giant men. And if you think you can pick our unconscious bodies up off the ground in 100 pounds of kit, you got to be a big, strong boy for that.
But let me say this. Some of the best snipers in the world during World War II were females.
Right. These are, stuff like that. Not a problem. I'm talking about grunts. Like I don't need,
I'm with you.
I don't need female grunts. You know what I mean?
No,
sorry.
Yep, I'm with you.
This one's for you guys. Question for y'all three. What would a normal workout look like in a group team? And did you or anyone else train flexibility, or is just meathead lifting? There's no meathead lifting. For us, it was all performance based. Yeah. Some guys get into like bodybuilding, but I mean, they're not typically the guys that are doing well. We did all performance based. Not Same CrossFit thing. Necessarily, but like strength and conditioning, performance-based fitness.
Very functional. Yeah, we had
fitness
group workouts.
Flexibility is a huge deal, by the way. Yeah.
Strength coach. We had a strength coach, strength program. You know, it's like a professional sports team. Like you have physical trainers, you've got doctors, sports, therapists, all these things on staff.
Yep.
And it's all functional based, like Nate was saying, to get you to be able to perform in combat and your competencies. So they're designing it for that. And foam rolling, prehab, not rehab. They have rehab too, but
huge.
Prehab, all these things. So I tell a good story on Monday on my live, and if you want to hear it, but I when I came into battalion command, I was pretty jacked up, and I couldn't even complete the warm up, and it's
wow.
And so it was just so bad, and I had to rebuild myself over the next 2 years. But
I did as well when I retired after that accident I had.
Yeah.
But you're not going to see you'll see a lot of bodybuilders in the military that are like cooks and supply sergeants.
Sure.
At the
Very
gym.
true.
It's
Very
funny because
true.
when I would go into Callahan Gym, anybody who's in the military been to Fort Bragg has been to Callahan Gym. That's where all the bodybuilders work out. And I remember I would go in there and just be like, I was big, but at the time, when I was active, I was up to 265 pounds for a while when I retired. But when I was active, I was around 210 pounds. So very, very lean at the time. And I remember going in there being like, I'm like one of the smallest guys in here, dude.
Supply and logistics guys are massive. The Marine Corps are massive.
But they're not, they don't got to throw 100 pounds of kit on and then move 24 miles over something,
Right.
So that's another thing, guys. And why functional fitness is so important, as you guys know, is you got to be able to, you got to be strong, because I got to be able to carry a ton of weight, but I got to be able to do it. My endurance, you're basically a ultra endurance athlete, because I got to be able to put 100 pounds of kit on me. And then not only do I have to potentially move 10, 12, 15 miles, but I also have to cognitively be ready to fight a gunfight after my 7-kilometer infill after that. Right.
Yeah.
So,
and the thing is too, if you're using enhancements, or if you're overusing creatine, you can have a big dump, adrenaline dump. And I'll tell you, if you haven't been involved in something that shocks you into fear, where you taste it in your mouth, that's the adrenaline flooding. When your adrenaline drops after a fight, but the fight's still going, but your adrenaline just is gone. Your glands can't produce right in that moment. If you don't have the physical fitness to keep going endurance wise, like you haven't been sleeping, you could freeze up and just be killed right then and there, or be a real detriment to your team, or whoever you're with. So it's like the endurance Nate's talking about. That's what you're training for. You're not training to look like anything. You're training to perform at the worst time.
And I tell people this, you'd be surprised. Like the average team dude's like 14 to 18% body fat most of the time. It's not, you're not seeing dudes you want to be 8% body fat and go out and do what Ben just said. You are not going to make it.
What's that they say? What do they say in the SEALs, Jake? They say the skinny SEAL does not survive the winter.
So let me say this. Let me say this one.
The water's cold.
Right.
We had a dude lead, and so we go to SQT. We had a young man who led all the PTs, and I know him well. Fucking probably 6% body fat. Fucking phenomenal dude. And the instructors kept telling him, "Hey, motherfucker, you better start eating real food. Get off these fucking protein shakes. All this shit." Right? About 3 weeks into SQT, we had an all-day land nav, individual land nav course. He didn't check in, and then. There was 25 of us out looking for him. We found him at 1 a.m. He had body rolled 300 yards. He was in chronic cramps, and he had to he rolled far enough to get to the road, and we found him, and he had been in chronic cramps for 12 hours. Wow. And so then they were like, "Okay, we're going to make you eat real food now." But he was 6%. You can't go out for fucking 12 hours of rucking and expect to make it anywhere on 6% body fat.
Plus, your mind starts to degrade too.
Yep. Bobby says the American government keeps knocking at Americans' door. Sooner or later, America is gonna answer. Yeah, I mean that's the flock surveillance system right now, and you're seeing it. You're seeing the blowback from people who are not happy about that.
I saw something where a bunch of police officers were getting arrested for stalking women using this camera system. I really don't know much about it.
There was there was a federal prosecutor. Or not a federal prosecutor, a local prosecutor, like a city prosecutor, who got caught monitoring and tracking her husband's new wife, her ex-husband's new wife, with flock cameras. That's crazy shit.
That's nuts.
Yeah, so
that's nuts, man. I didn't even know this was a thing until I saw something like
it. Just really started exploding out of nowhere. January of 2025. There's a crazy chart that shows flock cameras in America, and it's one dot here in the cities, and then you see January 2025, and you just see spider webs explode onto the map. Which, if you know what happened in that month, you know who took over as president.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
He's a big fan of them. So
really, because the thing is,
but he's out there telling Americans What did he say the other day for data centers? He said, "Stop trying to fight it. You can't fight it."
Got it. Okay. I understand now your reaction from earlier too, connected to a lot of these things. But it was like, to me, the say-do gap, because he was saying the opposite the whole time. Then all of a sudden,
now he's all about
cameras. Like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't match what the run up was in the election. You know. So.
Yep. Just another one of those. What happened? For sure. Who thinks Trump will digitally print 100 trillion? Your soldiers any good at math? No, I don't know. Whoa, 100 trillion? I don't know. No, the dollar will be worth literally nothing if that happens.
What he's talking about is the switch to digital currency, because then they can do whatever they want.
And then just kind of like and just reset the debt.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I've heard him talking about that. I don't know how that would work, but I've heard the rumors on that. Texas contributes most Marines. Ohio is number 2. I would believe that.
I would bet Texas contributes the most to the military
for sure.
If I had to put money on it,
the Midwest and Texas. Like when I was in, like 80% of dudes were from somewhere in the Midwest or Texas or like Alabama, Arkansas, like the deep South and the Midwest. There's not a whole lot of California, Oregon, Washington boys. I don't know about you guys, but I think we all are, though. I think all 3 of us are, aren't we?
I'm originally from Buffalo, New York, but I'm California.
Okay.
I'm living in California. Yeah.
Okay, I know Jake was Washington.
I know this. There's a high number of Navy SEALs from Washington State, a stupidly high number. And I think it's because we grow up in the cold. Like we grow up wet and cold pretty much all the time.
That would make sense. Stop spending on military, build infrastructure, build dams for electricity to process aluminum, build ports, steel plants, chip manufacturing, R&D. China wins with no petro. Spend less on the military. I do think we spend too much money on the military. I think a lot of that comes from us having 150 bases around the world that we don't need. And I think starting to draw down some of those, I think would be a huge deal. We don't have to get away from funding the military and having all our technology and all of our, but I mean, like, do we need 50,000 troops in Germany? I'm sorry. I don't think we do.
Not unless they're paying us for them. That's the problem.
Well,
right? They're not paying us for them. No. So,
and I don't know how many bases are there in Japan? Like 20 or something.
Quite a few.
Military bases.
A lot. Yeah.
So I think we could draw a lot of that down. I think.
Yeah. I don't know.
I like us, like Aaron's idea, right? Like let's get focused back on our region of the world. Because we got problems here too. Cartels.
No doubt about it. No doubt.
USA received this blessing with the internet and smartphone era, and all we did was run up 40 trillion in debt. Even with the AI boom, we will continue to overspend. I think a lot of that's from fraud, waste, and abuse in the government. A lot of our spending, I think, is, and that's why I think so many people were excited for DOGE. Right? Was like, oh, we're going to come to the bottom. We're going to get to the bottom of this, and then nothing happened. So.
It's such a complex issue, in one instance, I agree with what you're saying. The other, I'm trying to think about what, not that I disagree with what Lou is saying here, but there's just a lot to consider. And then the no doc time, the 2008 crisis, the crash. There's so much. There's so much there that. Yep. So.
Sarah Connor did nothing wrong. So isn't that crazy? The premise of Sarah Connor, you guys remember why she was arrested in the movie?
No.
Because she was destroying data centers.
That's
right. Yeah. Right.
AI. Right. That's the big bad guy in the Terminator series. And that's what she was arrested for. Isn't that crazy? That movie came out before AI was even something that remotely existed.
That's James Cameron, right? Cameron?
Yeah. Yeah, the original Terminators were.
That's wild.
He pretty much, not necessarily that's good, but I mean, robotics with AI and an AI system that potentially takes over and data centers to run it all. I mean,
and he felt so compelled by it, he made a movie about it. That's crazy stuff, man. Yeah.
Nuclear power. Yeah, I don't know a lot about.
They're firing up a lot of nuclear power plants in the country. They're firing.
I know a lot of this is one of those, like, a lot of people hate, a lot of people love the idea. I wish I knew more about it, but I don't. I don't know if you guys know a lot about.
So it's
nuclear power versus solar and all these things.
All our nuclear power plants are the same reactor. They're the same reactor in our submarines. It's all the same design. It's really safe. It's just
clean too, right?
It's clean and it's basically free. Once you build
Just
the power
it just
plant,
has the risk, right? The Chernobyl risk.
Yeah, there's always the risk of it too. But I think what Jake is saying is that there's a lot of evidence to support that it's a good
That's
thing
what I've
to
heard,
have.
that it's good. Yeah. Jake and Ben should go watch a couple episodes of the Alex Jones show. Funneling money to data center and AI and all this stuff just sucks. Now, I would argue, look, if you're going to do the data centers and the AI, those companies got to fucking pay for it themselves.
they got that, that's what I was saying
you were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
and they're not for a lot of this.
No, they are not.
You know, the taxpayers shouldn't be.
But I would like to watch a couple of the episodes. So
yeah, I bet Alex is all over that one for sure. To Ben's point, EMP grenades. I don't like the idea of an EMP grenade because isn't that going to blow out all my own stuff too?
Everybody, get them all.
Yeah,
we need a long time delay, or you can drop it from a drone. So
yeah, okay, that from a drone would make sense. If I throw it, I feel like I'm getting I don't got radios either. You know, I don't know how that works.
Right.
Cody, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Says Nate, my invention passed the patent search stage and is moving forward. The application, it turns servers into desalination plants producing water and vital minerals, and is an ideal for Corpus Christi, Texas. Could you help me get the word out? Well, I mean, I would have to see, your actual what you made and everything like that. But it sounds awesome, dude. If you can run some type of patent on something that could turn a data center into a desalination plant and produce water, you're going to be a very, very rich man.
And you are a friend of the channel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Shoot me an email and I'll try to take a look at it, man. But I'm not an expert on that stuff, but it sounds. Congrats though for getting it across the goal line.
That's crazy.
Sure. I'll take a look at it.
Very cool.
Some
smart people out there.
Yeah. Yeah, way smarter than Nate for sure.
Wow, include all of us on there.
Yeah. The advantage against outside is canceled when internal leadership is acting and favoring its own
100%.
pockets. 100%. Yeah. That's the fall of Rome too, right? The emperors that turned into psychopaths that only were concerned with their own pleasures, Quigula and the like. Big problem there too.
Yeah.
This one's for one of you guys. Says, what was y'all's best PT test and what was the best you witnessed? Oh, I could do this. What was your 2 mile time? Well, the tests are different for at least Army and you guys. I don't know if you guys Marine Corps have a different PT test than the Navy, or
we do. Yeah.
What was your guys' like the standard?
They have a real PT test.
I mean, just like the standard, like what you would do
the regular one for us is
one or whatever.
3 mile run. And then max dead hang pull-ups, and then max sit-ups. So that was
no push-ups.
No push-ups. The 3 mile run is always a real treat. The last half miles. But I will say,
how fast is the standard on the run?
I don't know what the standard.
Or what was like
100% is 18 minutes, so 6 minute miles.
Yeah, for 3 miles.
There's some dudes. Yeah, I hit a 300 before, but it's it's hard to sustain for sure. The pull-ups are the most important thing. I mean, the SEALs have a super hard. Their test starts the actual SEAL PFT. So Jake's being humble here, but that's like in camis 500 meter time swim, and there's some fishes, dude, that fly. And then you got to do dead hang pull-ups in your uniform. Then a mile and a half run in your uniform with boots.
Still wet from the.
You're not swimming it. You're not swimming in it, but yeah, you got boots and pants on.
Yeah.
I just think like the 3 mile run though.
I'm glad I joined the Army.
It's a differentiator. Like the
3 miles
run.
Killer.
I've seen
at that pace because the end of we have the 2 mile at that pace, and the end of that 2 mile at that pace, you are near vomiting if you're trying to push it.
100%, man. 100%.
I've seen a 6:30 swim with a 6:30 run, mile and a half run.
That's a freak
with 150 push-ups and 150 sit-ups and like 30 pull-ups by one dude.
Do you have time standard on push-up sit-ups?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
There's no way somebody did 150 push-ups in 2 minutes.
I did 157 after Buds. You're doing 5,000 push-ups a day, Nate.
Well, you would get zeroed in the military. You can't do strict form Army push-ups. You can't do probably more than 120. You got to go all the way down.
You mean like Ranger School airborne style, like down to the fist?
That's the way we do them. I'm just saying, you, Nate, the Army test. The Army test is super, super strict.
I seen a dude do 220 chest to full extension in 2 minutes. Nate, you're doing 5,000 push-ups a day.
The most I ever saw, the most fit, I'd say the fittest guy I ever saw did 117 in all of my time in Army Special Forces in 2 minutes. He did 113 sit-ups, 117 push-ups, and he had a 9:27 2-mile run.
9:27 2-mile?
Yeah, which is about 4.5 minute miles for 2 miles.
Yeah.
He was fucking he ran a 26-minute 5-mile. He was
yeah,
dude.
You know,
you're talking 5-minute miles for 5.
Just reminds me of a story. When I was in the basic recon course in BRC down in Coronado, we had a European professional soccer player come to the US, somehow join the Marine Corps. And I remember he had these tattoos. One was like fire on one calf and Superman on the other. And I just remember this is how the 8-mile run would start.
You see him take off.
That's all I'd see in front of me. And I was like, that's so cool. And on the way back, he'd be like this, just like, yeah, guys, go. Dude. Like with his accent. Yeah. I'd be like dying, I mean, I do okay. The longer runs were harder for me. But this guy would fly and just come in. He's a professional soccer player. It's a joke to him, Yeah. Other things challenged him, but the runs.
We had we called him Captain America, and he was a captain. And he was on the U.S. Olympic row team before. He's Olympian before and rowing Olympian. And he was like 6'5", about 215, 220 pounds.
Oh man.
And I remember it was a 12-mile ruck, I think. And I remember being on mile, where was I at? I was on like mile 4, right? Headed out because you turn around at the 6-mile mark. I was on mile 4 headed out when he passed me coming back. So he had been 8 miles in to my 4 miles, and I was moving quick.
I believe
he would finish. He would finish like 40 minutes before the next guy on a 3-hour test. Yeah, he would do like hour and 20-minute 12-mile rucks.
He's PTing himself afterwards. He's like, I got to get a little extra, and you're like, whatever.
Yeah, dude, he was.
There's some freaks.
He would run. He would run. 45-pound rucksack. He would run like a 7:30 pace with that rucksack for 12 miles.
Oh, we lost Nate. We'll keep it moving.
Ah, shit. I'm back.
You're back. You're back.
He would run like a 7:30 pace with that 45-pound rucksack and run it the entire way.
That's nuts, man.
And like you said, he'd run by and just be like, keep it up, guys. You're just like,
yeah, you're like, thanks.
Thanks, man. I got 8 more miles to go and you're almost done. Dude.
Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Super funny.
Never mind AI. How about investing in feeding ourselves organic food, manufacturing, water purification, use AI to make those things efficient. If we could just do, I don't have a problem with AI if it was used correctly as a tool to benefit society, but I don't trust human beings, dude.
Is it Spynet? What was in Terminator? Spynet? Skynet. Just wait till Skynet shows up.
Yeah. Let's go. We're
in the Matrix. We're in those little pods in the Matrix.
Yeah. Oh, that's like
that's scary.
That's another level pass.
Yeah. I don't want to know about that.
And they're in those pods to fund the power for the AI data.
Fuel the power. Yeah, we're the fuel source.
What the hell's going on, man?
Let's go, War Room, baby. I wish the channel was still running. Well, that's what we're doing here pretty much now. So. Thank you. I will email you the details about the patent when it's done. I don't want the wrong people to get their hands on it. Yeah, brother. Don't send me that shit until you've got it locked up. Even though, I mean, I'm not going to do anything with it.
Next thing you know, Nate's on the White House. You've invented. No, I'm just kidding. No,
well, guys, I'm shutting the YouTube channel down because I just got $1 billion contract for my patent. No,
what about all this stuff? No.
But no, Cody, I'll look at it, brother. But yeah, make sure you got all that squared away before you start sending it to anybody. You know what I mean? For sure. I'm in complete agreement with y'all. The future should be human. I was informed that EMP grenades were outled in the 80s. I didn't even know this existed.
Yeah, that's real. I thought it was.
I didn't even know they existed.
Me neither.
Ryan says best Friday panel by far. Appreciate it, fellas. Chat is fire too. Shout out to the mods. Yes, shout out to all of our mods. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us. Bobby says, I pray that our children and grandchildren bring peace and prosperity to the world. Man, wouldn't that be great? Yeah. Instead of what we thought was right, hopefully they have all learned from our mistakes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to see it, but at the end of the day, I believe that we are all chimpanzees that learned how to talk. So.
And you know, too, really powerful part of what he said there, instead of what we thought was right, you know, like focus on peace and peace and, you know, and all that stuff instead of what we thought was right. That's a pretty deep thought, Bobby. You know, no kidding right there. So there's a very deep
brain.
Big
brain.
Yeah. Just you and me, Jake. Tell us another wrestling story, dude.
No. I just think there's a stat. They're saying they're cloning the giants they found in Afghanistan.
What? I saw something about this. Wasn't he on Joe Rogan? They're talking to a guy about giants.
They said they're cloning them now, though, which I absolutely believe. Because I'll tell you, they're glad I didn't find that dude up there in the Hindu Kush, the giant. Because I would have
the giant of Kandahar.
Yeah, I would have flash froze one of his nuts.
Man, you know what's crazy
is
kids. I'm super into the Book of Enoch and the Nephilim and everything like that.
Where do you find that stuff? Where do you find all that stuff?
I will send you a video. The best one you can get. It's got like 10 million views. Nice. I've actually shared it with my channel a bunch. But the crazy thing is, I've been into that stuff since before I was into the joined the military.
Yeah,
I had never even heard of the giant of Kandahar until after I had retired. I was like, you're telling me I was in Kandahar. There was potentially some Nephilim there, and I never even heard the story. But I mean, that's my point. When everybody asked me about it, I'm like, it can't be that big of a story because I was in Kandahar and nobody even mentioned.
Joe Rogan was interviewing some dude the other day about all this stuff, and then he was like, but I like that Joe Rogan was thinking critically, and he was like asking him, he's like, well, how tall are they? He's like, they're like 7.5 to 8 feet tall. He's like, we have 8 feet tall people today.
Right.
He's like, what? No, they're like 8 to 12. Then he changed it 8 to 12.
Oh, he moved the goalpost.
So,
yes,
I'm
like Wemby's like 7'6" in the NBA, bro.
Right. That's what he was saying. He's like,
I know a dude, and I can't say any more than that I was asking him about it because he's in this weird.
I love when you do this, Jake, because I know it's gonna be a good story.
I can't say it though. Like I can't. And I was asking him shit. He says, "Yeah, I know where a T-Rex is." I said, "The whole T-Rex." He goes,
"Oh, I don't believe in dinosaurs."
No. I'm talking about the bones, like the bones, the skeletons.
I know.
Not the fucking.
I think they were dragons, and I think
even better though.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, they could be dragons. I'm not going to argue any of that shit because
me, and that's me in tinfoil hat land, guys. But
wait, flying dragons with fire or no?
Absolutely, Ben.
I just think that anytime I see every culture around the entire world
has dragons,
the same story, I go, there's probably that's all independent of each other. A lot of these places had no connection to each other at all. Anytime I see that, I go, there's probably
Bigfoot.
I'm not gonna lie, I love me some Game of Thrones. I love me some of that House of the Dragon. I love seeing those dragons.
Oh, we're watching House of the Dragon right now.
It's good stuff.
But he said he knew where there was 2 giant skeletons, and I said 2. He said, "Yep, they're laying next to each other."
Wow,
interesting.
That's so cool.
So you know the Smithsonian has stole all of the giants from America.
That's a real that's real. Back in the 30s.
Is it like so not to scare people or like what were they?
No,
they don't know exactly. So that's big in Native American cultures here in America.
The whole premise is the Egyptians with the Anunnaki and the giants came over here, and that's why you can't go in the northern part of the Grand Canyon because there's a whole bunch of Egyptian shit there. Okay, but the biggest
big in Native American culture too here in America.
The bigger premise. So in the Native American culture, they fought the redhead giants of Loveland.
Redheaded giants.
Because they were cannibals and they would
there's literally
you see like I'm blown away. I'm like I don't know.
This isn't like us being like tinfoil. There's literally articles from the New York Times in the 30s with pictures talking about these stories and the bones going to the Smithsonian. They're like you can still pull up the newspaper articles of it.
So cool.
But the problem is it destroys religion.
Okay.
Like it's the same reason why
not the narrative changes.
Well, no, not really, because the Book of Enoch is where that all comes from.
Absolutely.
But what's interesting is Christianity and Judaism forced out the Book of Enoch. They took the Book of Enoch out of the scripture. So a lot of people are going, well, Enoch predates Noah. And so if Enoch was talking about the giants and all this and the Nephilim, why did Christianity and Judaism take that book out?
See, I don't know anything about this stuff.
Yeah.
This is the best.
Guess what the good thing is? I got a video, but you're gonna watch. It's like a 3.5 hour video, Ben, and I promise you'll like.
And then you just need to do a live stream just with me and Ben.
You'll watch it all in one sitting. Once you start watching it, you're just like,
I'll be changed. When I come back, everybody, I'm gonna just be like this.
Trey Smith is the creator of it, and again, it's not like tinfoil. Like he goes down to Peru where they still have like the skull in Peru. They've still kept them.
Is that like Indiana Jones, the crystal skull type of thing?
No, they're giant skulls. They're like this
Holy
big.
Crap.
Yeah, and they have them in Peru still because they haven't, gotten rid of them like a lot of places. Anyway, guys,
this is wild, man.
We'll get back to that.
Sorry, guys. When I learned something, I'm like, get fast.
We gotta keep moving. I'm getting hungry. Facts: most grade school kids in Baltimore can't read. Most American children can't read hardly at all at this point.
COVID.
I believe the
COVID is bad.
The average American reads at below an 8th grade level. The average American. So, that's still reading comprehensively, obviously in 8th grade, but it's not very high. Idiocracy, Here We Come. It's got electrolytes in it. Yeah. Have you guys seen that movie? If you haven't, you should watch it.
I don't think so. I don't think I've seen it.
Oh, brother.
See, that's another one you have to watch. You guys got to educate me here. Get me
Idiocracy is a movie with Owen Wilson's brother. What's his name? Luke Wilson.
Oh, okay.
And it's about it's literally a story about a guy I believe in the 90s, late 90s, maybe early 2000s, and he gets stuck in like a cryogenic pod and the building collapses on him, and they find him like 150 years later and dig him up, and it's about what society has turned into. Bro. President Camacho, who's played by Terry Crews, is literally Donald Trump.
I gotta see this.
It's literally it's literally perfect.
I gotta see this. Do you guys like Sacha Baron Cohen? You guys like Sacha? Okay, he's got a new movie coming out too. I can't wait. New LAG movie.
Oh, LAG. I love
it's nuts. Character. I love him.
It's all about example you set for them for the kids.
100%. Yep.
Great panel, great discussion. I need an effing drink. Well, luckily, I have given most of that up.
Good for you, man.
I'm freezing here.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
you're good
dude,
now.
I lost, dude. It's crazy how much weight I lost. Changed nothing. I train all the time and everything. But I lost like 35 pounds, I think, so far.
Wow.
Just from cutting out drinking for about 3 months now.
So much better for your body too.
I just feel so much better all the time too.
That's awesome. It's better sleep too. You get better sleep.
I'll tell you the story about it. Aaron Love is actually the reason why I did it.
Oh, you told me.
Saw a picture of Aaron and he was so shredded, and I was like, dude, how the fuck are you so shredded? And he's like, well, I don't drink. And I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll try that.
I'll tell you that, like, for me too, like when I don't drink, like I don't drink often, but when I do, I don't sleep as well. I don't sleep as well.
It's terrible for your sleep.
Yeah, even like 1 or 2.
You don't go into REM sleep.
Right, exactly.
As well. Yeah.
So just for everybody listening out there, if you're having trouble with your sleep, maybe try not to drink one night. See how it goes.
Yep. Bobby says my children are in their mid-30s, so taking stuff away wasn't a big deal, but my grandkids will paint the house to get their phones back once grandpa takes them away.
Nice, Bobby.
Yeah, there it is, man. It's a great incentive tool too. You know 100%. What I mean? If you can use it in the right way with your kids.
I agree.
Thank you, Ohms. Bobby says, I freaking love Jake more than ever now. We have lived the same childhood, figured it out, little man, memories of childhood. Hell yeah. Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you, Bobby.
Texas has oil. Taxes. Most states don't have that margin, so different economics is policy dominating over sovereignty to others. But to Jake's point, that's why Texas is a powerhouse. Because Texas also has its own natural resources, which, most places don't. And a massive, also you're in the Gulf, right? You got the ports, you got like Texas does when just geographically. That's why, we fought over it with Mexico too, It's the place for sure. He's still mad at McLovin. Oh, Jonah. Super bad.
That's so funny.
Just an old aerosol leg here. I got to say, y'all are bright light in the dark world. Thank you for the podcast and the info. Well, thank you, brother.
Awesome.
Thank you for your service, man.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Appreciate
Thank you.
I never did aerosol. Never did aerosol. You guys have aerosol in the Marines?
We HRST. We just
have it,
like
but
that.
we don't call it anything.
Yeah, I didn't
really?
go through the school, but
we don't have a school. It's just the shit you learn. Fast roping.
Yeah, we do too. And like on the teams,
rappelling,
like we have Fries Masters, and we do all of this stuff. But a lot of guys also have been to the school too.
Yeah,
so there's that.
We used to send guys there.
Very cool school, from what I've heard.
Yep.
Why does Jonah Hill sound like he has a husband instead of a wife? Brutal. Well, because he's from Hollywood, man. and you know, they're a little bit more. He's also a theater kid, right? So he's an actor. A little bit more flamboyant. We are too broke to be an empire anymore. We have killed enough innocent people. We need to focus on healing and progressing America. I agree with you, man. I don't want us to be in any wars we don't need to be in. And I think most of us agree on that.
Yep.
Speaking of fighting, did you ever check out that female Muay Thai fighter I told you about? She just hit 16-0. I don't remember the female. There's a new, for those who don't know, I forget his name. It's got a Spanish name. There's a new phenom who just became the Muay Thai world champion, youngest ever at 21. He's 6'4" and fights at bantamweight, which is 121 pounds in Muay Thai.
I gotta look that up.
I'll send you. I forget his name.
His legs are probably like baseball bats.
Dude, he is a menace, dude. Like and he's so good and so fast on top of like.
Oh,
and keep in mind he's 6'4" at bantamweight. Everybody's fighting 5'4".
He's tiny.
5'5", and he's just massive with this wingspan and
he's head kicking.
Dude, from like distances, you know, like you can't get anywhere near him. But yeah, he's a phenom right now.
I don't know when the first time I got a really bad leg kick, I remember with this guy was, you know, really good, you know, fighter, martial arts and all this stuff. And I didn't really know, this was a long time ago. I had no clue. I was probably like 24 years old. I didn't understand the power leg kick. I'd done, you know, striking, and he's like, you need to feel this. And I'm like, all right, you want to kick me in the leg? He's like, yeah. He's like, I'm telling you, if you can land one of these, it'll stop the fight. I was like, get out of here. He kicked me so hard. I thought my world had come to an end. I played it off. I was like, I'm good. And he's like, are you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm good. I was done. He could have pushed me. He could have taken anything he wanted.
Well, there's a lot of Muay Thai fights that end. They're called knockouts, but they're literally guys' legs. They can't stand on their legs anymore. It's a leg knockout. That's a thing in Muay Thai. It's pretty crazy. So I'll actually, because me and Jesse on Fire have been talking about him. I can just pull him up. Here he is. I'm gonna turn. Oh, where's this? The fuck is this sound coming from?
Oh, that might have been me.
Sorry. No, it was me. It was. I was trying to pull this up, and it was just sound just blaring in my. Okay. Sorry, guys. You want to see this? I don't know. For those of you who aren't into fighting, you're probably not going to care about this. But for those of you who do like this,
I want to see it.
Let's see it.
Where is he? Yeah, here he is. He's the new phenom. I think he's 21 years old. And he's super long and lanky. Turn this down a little bit. So here he is. Yeah, Nabil Anan. Super hard name to say. But just wait to see this kid.
Got a broken nose.
Just wait till you see how big he is when he gets to
He looks big.
Oh, here we go. Let's get to his actual fighting here.
He's cutting a lot of weight.
Here comes his actual fighting here. I'm going to turn this.
Yeah, he cutting a lot of weight, man.
Yeah, he's fighting a bantamweight. Here we go. Just look how massive he is, dude.
Elbows, legs, everything. Oh my gosh.
I mean, there's nothing anybody can do to him.
He's very precise with his strikes, too.
Oh, he's insanely good, dude.
He reminds me a little of Pau Houghton. What's his name? Pereira.
But anyway, yeah. So if you guys like Muay Thai, he's a great watch because he's just I couldn't imagine, dude. That's like an inch taller than me fighting dudes that are this tall. Like in Muay Thai with a leg reach like that.
Brutal.
When you can kick and you're 6'4" and you're fighting people that are 5'5", that's
not fun.
Times,
not fun.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
All right, let's keep moving. Sorry, chat. We had a little time out there. Ben was at 29 Palms. What's the weirdest you've seen? Or you know what you've seen out there? There's a lot of lore out there.
I mean, I will tell you, like Juan Wick is up in here. He was like with me in my platoon. He's out in the audience. I don't know if you saw out there, Juan, but you know, we had seen some strange stuff, heard some weird stuff before, like, and it comes back to me like more now as we like bring certain things up. Or I did the UAP episodes I've done. And I'm like, man, I remember something vaguely, like, you know, people out there, we can't go in certain areas. But the weirdest thing personally I ever saw out there, besides from all like, you know, it's like being on the moon. There's like nothing out there. The Amboy crater, all this stuff. Like they have cave drawings, man. Like you get certain places, they have like no kidding, like prehistoric cave drawings. And so there's a lot of weird stuff out there. I do know they have one of the biggest UAP whistleblower citing people was a Marine at 29 Palms around the time I was there. I didn't personally experience it, but you know, I looking back on it now, it's like making me connect some dots on some things. And so that's the best I got. I wish I had more story for you. Like, and they took me and I flew around, but I didn't see any of that. but I heard some things.
If Jonah had to fight McLovin, he would indeed win. Yeah, there you go. If you Jonah versus McLovin, there's a decent match. Most people have zero clue how helpless they really are until a high-level grappler like Jesse, John Jones, DC, Jake Islam, and Khabib grabs them, especially icy red dorks. I was with Jake Shields out in Vegas 2 weeks ago, and he showed me his rear naked choke technique where he put it on me, and dude, it felt like I had a polar bear around my neck. It was insane. I've never felt anything.
And you're bigger than he is.
I'm much bigger than he is. But dude, like he put me in it and he was like explaining to it. And then I'm like, all right, put the pressure. I would have been blood choked out in like 3 seconds, dude.
Yeah.
He's one of the best grapplers in the world.
You know, another level, another world.
He beat Jake's, obviously his UFC record's crazy, but he at one point he beat the, before he even was like really high up in jiu-jitsu, he beat the number one without even knowing he was in a match against the number one ranked Brazilian jiu-jitsu practitioner in the world, and he just steamrolled. So yeah, man, you get grabbed by a dude like that. He's big. Jake's big though. Jake's not small. Jake's probably like 6 foot, 200 pounds.
Oh, okay.
But he's still a big dude. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're a big guy. So next to you, he doesn't look as big. You know, that's
but no, he's big. He is a big dude though.
I didn't know. I didn't know that. I don't know.
Yeah, but you get somebody like that grabbing you. Jake knows, I'm sure.
If you fuck with the pros, you're gonna lose.
Yeah,
I don't give a shit, bro.
No, you're just not as you're not as fast. You know, and sometimes Brock Lesnar made a great point one time before a big fight. He's going for a title fight. The other guy was amazing, you know, and they were like, well, what's your prediction? He's like, well, I'm going to win. They're like, well, why are you going to win? He's like, well, at some point he's just as skilled as I am. He's like, but it's a whole nother level of athleticism. I'm a Division I, national champion.
He's a freak phenom.
He's an NFL football player. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, I'm going to move faster. I'm going to do things faster, react faster. It's just, he's like, he's amazing. He's like, I just know I'm going to be able to, I'll be a quarter second ahead of him on everything until I get to where I want.
6'3", 265. He fought at the absolute weight cap, and he has the strength and athleticism of he has the strength, speed, and athleticism of a phenom athlete that's like 6 foot 180. And then you put it in his body. You're like, what, dude?
I'm gonna tell you eye awakening thing. I saw this kid. Just put it in perspective for everybody. Never lifted weights. Okay. Long story short, this is a high school football player, never lifted weights. I saw this guy. I thought he was a coach coming from the NFL to coach the kids. They're like, no, he's our new defensive tackle. He's 6'4", 280, ran a 4.840 flat, was a high level recruited basketball player, never lifted weights, walked in the weight room, deadlifted 600. Was like, was that good? Yeah. They were like, and he benched 315. He was like, was that good? They're like, yeah, I never touched weights. Yep. I mean, this is just a different world, some of these people. So
we had a kid I went to school with. It was quarterback when I was a sophomore. He was a senior, and 6'2", 195, 200 pounds, and he could squat 605 pounds.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and he was athletic too. Yeah.
All
right. Love the 4D chess guy is waiting for the guys playing checkers to make a move. I don't know who's playing chess or checkers at this point. It all just seems like 2P2. It seems like we're playing checkers against each other at the moment.
Maybe so.
God bless you. Thank you, brother.
You as well.
The U.S. government installed the Ayatollah. Yeah. Not that one. Maybe, probably not. But the Shah, we installed for sure. Us and MI6. Not the Ayatollah though. I don't think. Although who knows with the CIA, right? Nate, when's the Civil War happening? Hopefully never. Hopefully.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that because that'll get you banned too.
Yeah. Hopefully never.
Unless you mean a new Marvel movie, a new Marvel Comics movie.
Yeah, there you go. That's what we were talking about. The new Avengers.
Yes,
Gifted
Jason.
membership for Ben.
Yes.
Can you explain who exactly we owe 36 trillion to? Sure, and how we can
most of it's China. They own a third of our debt.
But not quite. Most of it we owe back to the Federal Reserve, who prints money out of thin air.
Okay. Can you guys think that
the Rothschild banking system?
Elon Musk is going to be worth $1 trillion. He basically has a percentage of that.
He was for a while.
Like 1.3 at the beginning.
No, he's down to like 700 million because SpaceX tanked into oblivion.
No, I'm saying when it first came out, he was at 1.3.
1.3.
I thought that was in like what he was owed. I thought that's what he was owed from his different companies. Like they were going to pay it in tranches.
I'm going to tell you this:
like net worth based off the SpaceX IPO. And so he hit 1.3, and then SpaceX just has been going straight
it's down
down
to like 120 now.
So now it's like he's only worth like $700 billion now. Guys.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to him. I was going to have him on my podcast next week, but now he's $700 billion.
Now that he's
Elon,
poor.
Sorry. Now that you're poor.
Hang on. I'm going to go do some research on this so I can give you the actual numbers.
Yes. Get some dopamine. Get some dopamine on that social media.
All right, we got some coming in for you guys. God bless you, Jason. Thank you. I think he gave one to each of us. Thank you very much, Jason.
Thank you.
Another for you guys. Some trophies.
Thanks, Mark.
Trophy, Mark.
Yes. Thank you, Mark.
Stix's mom for you guys says, I hope it's true. Kids are getting away from social media. Here, not worried about kids. So busy. I bet in Hawaii. Yeah. So busy surfing, fishing, diving, hunting, and sports. They're never inside. At least things go bad. They have the skill of Nate supporting Ben too.
Thank you, Stix's mom. That's
a great point. Yeah. If you're living, especially like Orange County, California, it's like it's a lot easier for the kids to be out doing stuff when it's like the weather's
cool scene
beautiful.
Last night. I was going down on the beach,
that's right. You live,
I'm like 5 minutes from the beach, so I'm very blessed, very lucky. But like I went down and I'm in OC in Orange County, and like kids, these young kids all had like teenagers. You know what they did? They had poles stuck in the sand. They were fishing. It was like sunset. And they were catching stuff. They're catching some skates and some rays and things and throwing them back. But I mean, to your point, when you have so many outdoor activities, like you don't have to just stay indoors. So
Yep.
Hang on. Let me tell you about this shit. This shit is crazy. Okay.
Let's hear.
Elon Musk has to hit 12 tranches of extreme market valuation over the next 10 years to reach the hurdles or the milestone caps. Each scale up is worth $500 billion.
Oh God,
that is what? So he could be multiple times over.
He could end up being worth like $5 trillion then.
So he has the opportunity, if he can get the peak valuation to $8.5 trillion for the company, he will have another $5 trillion. So like $5 trillion is his pay package.
That's cool. He could just pay off the U.S. debt for us.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
That's what he's going to do. He's going to fly to the moon.
Yeah, that's crazy. No, We don't need anybody. We don't need one person owning $5 trillion.
Have you seen Alien Earth? Have you seen that new show, Alien Earth? It's not really new anymore, but Alien Earth. So it's like fast forward in the world, so the whole alien universe, predator universe, all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
But they have these trillionaires. They own these companies that rule the world. So there are 3 trillionaires own these 3 mega companies, and one of them was off harvesting these, hostile alien predatory life forms. Yeah, and one gets loose, blah blah blah. You know what happens. So very cool.
Wait, hang on, bro. What movie is that?
Alien Earth.
Alien Earth. I'll have to check it out. I do like that.
Oh, you'll love it. If you haven't seen it, you gotta see it. It's awesome.
What's it called?
Alien Earth.
Universe, whatever we call it. Universal movies.
Right.
Yeah. The Predator Alien. I do like that. Bobby said the oil and gas is getting pretty scary. No need to flex just yet, but it's time to be cautious. Yeah. Again, like Ben was saying earlier, there's some supply chain shock coming around the corner that we haven't felt yet on that. The yen carry trade was ended. The yen carry trade was ended. Look it up. Okay. I don't know about that one. Maybe I think we were talking about that earlier.
I think so, yeah.
Will, this is one for one of you guys. Will's out in Okinawa, so he would know. Lil Yen, just in case you're planning a trip to Japan with Nate. Jake is also welcome. Semper Fi Warriors. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Definitely corruption. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Shauna. Yeah, we got plenty of that. No shortage of that right now.
We're paying 700-year-old people in Social Security, right? Like
that's going to become a problem, big problem too, in the next 20 years for America. We're gonna have to figure that one out. When the chips are down and these civilized people will eat each other. Heath Ledger's Joker. Yeah. Thank you.
That's Enzo. That's Enzo. That's who we're raising money for. That's Enzo.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you so much for the super generous super sticker. That's very nice of you.
Hey, whoever was looking for Bobby Aller, Bobby is in the chat. What's up, Bobby? Bobby's in the chat right now. So if you're looking for Bobby Aller, he's in the chat. Super investigator of all things. So you can contact him. He's in the chat.
All right. We got reset government. Trump is planning taking our military secrets to the new Gaza, which Trump is the board of peace. Trump leads it even after his presidency. They're creating a new country. Yeah, that's another Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff program. They've actually put forward the plans publicly for it, which is pretty crazy that they're going to turn Gaza into a resort for
that was nuts.
Not Palestinians, by the way. That's not who's going to be there for that. So pretty crazy to realize that they might have just like ethnically cleansed an entire area just so they could do it for a real estate deal. That's, you look at that and you're like, well, those people, as bad as it is, sometimes I hope there is an afterlife because they will meet their creator some point, and they're going to have a lot to explain.
You know what my favorite part of this whole part of that world is? The Palestinians have more Jewish blood in their body than the Jews.
Yeah. Well, they're actually Semitic. It's funny how that works.
Yeah, imagine that.
Shauna, thank you. This is she gave one to each of us. Appreciate you, Shauna.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Shauna.
Generous
thank
of
you.
Merry Christmas.
August says, you think if Grindr popped off in Rodman's prime, he would have spent more time visiting Grindr. Rodman? Dennis Rodman? I don't know. Was Dennis Rodman gay? I didn't know
he was with Carmen Electra, right?
Yeah, I think he was doing pretty well
He
for
was with
himself.
Madonna too.
Yeah.
He was killing it, bro. He's just a savage.
But you might be right. Who knows?
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have other proclivities.
Right.
You've seen that.
Right.
First time listener, great show tonight. By the way, if you want good pizza, come to Brooklyn, New York. You won't be disappointed. Some of the best pizza I had was in Brooklyn, actually.
East Coast Kev, I hear you, man. Then get you over to Buffalo, go to Bella Pizza, and you'll see the world right there.
2 stars turned Japan from stoic to anime culture. So that is weird. Japan's culture has drastically changed. And this one's for Ben, I believe. Ben, we need some 29 Palm stories. He just dropped them, right? Then
we'll have more to come. As you remember, I have to be awakened. Like, you guys have to remind me of stuff, and I'll be like, oh yeah.
I'm not just talking men, Nate. Women essay as well. Yes, they do. Especially teachers. It turns out there's a really weird thing with that. Have you guys seen that recently? All these high school teachers that are getting caught sleeping with their students.
Been for a while,
female,
right?
Females
more now. Is it more than ever now?
Yeah.
I had an issue happen when I was in high school. It was bad.
With you?
Yeah.
Was it a female?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay,
now it would be fun.
We don't need big reveals. We need
not that that's a good. That's not that that's a good thing.
Now it would be phenomenal, but back then I was shook for like 9 months afterwards.
I bet. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people don't realize. You see jokes all the time of like these 13, 14-year-old kids that these 30-year-old women are sleeping with, and they're like, "Yeah, lucky guy," and you're like, "Nah, I don't know if that's quite correct." A 13-year-old is still a child and can be heavily traumatized by that. I'm not talking. Okay, we got this all run already. Thank you. The rats are the first to flee a sinking ship. Is that true?
So have you guys seen the?
I know the saying, but for the Navy guys, is that actually true? Okay, so that saying comes probably, I'm sure, from hundreds of ships, 1,000 years ago. Yeah.
Have you guys seen the tracker where they're tracking all of the billionaire jets and they're using it as like an early warning system for Armageddon?
No, but that makes sense. If they all head in one direction out of nowhere, if they all head to Argentina, by the way, which is where they're planning to all escape to, do a little bit of research on that one. But
I have seen them use trackers for Domino's orders to the Pentagon to show what's going on.
That they do.
The pizza tracker?
Yeah, that's a real thing in DC for sure. Yep. This is the longest I've watched. A great show. Very informative. Thank you.
Awesome.
Appreciate you being with us. Enzo says, thank you, chat, for the donations, Nate for platform, and Jake for always having my back. You're truly veterans and families. And my mother, Carolyn Christensen, and all Warm Springs Reservation. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. And we are glad to help. Sorry to hear what happened. And here in Oregon, that's a big deal for us too. Forest fires are nasty. And it was about 3 or 4 years ago where my grandparents live. up it's called the McKenzie River, but out into the forest. Pretty much the entire thing burned down, and the town I grew up in pretty much got evacuated, and a lot of people I knew and went to high school with had lost their homes and stuff. So it's a nasty one. So cheers from Ohio. Screw Buc-ee's. You don't like Boosies? I don't.
Man, get the fuck out of here,
see,
bro.
I like Buc-ee's. I like Buc-ee's because
listen.
We don't have them
out
on
of
the West
fucking
Coast,
America,
dude.
bro. That's like telling me you don't like apple pie and shit.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out
I don't even know
So-
what that is. I don't even know what Boosie's
Buc-ee's.
is.
You don't know
Buc-ee's?
Buc-ee's?
You never been to Buc-ee's?
No, man.
Okay,
Oh,
listen.
brother.
I'm gonna explain Buc-ee's because it's a Texas deal. Okay.
It is, yeah.
First of all, they got 79-cent Slurpees. Okay.
Whoa, hold on.
They got 200 gas pumps. Okay.
Good Lord.
They got the best fudge. They got fucking pulled pork sandwiches. They got big ass burritos. It's like a
You had me a big ass burrito.
circus.
So I'm good.
It's a circus.
It's kind of like a
convenience store.
Yeah, it's a
Nice,
convenience store, like Walmart, gas station, merch shop. Like,
So it's like a Wawa like times 10.
A Wawa. No.
They're
it's
massive,
a Wawa
though.
time 100.
Oh,
yeah, they're
wow.
huge.
You need to
yeah, they're
Google it.
huge.
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
you got to
I'll
go
check
to
it
Each
out.
one.
one, and here's the best part. Each
Yeah.
one of them makes net profit $80 million a year.
Why don't you buy
Yeah.
one of these, Jake?
Well, you
Can't.
can't.
They don't franchise.
Yeah, they
okay.
don't franchise. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The manager makes 200,000.
Holy
Yeah,
manager of
they're
a
wild,
Buc-ee's
man.
makes
They're fun.
200,000.
I like Buc-ee's.
guys, I'm leaving right now. I'm going to Buc-ee's.
But you like me, Ben. I didn't grow up in Texas. So
Yeah.
like first time I went to Buc-ee's was like a year ago. And I was like, what is this place?
Oh yeah. When you were here, they took you on a
That's when
trip
I was
to
out there
Buc-ee's.
that was when I was out there seeing you.
Okay.
They took him on a trip to Buc-ee's. They're like, you never been to Buc-ee's? They're like, oh, we gotta fucking go, man.
Yeah.
That's right. I saw you right after you got back. You were like, yo, that shit was crazy.
That's right.
That's
Yeah,
wild.
I
man.
forgot about
Did you
that,
buy some
yeah.
stuff too? Were you like, it's
Oh,
like have
yeah, of
those
course.
things? Okay.
Of course.
Because then you go into some of these like little places, you're like,
No,
yeah,
they got everything, dude.
Okay.
Like if
And
you
I'm
can't
gonna
find
give-
something to buy at Buc-ee's, then I don't know what you're doing.
something's wrong.
I'm
with
gonna
you.
give Ben Pappas the coup de grace. Ben Pappas, they have over 25 different types of beef jerky,
Oh yeah, they do.
Whoa.
and it's not
We got a
like
whole wall of it.
Nice.
it's like a
Nice.
whole. It's big ass thick pieces
Yeah, it's
that
good.
literally is like real ass like caveman beef jerky.
Wow.
In any flavor you fucking want. It's the
Wow.
best shit in the world. They
It's
got
like
so
a
much.
full wall. Of
Now
just
you think
different
is this a
beef
Clint Bruce place? Does he go to places like this? You think?
I
Oh, they
guarantee
all-
you, Clint Bruce lives in it.
Flim-
They also
Flynn Brew.
have the nicest bathrooms in America.
Really?
So
Yeah.
they win.
Okay.
Yeah, they win. They win. I don't know why there's awards for this, but like they win the award for like nicest bathrooms.
Nice.
Because it's like truck stop.
that makes a difference,
too,
yeah.
right? Like
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's a big gas station. But yeah, you go in there and
Man.
you're like, this is really, really nice.
That's
for
super
a-
cool,
for a
man.
convenience
Now
store.
I'm getting jealous now.
All right, let's keep moving. In regards to the physical fitness meathead comment, as a former fighter, even the adrenaline dump from walking down the cat ramp to your first fight is nuts. Reps make it
Wow.
easier like that. So actually, me and my coach were talking about that today, talking about the adrenaline dump from fighting. You're so amped up on adrenaline like all day, and in the night prior, and then like
Yeah.
you'll see guys 30 seconds into the fight and they're
Yeah.
exhausted, and it's like I was like, that's a lot like
Cosmo.
headed out
right?
to a combat operation, right? Where
Yeah.
like you're so amped up, getting on the aircraft, getting on the helos, flying in, or
You
know,
fall asleep on the helo on the way to the mission.
Yep,
Yeah.
because
They-
you're adrenaline dumping so hard.
Well, they say like that's like what happened. They thought, I know they say cut weight, but Cosmo, was it Cosmo versus Strickland, right? Like Cosmo all of a sudden the second round was,
You saw it, yeah, you saw
Yeah.
it.
yeah.
in him. He was able to get it back in like the fourth. Where
Yeah.
you're like, okay,
he's a
the
monster.
adrenaline turns back on, but
I thought Strickland fought so smart for that, man. He was like,
Strickland's so good, dude.
Yeesh.
He's so underrated. Well, he's fucking champion. It's just like
I mean,
how is
yeah. But
he's
I think like he was
multiple-time
just, he
champion.
fought so smart, he fought so smart, and I was really impressed.
Yep. All right. Ryan, for one of you guys says the first mRNA flu vaccine was just approved, and it's Moderna. Big farming is eating good. I don't get the flu vaccine. I haven't got the flu vaccine and never got it in the military. Always just had, well, I shouldn't say how we do that actually. But anyway,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
interesting.
a flu vaccine guy.
The
And
mRNA
I haven't had the flu in, I should cross my fingers and knock on wood, in 20
Right.
years. So
Right. The mRNA flu vaccine, what's the difference with that one? Anybody know on that?
the way they work, I guess. I
Okay.
think you're not using like the regular flu vaccine is like actual dead flu virus they put into you, so your natural immune system wants to fight it off. Where this is like the COVID vaccine's not actually the virus. They're using some. I'm not a scientist. Chat. There's people in here smarter than us.
Hey, thank you.
It's fucking bad. Any vaccine is bad. That's what I'm gonna say. Fuck, it's bad. You know, autism.
I'm not fully against vaccines. Like, I think polio and measles and shit's probably pretty good.
But I haven't gotten a flu vaccine since I got out either. You know,
autism is up 7,000%.
Right, but part of that, Jake, is that we give babies like 39 different vaccines.
I'm not arguing it. We went from 15 vaccinations to 79, and the autism rate went to 7,000. 7,000%. Okay.
I've always wondered too, real quick though, with that, if autism isn't something that's been here the entire time, it's just not something that wasn't diagnosed.
I'm going to tell you this: my middle son.
Again, I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
He got banged on the MMR shot. He got banged on the MMR shot. Okay. So anyway, I got Bucky.
Get it, dude.
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
None of my kids got the COVID vaccine. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Sorry for people who like vaccines. Again, I'm not an anti-vax guy. I'm just I think, Ben, maybe you were going there with me too. It's like there are vaccines I think are really good.
Yeah, you just got to be smart.
Probably some where I'm like, do we need, I don't know how many, what's the vaccine list, Jake? Like 27 vaccines?
79.
I'd like to give you guys like I didn't get my flu vaccine either since I've been out, Nate. And before it was like, especially as like a commanding officer, like they come in there like with their clipboards and they're like, okay, it's your turn, like 3 of them. And you're taking it, you're taking the shot or you're going to sniff it or whatever. But I'd like to tell you guys I have some, big stand for not taking the flu shot. It's just, I never got around to it for the past, a couple of years.
You're just too lazy.
Yeah. I'm just like, I don't think of it. And all of a sudden flu season's over. Everyone's like, you're going to get sick. And I never do. And I'm
that's a good reason too. I didn't think about it this year.
Yeah. I just didn't think about it.
Nate, I got Bucky's up so we can show.
Yeah, bring it up.
Pappas Bucky's
I'm ready.
Quick.
I'm ready for this reveal.
Yeah, here it is.
Here we go.
What?
Yeah, it's a gas station, brother.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Wait,
holy crap.
You're crazy.
This is my Bucky's. This is the Bucky's.
This is a Walmart. This isn't a gas station.
Yeah, this is. I've been to this one right here. Yeah, it's a
74,000 square feet. It's like a football stadium.
Yeah, dude.
300 employees.
Yeah, dude.
Look at, and that is Bucky himself.
Yeah, that's Bucky. I call him Boosie.
Live, love, fudge. Wow, man, this is something. They have fireworks?
No fireworks. No fireworks.
Guns?
It's
no
guns.
No
guns.
It's got everything else though.
Okay.
Let's see what all the fuss is about.
Insane.
Wow, look at this.
Massive, yeah.
If you guys are like me, you never saw Bucky's before. I'm really impressed by this whole thing. I'll have to say. I got to tell you, on the way home from Vegas a couple weeks ago, like a month or so ago, I was out there with my son for he was doing a show or whatever, and I come in on the way home and I find this massive, not as big as that. There's nothing like it. It's like a quarter the size, but it's like the alien truck stop, the alien gas stop. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. In between, going home to Kelly from towards LA from Vegas, they have all this alien stuff in there. Everything's alien sightings, UAP. And it's wild, man. I'll tell you. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that before, but very interesting. Chad, have you seen it? Have you seen this this truck stop? But with all the UAP stuff, I never would have thought about it before. But with all the UAP stuff now, I just thought, man, we must be right around alien country here. And I got to tell you guys one more thing. Now I'm on the UAP thing. Everyone knows I'm going nuts with the UAP stuff. But one of my buddies, big time ONI guy, Office Naval Intelligence, right? He was heading out to Vegas. All right. And forgive me if I'm releasing anything very, secret, but I'm not giving any names. He's taking an F-18 to fly to the 100 miles north of Vegas to go into some secret place.
Oh,
and I'm like, brother, you got to tell me some stuff when you can do it. And
I can tell you right now.
But I said, there are no roads. You know, because he said there are no roads. I said there are no roads. The only way to get there is by flying in.
Wow.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
You know what it is?
Tell me. I don't know. Tell me.
I don't know.
It's Space Academy.
I don't know if it was that. It was something.
I know what it is.
Okay.
I learned about it in 1998.
Oh, you told me before.
My SEALs went there.
But there are no roads, right?
There's nothing. It's in the side of a fucking mountain, and that's where they fly our spaceships to Mars in 5 fucking
Dude, I
hours.
love this shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
All
love
right.
this. Well, we're on for 5 more hours.
No
We're going-
bullshit.
No, actually,
Two of
my
my
wife literally just texted me and was like, "Hurry the fuck up!" So we're gonna burn. We got about 10 more.
Burn
All right, go.
I
Fire,
gotta
fire.
burn through them, guys.
Burn
I'm
them.
getting bitched at. Our anniversary is tomorrow too, so
Okay.
it's
Yes.
that weekend. All right, Doge came along. You say nothing happened. It did. Just the wrong things happened. Love you guys. Love you, Pappas' hair. Thanks. for
Thank
going
you.
on
Thank
with,
you very much.
With Brian Tyler Cohen. I didn't go on with him. I went on with Keith Edwards. But thanks is great. Glad he wasn't my dad. Thank you. They say diversity is America's strength, but from your perspective, did it help? Are Christian values strong enough to hold this country together if white and black men aren't in charge of government and especially the military? Yeah, I think diversity is our strength. However, there is, I'm not a big fan of DEI. You guys know that. I think there's positives and negatives. I don't think we want to be a 100% white Christian nation either. That's not how we were founded. But at the same time, do we want to give up American culture to, I don't want to do that either. So I think there's a balance. You know what I mean? I don't know how you guys feel on that, but there's a good balance for that.
Balance. Leave your fucking neighbors alone.
Yeah, there you go. Nate's still recovering from that bug. Nah, I'm good now. Had food poisoning a couple days ago. Alberino showed his ass to Rogan off the bat on that episode. I seen it. Oh yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. The J Storm says it has been said that the Terminator is the prequel to the Matrix.
Ooh,
I've heard that they could
very
exist
cool.
in the same movie universe, maybe nonfiction soon enough. I have heard that theory.
Yeah, that's wild.
Donald Trump was a huge follower of Don King back in the day. Liar. Interesting. Wow, he was big in the fight world, right? Donald Trump's always been big in the boxing world. I mean, a lot of those events were at his hotels back in the 80s and 90s. Six Mom said, who knew when I saw Terminator at the movie theater in 1984, it would be one to come true. Skynet. Aloha from Kauai. Thanks, Six's mom. Maximus says, great panel. These guys are hella dope. Yes, they are. Make sure you go support them as well. Subscribe to my homies. Yep, there we go. Nabil Anan, 6'4". He's an absolute menace. B. Sandman says, thank you, gentlemen, for keeping me entertained while I get loaded in Manuka.
I love it.
I don't know.
Have one for me, my dude.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm complaining about. I may or not have an Xbox Series X in the sleeper berth of this truck.
That's awesome, man.
I'm glad you're having a good time, brother. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Good leg kick will make a non-wrestler shoot all day long or not shoot all. I took a flush question mark kick to the jaw on Monday in fight team from one of the professional local fighters. Flush, like the ones you see online. Didn't drop me, but oh my god.
Yeah.
Dude.
That's another
those ones you see where they hit and the sweat all flies off your face. Flush straight
and
to
your
the
jaw's
jaw.
going like this, the moving
Oh,
the Rocky.
dude, yeah, the left side of my jaw. That was like that was
God.
probably close to the hardest I've ever been hit in my life.
Wow.
It was, yeah, I was.
Dude, don't do too much of that though. You got to keep that head in your head good. You went.
Oh well, that's I know. Typically, that's the problem with the Muay Thai is you can take shins, feet, and elbows to the face, which is not
Jake's laughing so hard.
Not great for the CTE, but
Right.
Listen, that motherfucker just turned 40, Ben.
I know.
Give him 7 years and he's gonna be like, fuck, I can't remember anything. I stood in my driveway for 15 minutes trying to figure out where I was fucking going.
It's
Then he's
definitely
gonna call us
coming with my
he's gonna be
career
like,
and my
"Fuck."
hobby. is
Right
I'm
now,
fucked.
all your medical teams just like this.
I
They're
know,
just doing
yeah.
this when they heard this.
With my personal career that we did, and then my hobby on top of
Yeah.
it. I'm just probably
That's what I'm saying.
Mine
Mine was coming up short on a big jump on a motocross supercross track. I came up short, bounced my head off the handlebars bent down. Luckily I didn't biff it and kill myself, but my doctor was like, yeah, you do any more of these, like you're like going to be like what Jake said pretty much. So coming up short's not fun.
I bet. Orange says, all I want is America first and claw back every GD penny. F them all. Wouldn't mind that. Any thoughts on Dakota Meyer becoming who's new deputy assistant? Not really. I don't really follow.
He's
Dakota
back in the
Meyer.
Marine Corps.
Hey man, Dakota.
But he's Pete Hegseth's like personal assistant now or something.
See,
back in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, he went back
but
in.
He was in the Marine Corps and now he's working for Hegseth, I believe.
So I'm just hearing this just now, but he went through recon too. He went and got his recon qualification. I mean,
this was like last week. I think they announced.
Oh, okay.
That
this dude's a
he's
gunfighter,
working.
man. You got to keep him with the troops, man.
No, I think he's I don't remember the exact. I did see the story. I don't know what maybe it is. Maybe he's a deputy assistant. I know that he's going to work for.
Yeah,
for
he's the
Hicks,
real
so.
deal, man. I mean,
Elysium is another film that mirrors Us versus Them. That's a good movie as well.
Very cool movie.
Pentagon Pizza Index, the best doomsday tracker. Yeah. Wings of Shoe. More people are fleeing our greatest ally while the Palestinians refuse to abandon Gaza West Bank despite the hardship. I don't see Trump's resort happening. Well, they can't leave. So, that's part of the reason why they're not fleeing Gaza is because they're not allowed to leave Gaza because they're in an open air prison. So keep that in mind. If they could leave, they would, but a lot of them would, but they can't. You forgot the best part of Boosie's, the bathroom. Didn't. I did say that. I did call that.
This motherfucker saying Boosie. I love it, Nate. Hey, listen, I'll be the king. I'll be the king and just say whatever the fuck I want. So I love it. Keep saying it. Shit.
All right. And then last one, autism is detected more. Think of that weird kid or adult from early. This is what I meant. Like we've had like weird people forever. It's like, when did we start diagnosing that? Again, I don't know, guys. I don't know enough about it. So I'm not gonna pretend to be an expert on this one. When today they would have something. All right, we did it, guys. Thank you guys so much.
Yes.
I got to get out of here. We went
all right.
4 hours and 20 minutes. Thank you guys so much.
I was only going to be here for an hour, and then I was like, "Fuck!" I
knew you were going to say when you wrote 1 hour. I was like, he's going to be here the whole time. I know, Jake. I know him for song.
Any last words for everybody, guys? Make sure you go support the homies here. Subscribe to their
Thank
YouTube
you.
channels.
Appreciate it, everybody. Yeah, please just come on by and subscribe and everything else. You'll figure everything else out from there. But Ben Pappas. My channel. I am live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I hope to see you there. Thank you so much.
Hey, I'm open for public speaking engagements. If you want me to come and speak and light fire to your organization, your team, whatever you want, just got done speaking to a Fortune 500 company. I lit fire to the whole event. So let me know.
One last PSA. We will not be. Well, maybe we will. No, we won't be live next Friday. I'll be out of town for the week. We'll pick it back up the week after that. And then I should be in town most of the time from then on. But yeah, I'll be out of town next week. The Tuesday show is probably going to get moved to Monday, guys, because we fly out Tuesday. So just keep those things in mind. All right, we did it. Thank you all so much.
Awesome.
We'll be back in
see you, everybody.
2 weeks. All right, see you guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Bye. I see you, Nate. Take care, man.